Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, The Alchemist, a banished immortal-like figure, and the encounter between two poor guys. After finishing the experiment of attracting demon pills, Luo Yan flew out of the sea again and returned to the island. This time, he did not return to the cave he rented before, but went straight to the shopkeeper on this island. "Guest, do you need anything? Whether it is elixir, magic weapon, talisman, or magic array, our shop has everything. Of course, we also accept the corpses of sea beasts." The shopkeeper of this shop is an old man in a purple-red robe. He has a kind face and strong strength. At least Luo Yan can't sense the specific strength level of the other party. This is due to the huge gap in strength between the two. Luo Yan glanced around the shop and found that there were several figures with sharp breath standing in front of the counter at this time. Their words were full of bargaining, and they seemed to be selling some kind of sea beast. Nanwan Bird Island is still too far away from the inland sea. It is very difficult to go back and forth. A lot of spirit crystals are consumed in the teleportation array alone. Therefore, if they hunt ordinary sea beasts, these monks who go out to hunt monsters will find a way to deal with them nearby, and then exchange them for spirit crystals and some elixirs and talismans to simply supplement them. In this way, the efficiency of hunting sea beasts can be improved to the greatest extent. However, this kind of place is too remote, so remote that if you don't take the teleportation array, it may take several years to go back and forth. Therefore, the price of elixirs here will be 20% to 30% higher than the price on the inland sea islands. In addition, the purchase price of sea beasts will be reduced by 20% to 30% accordingly. This is also unavoidable. After all, it is in the outer sea area and there is no one. It is normal that the price of some cultivation resources will rise. This is the benefit of being an island owner. As long as the monks who come to hunt sea beasts, they not only need to buy the island identity card, but also have to share part of the profits from the sea beasts they hunt. Because the bodies of the sea monsters are very large, they are often more than 10 feet or even hundreds of feet in size. Such a large sea beast corpse, ordinary storage bags cannot hold such a big thing. So choose to sell it on the spot, although the price will be deliberately lowered, but it is much more cost-effective than directly abandoning the sea monster corpse. Luo Yan did not respond to the old shopkeeper's words, but glanced at the forbidden room inside with his eyes. The shopkeeper in purple-red robes on the opposite side instantly understood, and told the servant beside him to entertain the distinguished guests outside, and then led Luo Yan into the room. "Guest, what are you doing?" After entering the room, the two sat on the futon, with a mahogany table in the middle. The smile on the old shopkeeper's face has never stopped since he came in. He looks very gentle, kind and friendly. He saw through the green figure on the opposite side at a glance, which is actually just a puppet body. However, this did not hinder his enthusiasm. Bang! Luo Yan took out 4 things from the storage bag and threw them to the other party. 3 strange vessels that looked like bottles, but the mouths of the bottles were sealed, and there was also a phantom stone. After the old shopkeeper took it, he first opened one of the vessels, then sniffed it hard, and the stench was overwhelming. He even frowned subconsciously, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to repeat the previous actions and opened the next 2 vessels in turn. Basically, they all had the same pungent stench, which made people feel a little nauseous. But the old shopkeeper still held his temper and didn't say anything bad. Because on these 3 strange vessels, there were 9 big characters engraved: fish attracting pill, crab attracting pill, and shrimp attracting pill. These should be several special medicinal powders. The form of elixirs is not fixed. There are pills, powders, stones, liquids, and other forms. Although the forms are different, they do not affect the efficacy of the medicine. With this mentality, the old shopkeeper picked up the phantom stone and immersed himself in it. The phantom stone suddenly shone with brilliance, and the brilliance was overflowing. In the scene recorded by the illusion stone, countless spirit crabs, spirit shrimps, and spirit fish were all attracted by these 3 kinds of elixirs, and then they came one after another. The number of spirits was unimaginable. The old shopkeeper who saw this scene had a gleam of brilliance in his turbid eyes. As the shopkeeper, he immediately realized the true value of these 3 kinds of demon-attracting pills. If the scene recorded by this illusion stone was not false, then the advantages of these demon-attracting pills would be very obvious. That is, they are highly targeted and will not attract the attention of higher-level sea monsters. Don't look at this insignificant, but it is actually very important. Because the spirits in the sea seem endless and scattered everywhere. But these spirits are proficient in the laws of water and can detect extremely small changes in water flow. If there is a slight disturbance, they will disappear without a trace. Therefore, hunting sea spirits in shallow waters is actually a very difficult thing. If you go to deep waters, the number of sea monsters attracted will be beyond imagination. In the entire Baybird Island, except for the owner, no one dared to say that the sea monsters in the deep water would not be frightened. Although I am not an alchemist, the 3 kinds of elixirs that the guests have made have been equipped with such detailed illusion stones for explanation. I have almost understood them clearly. I wonder what the guests want. The old shopkeeper asked while taking out the best spiritual tea from the storage bag, summoning the teapot in spiritual spring water, pinching the fire formula, and burning. Then he began to brew the spiritual tea. After the whole set of actions, it seemed very calm and skillful. I don't know how many times it has been repeated. It is close to the level of Taoism, giving people a dazzling feeling. Even though the green-clothed Taoist sitting opposite him was just a puppet, the old shopkeeper did not neglect it at all, as if he didn't notice it at all, and the smile on his face was overflowing to the extreme. These 3 kinds of demon-attracting pills are respectively targeted at 3 categories: crab spirits, shrimp monsters, and fish monsters. Although they only work on first and second level sea monsters, the shopkeeper has also seen the practicality. It won't be difficult to verify it again. Give me a price. Should I sell you the finished products of these 3 demon-attracting pills, or if you want the recipes of these 3 pills, we can talk about it. Luo Yan got straight to the point without any polite greetings with the shopkeeper. In this matter, as long as the other party offers a reasonable price, he will agree. Then go to the next island and find another shop to talk. In this way, enough resources can be collected in a very short time. Just like the small key-gathering pills that Luo Yan refined when he was in the front yard of the small wasteland mountain in the lower world, although it was only a one-time deal, it was enough for him to eat for a long time. The advantages and disadvantages of these 3 demon-attracting pills are very obvious. Although they can only work on low-level sea beasts, they can gather the other party without the trouble of searching. Therefore, the value of these 3 kinds of demon-attracting pills is naturally very easy to judge. Hearing this, the old shopkeeper in a purple-red robe opposite him showed a thoughtful look. Just from the words of the green-clothed puppet, he could feel the other party's decisive character, and he was definitely a very opinionated person. The offer price naturally cannot be too low, otherwise the other party might just walk away. Most alchemists are eccentric and like to be straightforward. The old shopkeeper has seen so many people, so he is naturally very clear about this. He is doing business, and of course he has to have different ways of dealing with different customers. In my opinion, although the effects of these 3 kinds of demon-attracting pills only work on low-level sea beasts, if the number of monsters caught is large enough, their value is also considerable. Since the other party is an alchemist, then the actual use of these 3 kinds of demon-attracting pills must be very clear. The old shopkeeper naturally would not use those false words to deceive. Because he couldn't deceive. The other party is an alchemist, and he made the pills himself. How could he not know the specific effects? So if you want to lower the price, you can't do it in this place. This island is owned by my master, and he has cleared the 4th level sea beasts in this sea area. Now is a good time to hunt sea beasts. Therefore, I think the pill recipe is better. I wonder how many spirit crystals the customer wants to sell. The old shopkeeper's tone was very respectful, and he gave enough face to the strange alchemist. As long as the price quoted by the other party was not particularly outrageous, he was ready to agree. Because the 1st and 2nd level demon-attracting pills can only be said to earn some hard-earned spirit crystals. What about the 3rd level demon-attracting pill? No need to think, it will definitely make a lot of money. After all, he is an alchemist, and it is normal for the good things in his hands to exceed the imagination of outsiders. Therefore, as long as it is within the ability, the old shopkeeper is not prepared to bargain too much. The purpose is to make friends with this alchemist. You must know that your master's foundation is not enough, and he urgently needs to accumulate resources to become stronger, and then go to the 10,000 Spirits Heroes Conference. That's why he came to the Outer Sea area. The purpose is to earn contribution points. Now that an alchemist has come to seek cooperation, the old shopkeeper is naturally happy to hear about it. At this time, Luo Yan, who was sitting opposite, shook his head gently. I don't want spirit crystals, just give me the essence of the 5 elements of water or wood. 1,000 drops. If you want to exchange spirit crystals for contribution points within the 5 elements sect, there will generally be a premium. Don't look at tens of thousands of spirit crystals, hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. The huge numbers sound very intimidating. But if converted into the essence of the 5 elements, it is almost only a few hundred drops, and even Luo Yan's spiritual energy particles cannot be refined to perfection. It is really a big difference. That's why Luo Yan chose to ask for this kind of spiritual object, which can also prevent him from having to exchange it for a second premium. The smile on the face of the old shopkeeper in a purple-red robe on the opposite side changed instantly. In this sea area, except for the sect of his master, there are very few people who can use the essence of the 5 elements. Because that level of secret storage method, spiritual storage method, rarely leaks to the outside world. Having seen his master's cultivation, he naturally understood what this unintentional sentence meant. However, the old shopkeeper still asked one more question. Excuse me, sir, are you from the immortal sect? Luo Yan looked up, looked at him for a moment, and then nodded slowly. He was doing a fair deal, not doing anything shameful, so he was naturally not afraid of exposing his identity. Please wait a moment, sir. Regarding this deal, I should probably ask the master. The old man in purple-red robe opposite closed his eyes and slightly opened his lips, as if he was telling something. Luo Yan was surprised and frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. About half an instant stick of time later, a young man with a blue aura all over his body, like a rotating star, walked in. He saw at a glance the green figure sitting cross-legged on the futon. Puppet? No. The runes on this puppet seem to be the art of the spirit body, which is indeed the art of our sect. I am Mu Chu, and I am honored to meet this junior brother. Is this junior brother really here just to do business with me? This is a mysterious and powerful young man with a surging aura and terrifyingly deep eyes, as if he was carrying the whole world. There is a kind of taurine light flowing, which is very intimidating. After observing for a moment, he determined that the green puppet in front of him, although there are many runes on it, are all some of the most basic changes in form, and do not involve the changes of innate cloud patterns. In other words, the opponent's strength is probably not as good as his. So he directly addressed him as a junior brother. Brother, don't think too much. My surname is Luo. It's a coincidence that I came here, not intentionally. Selling the elixir and elixir formula in my hand is also the most real idea. Luo Yan stood up, bowed to the other party, and stated his purpose. If he came silently and did his own thing, there would be no intersection between them. But now that they have met face to face, the proper etiquette must be followed. What junior brother Luo said before, this old slave, have already told me. I own this island, and the entire sea area is my private land, so the profits generated by these 3 recipes will indeed be considerable. But junior brother Luo's conditions, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to agree. The powerful young man's voice was calm, giving people an absolutely confident, calm and composed attitude. Luo Yan looked puzzled, as if waiting for the other party to give a specific reason. Don't be afraid of junior brother laughing at you, junior brother, since you bought this island. Senior brother now has no 5 elements essence, not to mention a few spirit crystals left. This shop was opened by me, these old slaves, who collected spirit crystals ourselves. The young man who also came from the 5 elements sect spoke calmly. This Luo Yan instantly remembered the horror of those secret storage methods and the consumption of contribution points. He immediately figured out everything. It turns out that the disciples of the 5 elements sect are poor, and it is not an exception. Who would have thought that such a handsome and elegant man, who looked like a banished immortal, would be so short of contribution points? This was really surprising. But when I thought about the ownership of this island and those secret storage methods, everything seemed to make sense. Chapter 477, Atmosphere, Deputy Island Master, Change. It seems that junior brother Luo has also guessed the reason. After a moment, the young man, whose every inch of his body was emitting sacred runes, spoke with a smile on his face. Such a scene caused the old shopkeeper's eyes to flicker, because he had followed his master for decades and rarely saw such a scene. Sure enough, only in front of his fellow disciples in his own sect would his master show his other side. It is indeed junior brother who is inconsiderate and disturbed senior brother Mu's practice. Seeing this, Luo Yan also had a bitter smile on his face. He thought that the other party came in person because he valued this deal, but now it seems that this is not the case. Luo Yan actually met a guy who was similar to him. He couldn't find a few extra spirit crystals on his body. He was so poor. This is also the reason why the young man opposite, who is like an innate sacred, also laughed. To a certain extent, they are both poor. In other words, in the huge 5 elements sect, including those elders in the middle 3 realms, there are few people who do not lack contribution points. Because the essence of the 5 elements is really too rare, even with the 5 elements mountain as the foundation and many origin small worlds as the back garden. The output of these 5 elements is also very rare. The consumption of these things by the secret storage method and the spiritual storage method is particularly large. Naturally, the higher the realm of cultivation, the more contribution points are needed. Basically, as long as they are disciples of the 5 elements sect, they are in a state of insufficient contribution points. I see that my junior brother has achieved a lot in this spiritual body technique. I guess he is an alchemist in the golden core realm. Luo Yan looked up and greeted the young man with deep eyes. There were stars in the other party's eyes, and there was a great power blessing himself, and waves of scriptures were lingering. Meeting his fate. Junior brother Luo, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you think it is feasible. As a disciple of the 5 elements sect, even though Mu Chu himself is very powerful, he has to admit that his fellow disciples in the sect basically have their own best side. In other words, those who can join the 5 elements sect and become one of them are all extremely famous geniuses. Such a fellow disciple is worthy of Mu Chu's abandonment of his arrogant side and a gentle face. Especially the field that this person is good at is still a field that he does not understand at all, but is completely inseparable from. After all, although eating too much of elixir will produce drug resistance, it can restore the body's spiritual power, heal the soul, speed up cultivation, etc. With so many benefits, who can really leave? Anyway, this island of my brother is also newly built. If junior brother Luo does not mind, my shop. No, this entire island will be handed over to you. When the profit is generated, you and I will split the account 50-50 between brothers. Junior brother Luo can also use these dozens of servants of my brother. Whether it is hunting sea beasts, finding materials for alchemy, running a shop, etc., they can all be used. As he spoke, he walked to sit opposite Luo Yan. The old shopkeeper on the side immediately added new tea for him. However, his cloudy eyes revealed a hint of shock. Because his master's big move was not just a joke. It seems that the person behind the scenes who manipulated this green puppet must be extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so valued by his master. After these words came out, even Luo Yan himself was shocked by the big move of this cheap senior brother who called him junior brother right from the start. His thoughts turned rapidly, and a strange color flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the other party directly. But the senior brother opposite him still had a gentle smile. May I ask senior brother Mu, why do you say that? Mu Chu's eyes swept over, with a great pressure, as if the operation of the runes on the spirit puppet was affected to a certain extent. What kind of power is this? Just the sight gives people an unbearable pressure. Brother Luo, you don't know that the reason why I came to be the island master is because I have been traveling in the true spirit realm for these years. While I have gained knowledge, I have also gained many followers who are hard to refuse. You also know the rules of my 5 elements sect. When I was alone before, I could just find a mustard seed space house on the 5 elements mountain and settle down. But they can't. Mu Chu glanced at the old shopkeeper next to him, and the other party immediately bowed his head respectfully. Luo Yan was a little surprised when he heard it, and realized that there seemed to be another hidden secret. But he didn't want to ask further, but continued to listen calmly. In addition, my personality is not a person who is content with the status quo. Now that I have the strength to travel in the outside world, I plan to go to the territory of my human race to gain some knowledge after a while, and then go to the territories of those alien races to hone myself. Mu Chu restrained his breath, revealing a careless but very lazy feeling. There are countless islands in the outer sea. Even if he becomes the owner of this island, he still has to rely on hunting sea beasts, opening shops, collecting teleportation array fees, etc. throughout the year. The spiritual crystals he earns are a drop in the bucket compared to what he needs for cultivation. After all, the contribution points he earned from killing more than a dozen 4th-level unicorn sharks are only enough for him to refine a small part of the spiritual storage method. As for hunting lower-level sea beasts in exchange for spiritual crystals, people like Mewtwo will not take it seriously. So Mewtwo's idea is very simple. He plans to go out and look for opportunities. Otherwise, the speed of his breakthrough to the god transformation stage will be affected. Besides, this junior brother can make pills himself, so he can get to know him and tie him to the same boat. If he encounters a shortage of pills in the future, relying on this relationship, he doesn't believe that this junior brother will stand idly by. So, from the current point of view, it is indeed Mewtwo who will suffer a loss if he gives up half of the profits of this island. But if we look at it in the long run, an alchemist who can independently research elixirs, and also a fellow apprentice, this is the best personal connection. No one is a fool, especially a banished immortal who has dozens of servants following him. Such a person, even if his mind is simple, will naturally become complicated when he encounters more things. The so-called shrewdness is nothing more than experiencing too many things, getting used to it, and getting tired of it. Thinking of this, Luo Yan couldn't help but glance at the old shopkeeper in a purple-red robe carelessly. There is no doubt that this old shopkeeper is also a smart person. Senior brother Mew is really generous. He spent a lot of effort to get the island, but he gave away half of the profit so casually. Junior brother is really amazed. Luo Yan praised. The smile on Mewtwo's face became more prosperous, and the deep light in his eyes also had a strange color. The disciples within the 5-element sect basically have their own circles, because cultivators are also human beings, who need to communicate and relieve their worries. Over time, it is inevitable that various groups of forces will be formed. The road of cultivation is long, and no one can guarantee that he will not encounter difficulties in the future. At this time, if there are close friends to help, it will definitely be much easier than to bear it alone. Although the realm of the brother Luo opposite is not as good as his own, Mewtwo has no idea of despising him. The entrance examination of the 5-element sect has already helped him to screen once. Anyone who can become a formal disciple of the 5-element sect is basically not a simple one. In addition, the other party is good at alchemy. This makes him want to make friends. If it comes to fighting and killing, I am afraid that 10 brothers Luo can't catch up with him. But if it comes to alchemy, Mewtwo thinks it is better to listen to the words of professionals. My heart is absolutely full of sincerity. I wonder what brother Luo thinks. Facing the kindness of a fellow brother, Luo Yan did not think too long, and a smile appeared on his face. He picked up the spiritual tea in front of him, clinked it with the other party, and then drank it all. Then I'll bother you, senior brother Mew. The two smiled at each other and both approved this mode of cooperation. After all, they were both disciples of the 5-element sect and brothers. It was nothing more than a few second-level pill recipes in the profits of an island. Any disciple with the cultivation of the middle 3 realms could apply for the sect's assistance and become an island owner. This was not a very noble position. As long as there was the idea of becoming an island owner, it would be possible when the realm's strength reached. Using such an island to get closer to junior brother who was doing alchemy, no matter how you looked at it, it was a very cost-effective deal. This was why the old shopkeeper on the side called out to his master. Because when he knew that the person behind the blue-clothed puppet was a disciple of the 5-element sect, he had the idea of letting his master make friends with him. He could make pills, but he ran out to sell pills and pill recipes by himself, which meant that this disciple surnamed Luo was probably also a loner. For such a person, he was definitely the most suitable person for his master to make friends with. The only thing that the old shopkeeper didn't expect was that his master would be so generous in order to win over his fellow junior brother. He asked for half of the island's profit distribution as soon as he opened his mouth. This is definitely a big deal. If it were him, if he wanted to win over someone, he would not be willing to pay such a price. Perhaps, this is the courage of the disciples of the immortal sect. Junior brother Luo, this is my identity J token. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me at any time through the token. Mewtwo activated the aura of his colorful J token, and the figure inside was a peerless young man. It was not the current Mewtwo. Obviously, he joined the 5-element sect a long time ago. It is likely that he joined the sect when he was young. Seeing the blue-clothed puppet on the opposite side nodded, Miuchu continued to speak. As for what happens next, junior brother Luo and this old slave will tell you. My current spiritual storage method practice is at the final stage, so I will leave for the time being. Miuchu whispered, then said goodbye. His figure paused, and then turned into a little spiritual light and dissipated. It turned out that this was also his spiritual body. The convenience of the spiritual body method, as long as the disciples of the Five Elements sect who practiced runes would not give up practicing. Because it was too convenient, it could replace their own bodies and do many things. When not needed, it could be directly disbanded, which was very convenient. Luo Yan stared at the empty space where this cheap senior brother disappeared for a long time without saying a word, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. He roughly guessed the reason why the other party made such a decision. It should be because he saw his talent in alchemy. After all, Luo Yan had been soaking in the sea not far away for the past 20 days. With a range of only 10 miles, it would be a simple matter for the senior brother Mu to discover what he did. This is also Luo Yan's thinking mode. Whenever he encounters a problem related to people and is puzzled, then lean on human nature and think about interests. In the end, basically you can find the answer. His spiritual puppet body is not worth mentioning, but an alchemist who can study the pale formula by himself is worth winning over. In addition, Luo Yan himself is a disciple of the Five Elements sect and possesses the appearance of a genius. When Miuchu is in front of outsiders, he may be aloof, arrogant, and domineering. But if he is a fellow disciple, even if the other party's cultivation realm is not as high as his own, he will put away that kind of contempt. Because everyone has come from a low realm. Only people like them are people of the same world. Indifference and disregard are towards outsiders. Mr. Luo, the master once said that if he is not here, let us listen to you completely. This old servant will call the other people on the island and let them know Mr. Luo, so as not to offend you in the future. After Miuchu left, the old shopkeeper in a purple-red robe immediately stepped forward and said respectfully. Luo Yan waved his hand to stop his behavior. Luo Yan came to get spiritual crystals to help him practice, not to be a local emperor. Since senior brother Mu's kindness is hard to refuse, and I have received such a big cause and effect for nothing, I will naturally do my part. Otherwise, wouldn't it just make people laugh? Luo Yan said in a low voice with self-mockery. Old shopkeeper, do you know the specific value of a general second-level sea monster? The old man opposite was stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he began to answer truthfully. Second-level crab monsters, shrimp monsters, and fish monsters are generally purchased by special restaurants in the inner sea. Then use their flesh and blood to make spiritual food that can nourish the bodies of low-level cultivators. These special spiritual foods have very mild meat and are easy to absorb, which can speed up their cultivation speed. The purchase price is generally between 200 and 900 low-grade spiritual crystals, depending on the species, size, etc. The old man in a purple-red robe answered truthfully. Although the green-clothed Taoist in front of him was just a puppet, he was a disciple of the Five Elements immortal sect like his master. The old shopkeeper seemed very respectful to such a high-ranking person. The practical value of the second-level sea beasts is not high because there are so many of them. Many monks who hunt monsters will not take these monsters seriously. Because it is not easy for them to come to the outer sea once, they naturally need to find those powerful sea beasts to hunt. How is the annual spiritual crystal income of the island now? Luo Yan continued to ask. There was a kind of curiosity in his eyes, as if he asked casually. But at the same time, he was judging something. Mr. Luo, to be honest, the master brought us to this bird island in the bay to settle down, and it has only been a few years. If you don't count the income from the teleportation array, the spiritual crystals that have come in the past year are probably only more than 100 high-quality spiritual crystals. The old shopkeeper opposite explained with a wry smile, and Luo Yan frowned. Because this number is really too little, it is so little that it is unimaginable. More than 100 high-quality spiritual crystals seem to be a lot, but you have to know that the area of this island is almost as big as a small city. Moreover, there are dozens of servants under senior brother Miuchu. To be accepted as servants by a fellow senior brother with a cultivation level of the middle third realm, the strength of those people will naturally not be particularly bad. Luo Yan remembered that he had seen a big monster with an eagle face before, who seemed to be a follower of senior brother Mu. Judging from the aura on his body, he had at least the strength of the nascent soul stage. With such a big monster following him, The income of more than 100 high-grade spirit crystals a year, after a simple balance, is indeed no different from that of a poor ghost. After all, these are dozens of cultivators, not dozens of mortals. As if sensing the other party's surprised eyes, a few traces of embarrassment also appeared on the face of the old shopkeeper. There is nothing he can do about it. This group of people, except hunting sea beasts, have no other strengths. They have just arrived on this island not long ago, and have not started to raise spirit fish in the sea and plant spirit medicine on the island. Their spirit crystal income is naturally not high. The sea is not like the land. In the water world, it is not difficult to find the habitats of those fourth-level sea monsters. But the difficulty is how to kill them. Because they are in the water law is abundant, and the water control ability of those sea monsters is very extraordinary. Except for Muchu himself, other people in such a place will naturally be quite restricted. Therefore, although they have dozens of people, they really don't have much to do with the fourth-level sea monsters. They can only hunt some third-level sea monsters. But that kind of sea monsters already have strong wisdom, almost the same as human monks. Unless they can't dodge, they won't fall for ordinary traps at all. So, hunting sea beasts in the sea is far from as simple as imagined. This is definitely a time-consuming and laborious job. I have 3 points that I need you to arrange. Luo Yan retracted his gaze and instantly had an idea in his mind. In the eyes of Brother Mu, this island that has not yet been fully developed is a chicken rib for the time being. The profit of the spirit crystals produced each year may not be enough for the cultivation needs of these servants under his command. But since the other party has given such great sincerity, Luo Yan can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. The idea of selling the formula and medicine of the demon-attracting pill was naturally not easy to say. It was nothing more than a problem with the model of earning spirit crystals. If we simply help them change it, perhaps we can double the profit. Please give me your orders, sir. The old man in a purple-red robe said respectfully, with a very respectful attitude. At the same time, the old shopkeeper was also very curious about the suggestion of the disciple of the Five Elements Immortal sect. First, I need some spiritual objects to make the demon-attracting pills. Please arrange 2 people to help me collect more. You don't have to go too far. You can find them in the sea area. Maybe I will need them to help cultivate these spiritual objects in the future. Second, when the demon-attracting pills are made, you can arrange a few more people for me to go to this sea area to capture those second-level sea beasts. But there is one thing you must tell them. Remember to stop when you are satisfied and don't kill first-level sea monsters. You must learn to live a long life. Third, please go back to the inner sea in person. When he said the last point, Luo Yan paused for a moment. His eyes always stayed on the old shopkeeper. He kept looking at him for a long time, as if waiting for something. At the beginning, the old man in the purple-red robe had not reacted yet, and it can be seen that the other party's eyes full of meaning immediately thought of something. He said directly, "Please rest assured, Mr. Luo, my master and you are both people in the clouds. Once you say something, you will never break your promise. From today on, any profit generated on this island will be yours in half. I will guarantee this with my life." Luo Yan did not comment, and kept looking up and down, as if considering. Finally, he thought about it. Anyway, it was just some simple suggestions, and it would hardly cause any loss to himself. So he continued, "Third, please go to those spiritual food restaurants in the inner sea and pack up all their signature spiritual food and bring them back. Remember to go to a few more restaurants. In addition, you also need to observe where the areas where the key refining cultivators gather on the inner sea islands closest to our island are. Then rent a restaurant in that area." Luo Yan's instructions were simple. Although the old shopkeeper heard everything clearly, he could not understand the meaning. Although he was confused, he did not ask. As a slave, the old shopkeeper was already accustomed to obeying orders. "Please rest assured, Mr. Luo, I will follow your instructions." The old man in a purple robe said goodbye to Luo Yan, and then slowly left the forbidden room. However, he did not do it directly according to the order, but came to the cave of the young man who looked like a banished immortal at the first time, and told him what happened afterwards. In the end, he didn't even see Muchu, but only got this sentence. "Old Liu, just do it. Since my junior brother is willing, you should listen to his orders in the future. Anyway, this island is very empty and there is nothing. It doesn't matter what he wants to do. There has never been anyone in my 5 element sector who doesn't keep his word." Muchu, who was in seclusion, whispered, with a kind of Taoism in his voice, and his temperament was transcendent. Ordinary alchemists may find it difficult to catch his eye. But he knew exactly when his junior brother Luo came to this island and what he had been doing in the past 20 days. Chapter 478, On the Right Track, Tasting Spiritual Food, Tracing the Source of the Method of Refining Blood and Spiritual Power. In the cave, an old scroll was displayed in front of Muchu. A hazy light lingered on the scroll, like the rising sun, carrying the breath that swept the world. Soon, the originally hazy scroll had a very clear picture. A beautiful world with a sea and blue sky with flying birds. The world in the scroll was based on this island, and the sea area of dozens of miles was reflected in it. There was no mistake or omission. Luo Yan's previous actions were also fully revealed. Muchu didn't care much about such a scene. It was not until the previous incident happened that he suddenly thought of the strange green figure that appeared in the scroll world. The strange behavior of more than half a month finally had a reasonable explanation. It turned out that he was studying the formula of the demon-attracting pill. An alchemist who can independently develop pills, and is also his fellow apprentice, even if the other party's current cultivation realm is still a certain distance away from himself. But how could Muchu be so arrogant as to ignore such a genius and put on airs? His arrogance was only directed at those ordinary cultivators. In front of his fellow disciples, Muchu was still quite gentle. Because only the people in the sect were from the same world as him. 2 days later, in the newly opened alchemy room, Luo Yan put the spiritual objects on the table into a large round bottle in a certain order. On the other hand, he kept using fire to bake the surroundings to ensure that the temperature in the entire secret room was suitable for the fermentation of those microorganisms. There was also an old woman standing next to Luo Yan. This person was wearing a long gray robe, which was not a Taoist robe style. It looked like ordinary clothes. There were also many wrinkles on his face, but his eyes were extremely bright and energetic. Old Yang, have you written down the refining process of these 3 demon-attracting pills? Luo Yan whispered. The old woman looked very respectful and her attitude was very humble. Recalling the previous scene, the old woman, who already knew a little about alchemy, was even more amazed at this strange way of alchemy. She had never thought that there was such a strange way of refining elixirs in the cultivation world, and that elixirs could be refined even without using an alchemy furnace. This was beyond her cognition. Thank you for your teaching, young master. I have mastered it all. If you encounter any problems in this area in the future, you can always ask me. Luo Yan nodded gently, walked outside, and came to the sea. As soon as he arrived here, an old man in gray emerged from the bottom of the water, and then whispered, "This old slave has seen young Master Luo." Both the old woman and the gray-haired old man were servants of senior brother Muchu. For the disciples of the 5 Elements sect, this kind of thing as followers is actually very common. Because of their high status, some things are not convenient for them to handle by themselves. At this time, someone needs to run around for them. Just like this bird island in the bay, Muchu only needs to show up to scare all the monks who come to hunt monsters and make them behave themselves. This is the deterrent power of the monks of the big sect. The monks of the entire Wangxinghe Islands are all happy to become followers of the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. After all, this is one of the easiest ways to obtain the true law of the Great Dao and the granting of the Great Dao. Generally speaking, as long as there is a disciple of the 5 Elements sect as a guarantor and pay the price of double contribution points, you can choose a superior secret method for your followers. At that time, you will also need to swear the true oath of the Great Dao and place a law ban in their souls to prevent the method from being passed on. Even though there are many restrictions and the contribution points are very precious, it still attracts countless monks to pursue it. A superior secret method often also represents the subsequent Great Dao that can be expected. For the sake of future practice, it seems that there is nothing wrong with becoming a follower of a disciple of the 5 Elements sect. Seeing the other party salute solemnly, Luo Yan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite, and blue runes were jumping in his eyes. The originally slightly turbid seawater instantly became clear and transparent. Although it was deep and long, the bottom could be seen directly. On the sand bed of the sea area, there were many carnivorous spirit fish jumping back and forth. They gathered in this water area and never left. They were densely packed and gathered in a pile, which was very spectacular. In the center of their lingering, there was a group of medicine balls emitting a special smell. At this time, a second-level fish demon happened to rush towards this side at a very fast speed. The spirit fish around were also alarmed, and felt a majestic racial pressure, so they scattered. At this time, the gray-clothed old man who was originally standing on the sea surface took action. He just pointed at the water surface in the air, and two invisible thin ropes like water waves passed through the heavy seawater and bound the second-level fish demon. No matter how the other party struggled, he could not break free. In the end, he was directly taken into the beast control circle. How was the harvest these days? How many second-level monsters were caught? Luo Yan stood aside and watched. After the other party caught all the fish monsters, he asked. The old woman who had followed him to learn how to refine the monster-attracting pill also cast her eyes over, with a curious look in her eyes. Reporting to Master Luo, I have not moved a step in the past 2 days. I have always used this monster-attracting pill as bait. A total of 246 second-level fish monsters, 103 crab monsters, and 127 shrimp monsters were harvested. Please check it, Master. As he spoke, the gray-clothed old man took off the dozen or so beast-taming rings hanging on his body. They were almost full of the harvest of the past 2 days. His old face, which was full of mottled years, was now filled with excitement. Such an expression was actually rare in someone like him who had lived for hundreds of years. Before this, the gray-clothed old man had never thought that one day he would be excited because he had captured too many second-level monsters. Because each of these sea fish monsters represents a piece of spiritual crystal. The internal space of the beast control circle is very large, but it is almost impossible to fit so many second-level sea monsters. Therefore, the gray-clothed old man had to resort to this last resort. He used more than a dozen beast control circles to fit them. In the end, it was still not enough. There were really too many low-level sea monsters, and they could not be caught. What the gray-clothed old man never expected was that these sea monsters were really stupid to the extreme. They didn't care about the danger at all, but they also wanted to eat. So, it can really be said that they came one after another. Moreover, even though hundreds of sea monsters were captured, the number of monsters in the sea area did not show a downward trend at all. As before, just throw the demon-attracting pill into the sea, and it will definitely attract the surrounding sea monsters to come closer in a short time. It is really exciting. More than 400 second-level sea monsters, if the total value is considered, are almost equivalent to the value of more than 20 pieces of high-quality spiritual crystals. And this, just by himself, in 2 days, he has achieved the total harvest of dozens of people who went to the deep water area to hunt monsters for several months. No need, just put it on you. Hearing the gray-clothed old man excitedly talking about the harvest of the past few days, Luo Yan seemed very indifferent. After all, the second-level sea monsters are not as intelligent as the third-level sea monsters. Most of the time, they still rely on their instincts to find food. Although they have the strength of spirits, they have not escaped the instincts of wild beasts. Even the cunning beasts can hardly escape the traps of an experienced hunter. I think the harvest of the other few people should be similar. Luo Yan thought to himself. In this way, the harvest of capturing the second-level sea monsters alone may only take 10 days to be equal to the profit of spirit crystals in the past year. The effect of the demon-attracting pill is silent, and this is consistent with Luo Yan's expectations. Although this special pill can attract many low-level sea monsters, it will not attract the attention of high-level sea monsters. Because the spiritual materials used to refine these 3 demon-attracting pills were taken from this sea area. Buzz, at this moment, a rainbow light came straight from the direction of the island. An old man in a purple-red robe flew over. He glanced at the 2 people next to him, and then said to Luo Yan respectfully, "Young master, this old servant has finished his work." Luo Yan nodded, and then gave up the idea of continuing to patrol. Together with the old shopkeeper, he returned to the forbidden room of the store. The old man in the purple-red robe waved his hand, and nearly 100 plates of spiritual food fell out of thin air. Luo Yan directly grabbed the piece of spiritual food with his hand and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, a refreshing and delicious taste with bursting spiritual energy came to his heart. At the same time, he was silently chanting in his mind, "Spirit, simulate and analyze the production process of this dish. Establish a task and start monitoring sample data. Steamed spirit fish, using the meat of the second-level red spot spirit stone bream. The demonic energy contained in it is diluted, and the purest essence is retained. Taking it can speed up the practice of cultivators in the key refining period, and it has a miraculous effect on cultivators in the body refining period. Under normal conditions, the meat of the red spot spirit stone bream is hard, woody, and has a strong bloody smell. If eaten directly, it may conflict with the spiritual power in the cultivator's body. It was detected that there is a trace of sourness hidden in this plate of spirit fish meat. The source is being traced and analyzed. Analysis is completed and data results are being generated. The spiritual component of the red spot spirit stone bream is diluted, and it is acidic, which can dilute its meatiness and eliminate blood. After comprehensive simulation and comparison of the database, the possibility that the main body of its spiritual object is water crabapple flower is 73.3%, the possibility of it being sea octopus is 11.9%, and the possibility of it being Aconitum carmachilii is 4.8%. After Luo Yan tasted the spiritual fish meat, he found a pen and paper and wrote down several possibilities of diluting the demonic energy of the red-spotted spiritual stone bream. Then, he tasted the next plate of sea monster meat, and soon, he wrote it down on another piece of paper. In the eyes of the old shopkeeper, this disciple of the Five Elements sect, who was a fellow disciple of his master, simply tasted these spiritual meals, then closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, and then wrote down the way to deal with this plate of spiritual food. This magical scene amazed the old shopkeeper. Whether it is monster meat or sea beast meat, if you don't have a certain level of cultivation, you can't eat it casually. If you don't pay attention, you will be poisoned to death. The flesh and blood of high-level monsters is no different from the most powerful poison for low-level cultivators. Because the blood and demonic power in their monster bodies are very rich, low-level cultivators are completely incapable of refining them independently. Once a small piece is eaten by mistake, it will conflict with the spiritual power in the body, and its life or death is unpredictable. Therefore, the most important part of the spiritual food sold in those restaurants is how to expel the majestic blood and demonic power in the sea monster. In many cases, this is a secret that is not passed on. It needs to be bought at a high price. Its true value is no less than the 3-pill recipes that Luo Yan took out. Although it is just a way to deal with the demonic energy of the second-level sea monster body, relying on this secret method, it is not a problem to feed a family of immortal cultivators in the foundation building period. This is the preciousness of spiritual food, pills, talismans, magic tools, and formations. It seems to be just a small pill recipe, a way to deal with the flesh and blood of sea beasts, but in fact, it involves a lot of interests. This is why, in the cultivation world, many inheritors of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation like to cherish what they have. Because once you teach others, you are likely to starve yourself. Super sects like the Five Elements sect do not lack these inheritances in the cultivation of the 100 arts, but this kind of inheritance cannot be taught to others. If Luo Yan's 3 recipes for the demon-attracting pills came from the sect, then if he wanted to earn spirit crystals, he could only earn spirit crystals by refining the pills himself. In this way, he worked himself to death and only earned a few hard-earned spirit crystals. The efficiency was very low. Unlike now, Luo Yan only needs to teach them and he can sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Now, in front of the old shopkeeper, Luo Yan displayed such a miraculous method. This shock is unimaginable. I heard that the best alchemists must remember the pharmacology of hundreds of thousands of spiritual medicines and the characteristics of mutant spiritual medicines before they start learning to make alchemy. Only by mastering the pharmacology changes of these precious medicines can we perfectly control the pills in the alchemy furnace when making alchemy. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a disciple of the Five Elements Immortal sect. Just this ability to taste the sea monster meat and trace its origin is extraordinary anywhere. Master, it seems that your junior brother is really not simple. The old shopkeeper who had been staying aside thought secretly. Previously, he still felt that his master had paid such a big sum to win over this Taoist in green clothes, and it was not worth it. After all, this Baybird Island is the foundation of their group of people. The place they built with great effort actually had to share half of the profits for no reason. This made the old shopkeeper feel very uncomfortable. But now, seeing this scene in front of him, his thoughts disappeared instantly. His attitude became more and more respectful. The immortal sect disciple is worthy of being an immortal sect disciple. He can achieve such a level with just a puppet body. This is really shocking. Today, I will temporarily stop at this chapter. It took a long time to search for information. I will work overtime tonight and write more. I will try to post more tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Island Planning, Restaurant, Future, Island on the Sea. Time passed by bit. When Luo Yan tasted all the spiritual food on the table and recorded it on paper, more than an hour had passed. Okay, that should be about it. Luo Yan handed dozens of papers on the table to the old shopkeeper standing beside him. There were many tiny words written on them, and some even detailed the steps of how to deal with them. I have recorded the methods of dealing with the blood and magic power of these sea monsters. Some of them require several kinds of herbal spiritual objects. After you take them back, let them try them one by one, and then you can determine which single spiritual object or mixed spiritual medicine purifies the magic power and blood. After knowing these methods of dealing with magic power, the restaurant that Mr. Liu has set his sights on can start trial operation. However, there are still a few points that I need to remind you of. Holding these dozens of papers tightly in his hand, the old shopkeeper suddenly felt a sense of heaviness. The value of these things alone is more than enough to buy another island. Therefore, the old shopkeeper hurriedly replied, "Please give me your orders, sir. I will do my best. Don't be so serious, just a few small suggestions. When you find someone to run the restaurant, when selling those spiritual meals, you can adopt the early stage. The first 100 people who come to eat every day, as long as they order more than 2 spiritual meals, they will be given a spiritual meal. In addition, introduce a special regular customer system. As long as the spiritual crystals they come to consume reach a minimum level, they can be fed back with some benefits, such as at least 20% off or even lower prices for spiritual meals in the future." Slowly, Luo Yan talked about some restaurant management concepts. A newly opened spiritual restaurant must have its own characteristics if it wants to become famous in the shortest time. Only in this way can others remember you and feel curious about this place. This is actually a low-price promotion method, not unique to the world where Luo Yan lived in his previous life. It is very common in the secular world of Kangwu. Generally, there are many ways to promote products, such as sell on credit, sell for a while, take a break, take a ticket, cut price, etc. Sell on credit is easy to understand, that is, let you use it first, and then give it to you when you have money. Selling for a while is free tasting. Take a break is your lucky wheel. If you guess it right, you can give it to you for free. If you guess wrong, you have to pay to buy it. Red tickets are vouchers, and price cuts are small profits but quick turnover. What Luo Yan told the old shopkeeper was the last one, price cut. They have their own islands, and the efficiency of catching sea monsters is unmatched by others. In this way, the cost of opening a restaurant can be minimized. Then you can choose to fight a price war. Moreover, when the selling price of spiritual food is too low, the purchase price of low-level sea beasts will inevitably be affected. Many islands that breed spiritual fish, crab spirits, and clam monsters will find a way to cut and breed those sea beasts with higher profits when they see that the spiritual crystals earned from this road are too few. Without the supply, some restaurants that rely on this business will fall into a vicious circle. The more they operate, the more they will find that the low-level spiritual food industry, which was originally very profitable, has instantly become a losing business. In the early stage, using this method, some small restaurants can be completely driven to death. By then, the restaurants they opened have also established their footholds, and naturally there are not many competitors left. Once a monopoly is formed, prices can be raised quietly. Those spiritual crystals that were not earned before will have the opportunity to double in the later stage. Even, they can supply goods to those restaurants. In this way, a complete big cycle is formed. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will not even have the chance to survive. After all, in the inland sea, except for some spiritual fish that have not yet awakened, other sea beasts have owners. In such a place, it is not allowed to go to the sea to hunt sea monsters privately, otherwise, once discovered, they will inevitably be wanted by the island owner. Therefore, many shops that open spiritual food restaurants have only 2 channels for purchasing low-level sea monsters. One is to buy from the monks who hunt monsters in the outer sea. The other is to buy from the subordinates of the island owners. The cost of the first method is too high. If the price of spiritual food becomes lower, the purchase price of low-level sea monsters will naturally become much lower. At that time, the monks who hunt monsters will not spend too much energy on these low-level sea monsters. The second method will change the breeding environment in this area. After discovering that the flesh and blood of low-level sea monsters do not make spiritual crystals, many island owners will naturally turn their attention to other places. As long as a restaurant is opened and this model is implemented, then it will be a point-to-point breakthrough, and it will be fully developed to open a chain of restaurants. Providing the source of goods and seizing the low-end market can definitely make a way out among the many restaurants. Of course, this model of low-price dumping is likely to last for dozens, 100 years, or even thousands of years. Only then will the monks and the inner sea get used to it. When everyone has grown into the flesh and blood of low-level sea beasts, which is not worth a few spirit crystals, it is time for them to harvest. It is no exaggeration to say that if Luo Yan is allowed to operate and control this business, it will be no problem for him to become a regional restaurant overlord, not to mention feeding dozens of people. The reason why Luo Yan chose to take this path was that he finally decided after careful consideration. The formulas of these 3 demon-attracting pills are actually not very rare. The only thing that makes people feel more difficult to understand is the constant temperature to maintain the fermentation state. At this point, Luo Yan believes that there are not many alchemists in the entire Wangxinghe Islands who will conduct in-depth research in this regard. But the premise is that those people do not see the huge benefits hidden in it. Luo Yan's previous idea was very simple, that is, to sell the formula of the demon-attracting pill to more stores, and then gather enough essence of the 5 elements to refine the wood and water secrets. In this way, he is satisfied. He wants to make a one-time deal, get more contribution points first, and then raise his cultivation level. When the cultivation level is improved, then find another way to earn spirit crystals. For Luo Yan, it is not too difficult. But the generosity of that cheap senior brother immediately shocked Luo Yan. Such a big island was directly given to him in half, just for the sake of being in the same school with him, and the identity of the alchemist. The intention of making friends is self-evident. In this way, it seems a little inappropriate to sell the recipes of these 3 demon-attracting pills. In the past, there was only Luo Yan, and he could do whatever he wanted. But now, the profit produced by the Baybird Island is half of his own. If these 3 recipes are leaked, it would be like losing his own advantages. After all, the alchemists outside are not fools. When they know the specific effects of these 3 demon-attracting pills, they will definitely study them. As long as the pills are leaked a little, it is only a matter of time for those alchemists to restore the recipes. Luo Yan will not underestimate anyone in this world. It was just a second-level mixed spiritual object. It was not like a high-level elixir that needed to be injected with innate spiritual patterns. It was purely a technical job. This kind of low-level elixir, as long as the ingredients were analyzed and then tested one by one, it could be restored. So, for the sake of the future interests of the island, Luo Yan gave up the idea of selling to multiple stores. Since the elixir formula could not be sold, it was naturally necessary to take another path. There were people on the island, and there would be no shortage of flesh and blood of sea monsters. So just open a restaurant. In this way, the initial return might not be as much as selling the elixir formula directly, but it would be better in terms of long history. Once the chain of restaurants was opened, perhaps the contribution points before the nascent soul stage would have a place to go. This was the plan to earn spiritual crystals that Luo Yan decided to make after changing his mind and spending a lot of thought. In addition, the island had just been built, and the spiritual fish had not yet started to be truly cultivated, and various spiritual medicines had not yet been planted. When the subsequent development plans all began to get on track, it would be time to reap the rewards. As for breaking a contract, it is very common for ordinary cultivators to turn against each other for huge benefits. But Luo Yan and Mu Qiu are different. They are both disciples of the 5 Elements sect. In their eyes, spiritual crystals are only very important before the transformation of the spirit realm. Because the practice of secret storage and spiritual storage methods requires the refinement of many 5 elements. But in the sect, the total amount of 5 elements that individuals are allowed to exchange is actually capped. Otherwise, the number of spiritual energy particles refined by the spirit body of the Mahayana Venerable alone is too huge to be repeated. The sect is absolutely unable to afford so many 5 elements. Therefore, after reaching the transformation of the spirit realm, the practice of secret storage, Taoist storage, spiritual storage, and the spirit storage method needs to be found by oneself. For example, go to the territory of alien races to rob, or go to the outer space to wander and search among those broken stars, and participate in the battles of those miniature worlds with life. All of the above are what cultivators after the transformation of the spirit realm need to contact. The contribution point system of the sect will only ensure that the monks and the sect can strengthen themselves and have a certain self-protection ability when they are at a low level. But to complete the real transformation, it still depends on the monk's personal opportunities. Therefore, things like spirit crystals will be very important to the disciples of the Five Elements sect in the early stage. In the later stage of transactions, either barter or immortal crystals will be used as settlement currency. After all, the higher the realm of the monks, the fewer treasures they can regard as treasures. Spirit crystals will naturally be eliminated. Therefore, it is basically impossible for any disciple of the Five Elements sect to turn against each other for this little benefit. Second, I don't know how Senior Brother Mew arranged you. But since you're doing things, there must be corresponding rewards. After this restaurant is opened, half of the profits generated every month will be kept to build the island under our feet. Such as purchasing spirit fish seedlings, precious medicine seeds, arranging large-scale magic bands, etc. Luo Yan sorted out the clues and told all the ideas in his mind. I have to say that Senior Brother Mew and his group are really not suitable to be island owners and build the island. There is no complete planning and construction. The whole island is a mess. In addition to this shop and hundreds of caves, even the teleportation array was arranged by the Five Elements sect. After coming here for several years, this island has always been in a state of desolation. After a preliminary observation of the entire island, Luo Yan had to take action himself and plan the entire island. For the remaining half of the profit, Mr. Liu needs to go further and split it into 5 parts. I will take one of them, and you people who work on weekdays will share 2, and the remaining 2 will be left to Senior Brother Mew. Hearing this, the old shopkeeper immediately wanted to refuse. Because they are followers and servants of Mew Chu. How can the island's profits be divided among them? But Luo Yan raised his hand and signaled the old shopkeeper to wait for him to finish his words. The island under our feet is full of the 5 elements, which are endless and circulate non-stop. It is obvious that someone from the sect came forward and used the earth law to fill the area of the island as a whole, and then used the wood law to nourish the grass and trees, the gold law to strengthen the island foundation, and the water law to ensure its stability. Such a superb use of the 5 elements law can be called the ability to change the world. It is impossible to do it without the elders above the transformation realm. If you ask such a big man to take action, I am afraid that the number of contribution points consumed will be a day. So Brother Mew deserves the 2 benefits. When he said this, Luo Yan subconsciously looked at the ground. This island is very extraordinary. Because it does not exist naturally, but is built on the sea surface through great mana. In short, there is a great monk who has mastered the changes in the 5 elements law, directly fixed this sea area, and then used it as a cornerstone to build this island on the sea surface. Just like a sailboat on the water, floating on the water, as long as the 5 elements law exists, this island will not sink. This Baybird Island is the result of such a big move. Soil, sand and stones are moved from other places, then piled on the sea surface, and blessed by the 5 elements law to fix it completely. It will not sway with the waves, nor will it sink, as if it is a huge ship. In this way, an island on the sea is built. How can such a method not pay a little price? In addition, the remaining 2 benefits are also what you deserve. You also need to practice, and there may be younger generations in the family who need to be taken care of behind you. If you don't get anything because of your identity as a follower, occasionally a few times are okay, once a long time, who will do it seriously? After all, whether it is opening a restaurant, catching sea monsters, planting spiritual medicine, etc., you need to implement it specifically. When Luo Yan finished this sentence, he immediately caused the old shopkeeper to be silent. Because this is a fact, he can't refute it. After a moment, the old shopkeeper bowed solemnly to Luo Yan. Because the lowest level of cultivation of these dozens of people is the realm of great perfection of the golden core stage, if they were in other places, they would be more than enough to become the deacon elders of a small force. They could have lived a very easy life. Now, they have to go to the outer sea to hunt sea beasts to ensure their own cultivation needs. Even if they are followers, they are willing. But who doesn't want to live a better life in the future? Although the old shopkeeper didn't quite understand what Luo Yan said, he couldn't understand it. But he knew that in just a few days, he earned the annual income of dozens of them. The meaning behind this matter. The vision and breadth of vision of both parties are not on the same level at all. If you have doubts, just keep them in your heart. I have given you all the instructions that should be given. The basic framework is almost like this. The subsequent operation depends on you. Luo Yan said softly. The Wuxing Sea is very large. An island in the inner sea is actually equivalent to a small dynasty. There are a large number of people living in it. The place where mortals live is separated by a ban because of the filthiness and the weak spiritual energy. The place where practitioners gather is in another area. In this area, there are many ordinary monks. They were born on this island. After being tested to have the qualifications for cultivation, they can only be granted the subsequent cultivation methods if they become followers of the owner of this island. It is equivalent to a contract of sale. In this life, you must obey the orders of the island owner and cannot betray. This is the way many inner sea monks exist. Another way is to become a free man and live on the island, and you need to pay for living expenses. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the island, and all transactions on the island will refuse to be conducted with such people. Such a system is very much like a closed but very independent kingdom. On this basis, the five-element sect controls the external transmission array and guarantees the most basic legal system, such as killing mortals indiscriminately, harming fellow Taoists, practicing magic, etc. You only need to hold on to these major directions to ensure that there is no chaos in the Wuxing Islands. When the five-element sect recruited disciples, it was not only in these Wuxing Islands, but also in the spirits living in the inland sea, as well as the many affiliated small worlds controlled by the five-element sect. As long as they are living creatures within the territory, they have the opportunity to become disciples of the Five Elements sect, and their status is respected and supreme. This has formed a complete upward channel. It's just that the entrance examination of the Five Elements sect is very difficult, and few people can successfully join. In addition, the biggest voice on the entire island belongs to the island owner. Generally speaking, the Five Elements sect will not interfere in the management of the secular world and cultivators. In a world with such rich spiritual energy, the proportion of cultivators is very high. There are many cultivators, and most of the time they are still confined to the islands in the inland sea. Therefore, in such a slightly closed place, opening a restaurant is hard, but the benefits are really great. Many times, the spiritual crystals earned through those inconspicuous businesses will exceed everyone's imagination. And Luo Yan also plans to use this model as the original version and replicate it in large quantities on other inland sea islands. With the support of the flesh and blood of the sea monsters obtained at such a low cost, the profit of the spiritual crystals derived in the end will definitely not be lower than the profit of directly selling the sea monster corpses. It is also normal to divide part of the profits and give them to Liu Lao, the old shopkeeper, and others. The cultivation of these dozens of people is not low. Although they are nominally Muchu's servants, they can be ordered at will. But Luo Yan is not the kind of fool who only knows how to order people. For the subordinates, you need to have thundering means and a certain interest in it. Otherwise, if you only use loyalty to order a person, it will be easy to backfire over time. After all, human nature is the most untested thing. So at the beginning of the planning, Luo Yan directly divided the future income, construction expenses, etc. clearly, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble later. As for Liu Lao, the old shopkeeper, and others, how to redistribute the subsequent benefits is something they need to consider. Only when all the general directions are determined clearly, can the group of people under senior brother Muchu be able to clearly define their own positions. What kind of people go to make pills, what kind of people go to catch sea beasts, what kind of people should run restaurants, etc. Each has his own duties and clear division of labor. At that time, who does well, who does not do well, who generates more profits, whether it is a reward or a punishment, will all be clear at a glance. This is the core of management. If the benefits are not distributed evenly, it is very likely that the filth in people's hearts will burst out. At that time, leaks, blaming others, stealing, seizing, etc. are all very normal. Only by tying the interests of this group of people together, they will work harder. Even if a termite is born, it will not affect the overall plan. I thank Mr. Luo for his guidance, and I will never forget it. I will go down and make arrangements immediately. The old man in a purple-red robe saluted respectfully, and then slowly withdrew. Luo Yan sat cross-legged in the forbidden room alone, with a wisp of light flashing in his eyes, and his thoughts were flying. Luo Yan was also so dependent on this cheap senior brother. In fact, they were both people with similar personalities, arrogant in their hearts, and unwilling to bear other people's favors for no reason. But they would open their hearts to like-minded fellow disciples. After all, with such a familiar fellow disciple, Luo Yan would have one more place to ask for solutions no matter what happened in the future. After all, the power of an individual is limited, and the sect is to connect people like them and act as a medium for each other. Support each other on the path of cultivation and make progress together. In other words, with such a kind person as a fellow disciple, the possibility of them becoming friends in the future will be greatly increased, and they have a natural affection for each other. And this planning and guidance is nothing more than Luo Yan's return of favor. Senior brother Mu Chu gave him the maximum distribution of benefits, and Luo Yan tried to find a way to increase the profits produced by this island. In this way, the dozens of servants would have profits in their pockets, and there would be no gossip. On the other hand, senior brother Mu Chu's efforts also received corresponding rewards. A win-win situation. Half a year later, the entire Baybird Island has completely changed. Many places on the island have been reclaimed and some spiritual medicine seeds have been planted. The shallow sea area near the island has been set up with layers of formations and restrictions. There are also many spiritual fish constantly wandering in it. The entire Baybird Island has become a lively place. In Luo Yan's cave, there is a gray storage bag filled with many spiritual crystals. The green-clothed figure sitting cross-legged on the futon sank into the storage bag, and then a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Just based on the profit share in the past 6 months, the total number of spiritual crystals in Luo Yan's hands is enough for him to practice to the golden core stage. This is the benefit of borrowing power. Becoming an alchemist, or a formation master, a talisman master, etc., although you can earn some spiritual crystals, it is actually very limited. A cultivator who has mastered the art will never get as much benefit as a leader of a force. And it will be so much that it is unimaginable. This is an indisputable fact. If Luo Yan chose to cover up the recipes of the 3 demon-attracting pills and hide them in his palm, then his spirit puppet body would probably be in the state of refining pills every day, busy for spirit crystals. Unlike now, he only needs to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. It is so comfortable. First take this bag of spirit crystals back to the main body, and then speed up the main body's cultivation speed and break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. Luo Yan, sitting cross-legged on the futon, pinched his fingers, and countless rune lights jumped. Suddenly, another spirit body appeared in front of him. This time, it was just a simple spirit body technique, not a specially made spirit puppet. After taking this storage bag back to the sect, it can be disbanded directly, saving both time and effort. Buzz! A brilliant light emerged from the teleportation array of the Baybird Island. A green figure stepped in and then disappeared. 10 days later, when Luo Yan's spirit body returned to the sect and handed the storage bag to Luo Yan's body, he immediately exchanged these spirit crystals for contribution points. In the end, he got more than 1 million contribution points. It seems a lot, but in fact it is only equivalent to more than 100 top-grade spirit crystals. Xianling, I want to exchange for the essence of weak water. Luo Yan's mind sank into the 5-colored jade card, and then he whispered in the illusory space. Every disciple of the 5-element sect can exchange one kind of essence of the 5 elements in the treasure house every 10 years, with a total of 1,000 drops. 1,000 drops of weak water essence will cost a total of 1 million contribution points. Do you want to confirm the exchange? In the mustard seed hut on the height of the 100-foot cliff in Muxing Mountain, Luo Yan responded seriously, confirm the exchange. Yin. In an instant, the contribution points in Luo Yan's 5-colored jade card were deducted, and then a small ball of transparent liquid with a glittering divine light, crystal clear, but with a strong water breath, emerged from the void and fell in front of him. Although the water mass was only the size of a fist, it was surrounded by a majestic force. It was like a mountain, a river, or a lake, and it was as magnificent as sinking to the bottom of the sea. Luo Yan looked at it with curiosity and reached out to touch it. Chapter 480, 9 Years of Dan Formation, the third secret hidden method. Weak water originally refers to fast-flowing water that cannot be crossed. Weak water essence is actually the essence of concentrated water. The total amount of water contained in a drop of weak water essence is equal to the volume of the lake that Luo Yan had accumulated in the waters of the Great Lake before. 1,000 drops of weak water essence is the total amount of water in 1,000 lakes. It is so huge that it is shocking. Moreover, the water ore contained in this weak water is not only numerous, but also has the characteristic of indulging in everything. Very strange. Even if a feather falls on it, it will sink to the bottom in an instant. It seems like nothing. But it really exists. What Luo Yan needs to do now is to melt these 1,000 drops of weak water essence into his body, and then let those spiritual energy particles absorb it. His body glowed and became translucent. The spiritual energy particles in his body pulled this group of weak water essence to form a water curtain that tightly enveloped his body. At this moment, Luo Yan's eyes were filled with a blazing light, with rippling water and flowing light. It was as if his body had turned into an ocean, triggering the appearance of the diorama of water, and it was as rapid as a river flowing directly. At this time, Luo Yan's body had accumulated nearly 90,000 units of spiritual energy particles. However, the attributes of these spiritual energy particles were not all water power, but also a small half of the wood power. This was due to the second secret method that Luo Yan practiced during the foundation building period, the Green Emperor Wood King art. Unfortunately, these wood-attributed spiritual energy particles did not have obvious characteristics of the art before they were refined into the real wood essence. Luo Yan suddenly thought of Xiao Yuner. This little thing was a transformed spiritual medicine, and it should be able to gather some Yimu essence. But when he thought of Yang Zhao, he instantly extinguished this idea. It goes without saying that Yang Zhao also needs this Yimu essence to practice the Green Emperor Wood King art. Moreover, even if he asked Xiao Yuner for help, it would probably be difficult to gather the total number of spiritual energy particles that Luo Yan needed in a short period of time. I hope the 1,000-year-old peony can transform as soon as possible. Luo Yan thought to himself. A trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Spiritual objects of this level of the five elements essence are really too rare. The gold-attributed star essence, as the name suggests, can only be obtained in large quantities in the outer space. It is probably not easy to find spiritual objects of this level in the true spirit realm. In addition, the fire element's Lihuo essence, the earth element's Ziren, etc. Each of these is not an ordinary thing. If you don't have a little luck, you probably won't even be able to find out the relevant information. The 1,000 drops of weak water essence exchanged this time can only satisfy Luo Yan's body, 1,000 units of spiritual energy particles absorption. The vast majority of the remaining spiritual energy particles, as before, cannot carry any attribute spiritual power. Nor has it undergone a real transformation. The weak water essence enters the body, releasing a majestic water power in Luo Yan's body, and carrying a kind of active power. Wow! The sound of gurgling water came, and the 1,000 spiritual energy particles in Luo Yan's body began to change significantly after absorbing this group of weak water essence. Around the futon where he sat cross-legged, drizzles began to fall. However, these raindrops were very special. At the moment they fell, they did not wet the ground, nor did they pile up together. Instead, they automatically flowed back and returned to Luo Yan's body. At this time, Luo Yan seemed to be sitting under a waterfall, letting the falling water droplets wash over him, with a strong water rime. The entire mustard seed hut was also shrouded in misty water vapor and became blurred. Faintly, Luo Yan had a feeling that his perception of the water lore had increased again. This time, it was completely passive. Under the influence of these weak water essences, Luo Yan's perception of the power of water became deeper. The laws of the true spirit realm are complete, and the great Dao is flawless. Therefore, the spiritual objects of heaven and earth in this realm naturally have a strong breath of laws. The rich water power and the weak water essence still made Luo Yan feel a deep breath of law. This breath has no specific form and quality. It belongs to the kind of mysterious, but can be clearly felt. Coincidentally, he can feel this special law, and has an urge to understand the Tao. Luo Yan has dispersed his power once, and his body has also experienced the baptism of the immortal pond, which makes him more sensitive to the power of the five elements. Black Emperor Water King power. He silently recited the scriptures, and the water god Dharma body in his mind also fell into a state of understanding the laws of heaven and earth. At this time, Luo Yan's whole body was glowing, and the sound of the waves, the rushing sound of the river, and the crisp sound of the stream in the quiet mountain, splashing sounded non-stop. At this moment, he himself seemed to have turned into water, and with a thought, he became a part of the river and sea current. The laws of the true spirit realm are indeed very different from those of the lower realms. The divine visualization diagram, psychic particles, and the laws of heaven and earth are all part of the secret law. So this week water essence will resonate with me to a certain extent and help me comprehend the laws of water. A flash of enlightenment flashed in Luo Yan's eyes, and he was surrounded by mysterious scriptures, like the whispers of gods. The sound of splashing water continued, as if he was in the middle of the river at this moment, with a wild and unrestrained feeling. There was also a sense of majestic momentum facing the vast world. The spiritual energy around was also affected by this, from the blazing wood attributed spiritual energy to the water power that embraces all things. The mysterious and profound scriptures whispered, the azure light was like waves, and the power of psychic particles was infinite. Later, Luo Yan simply rushed out of this mustard seed hut, came to the water mountain, and lived here again. The aura of water on this giant mountain is very rich, which can bring him a more direct understanding of the law. Because there are only water-related laws on the mountain of Shuxing Mountain. Coming here, Luo Yan seemed to have calmed to the core of the water. The essence of weak water was gradually refined by the spiritual particles in his body. After refining these water essences, the 1,000 units of spiritual particles were already very different from other spiritual particles. One spiritual particle carries the power of mountains and rivers. 1,000 spiritual particles can create a doomsday scene in a local area, which is extremely terrifying. This is only a tiny transformation. If those 840 million spiritual particles are all transformed, how powerful will the Mahayana Venerable be? When traveling through the void by the divine decree, Luo Yan had seen some giant beasts as huge as stars. I wonder who is more powerful than the Mahayana Venerable, such a majestic existence? Gently shook his head, throwing these complicated thoughts out of his mind. Luo Yan had a hunch that as long as his mind moved, he didn't need to pinch his fingers at all, and the majestic water vapor release could completely submerge a small city. And this area of water is also very special, with the characteristics of drowning everything. Any creature that falls into it will be imprisoned and its spiritual power will be blocked. This is one of the characteristics of the Black Emperor Water Emperor power, the prison of water. As long as you fall into it, if you don't have the blessing of the same great power, you can't get out. The power of the top secret hiding method is completely revealed at this moment. Luo Yan's face was solemn, and he gradually sank into the state of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Time passed slowly, and 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. The scenery on the Five Elements Mountain is still beautiful, the playful sounds of the elves in the mountain continue, and the light of escape does not stop coming and going. It seems that everyone is busy. In the intermittent moment, at a height of 100 feet on the Shuxing Mountain, in a mustard seed hut in space, the world rumbled, and an unknown chanting sounded softly. Luo Yan's body and soul began to transform, releasing a majestic radiance. The 600,000 spiritual energy particles in his body gathered into a ball, like a blue and green sun, bringing a majestic power. There were wisps of rosy clouds, more gorgeous than a rainbow, and falling into pieces of spiritual light rain. At the same time, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth once again rushed into this mustard seed hut. The rapidly swirling spiritual energy even brought a low spiritual explosion sound. Apart from this, there were no other extra abnormalities. After all, this is on the Five Elements Mountain, and there are magic prohibitions everywhere, which can naturally isolate all information. In such an environment, even the cultivators of the upper three realms find it difficult to rouse huge fluctuations. Only those water spirits living on the water mountain, not far from the mustard seed hut where Luo Yan is, have some induction, and outsiders cannot detect these subtle abnormalities. Luo Yan uses the secret storage method, combined with the gathering of spiritual energy particles in his body has been transformed, becoming crystal clear and shiny. Most importantly, under the influence of the psychic particles, his bones became like the images of the gods in his mind, majestic, deep, and unpredictable. This is really amazing. Every inch of flesh and blood, every bone in the body, carries the power of wood and water, like the carriers of the two laws of heaven and earth, so it manifests a vision. At this time, a more intense breath of life than before emanated, which was extremely amazing. While washing Luo Yan's body, his soul was also nourished and became radiant. This is the golden core stage. After coming to the true spirit realm, relying on the hard practice that has never been relaxed, it took 11 years to finally transform himself successfully and become more powerful. There are also blue and blue 5 elements in the body, and the psychic particles are blazing. The transformation process lasted only more than a month, and it was completely transformed. Everything happened silently. But only the Cyan figure knew that from this moment on, he would no longer be the same as before. Luo Yan slowly opened his eyes, and a great pressure rolled up a layer of air waves, but was blocked by the prohibition of the space mustard seed hut. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented power, and the spiritual energy particles in his body were no longer scattered in a pile, but gathered into a ball. Luo Yan looked inward, and these spiritual energy particles gathered together, shaped like a bright sun, and at the same time, like a pill. Perhaps this is the origin of the name of the golden pill. Perhaps it was because Luo Yan practiced 2 kinds of 5 Emperor's secret storage methods. The spiritual energy particles in his body kept glowing, like flowing water, changing from light blue to azure blue, and then repeating the cycle. It was very crystal clear and beautiful. This group of bright sun was always in a state of change. During these 9 years, Luo Yan had been comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, and his mind was immersed in practice, without being affected by the many disturbances in the outside world. His spirit puppet rarely wakes up in Nanwan Bird Island. He just told the old shopkeeper Liu to send his share of the profit to the gate of Wuxing Mountain every once in a while. It can be said that it is precisely because of the existence of this group of people that Luo Yan does not have to worry about the issue of contribution points, so he can practice so attentively. Only after breaking through to the Jinden realm did Luo Yan truly understand the difference between the cultivators in this realm and the foundation building period, and where it is specifically reflected. First of all, in terms of psychic particles, it has increased from the initial 50,000 psychic particles to the current 600,000. It has almost increased by more than 10 times. Secondly, thanks to the changes in the power of the soul, it has also increased several times, and it can already be done initially, using the consciousness to launch soul attacks. This level of attack is like a dimensionality reduction attack. Everything seems silent, and if you don't pay attention, you will be hit. Finally, because of the 2 secret methods of the Black Emperor Water Emperor Power and the Green Emperor Wood Emperor Power, the psychic particles in Luo Yan's body have been integrated into the 5 elements of these 2 levels. The most obvious point is that at this level, Luo Yan can communicate anytime and anywhere, and wander in the wood and water energy between heaven and earth, so as to use the infinite power of heaven and earth to help him fight the enemy. Before this, the battles were all fought by releasing the spiritual power in the body to perform magical methods. There is an essential difference between this and the current situation, which directly uses the power of heaven and earth to fight the enemy. On the contrary, Luo Yan's appearance has not changed much, as if it has been completely finalized. His body is slender and shining, like a piece of beautiful jade. He has long hair and dark and bright pupils. He is not very handsome, but he has a temperament of transcendence. Is it a pill? Luo Yan thought, with a trace of relief between his eyebrows. Although he is still in the lower 3 realms, it is a great joy for him. Because it means a brand new starting point. The process of forming a pill is so simple that it makes him feel a little surprised. It is not even as difficult as the foundation of the heavenly Dao when Luo Yan was in the Kangwu realm. All this seems to be attributed to the practice system of the true spirit realm, which is different from that of the lower realm. And the power of the 2 secret methods. Xianling, I want to exchange for the 3rd secret method Huangdi Tu Huangju. Soon, Luo Yan got a scripture and a divine visualization picture. In the key refining stage, I practiced the water element, and in the foundation building stage, I practiced the wood element. Now that I have reached the golden core realm, I naturally have to practice the 3rd secret method. At this time, in the depths of Luo Yan's mind, there are already 2 divine bodies, one green and one blue. These 2 divine bodies blend with each other, and they repel each other faintly. However, this repulsive force is still very small for the time being and will not affect Luo Yan's practice. However, if he continues to visualize the 3rd divine picture, this repulsive force will directly erupt. At that time, it will no longer be a question of whether it is serious or not, but it may affect his future path. Unless Luo Yan can comprehend the deeper power of the 5 elements law, there will be a basis for regulating all this. But he is very confident and believes that he can do this. So at the moment of reaching the golden core stage, He exchanged for the third secret method without hesitation. In fact, this is the reason why many disciples of the Five Elements sect cannot practice multiple secret methods at the same time. Because their own understanding of the Five Elements law is far less than the conflict between these secret methods. If you can't improve your understanding in this regard, then practicing multiple secret methods will become a burden, and then affect your own strength. The solution is also very simple, that is to improve your understanding of the laws of the corresponding secret methods. For example, in the key refining stage, you need to comprehend the corresponding Five Elements laws before you are qualified to practice the Five Emperors secret method. This is the foundation method. If you can't comprehend the second Five Elements law in the foundation establishment stage, you are not qualified to contact the second secret method. Similarly, the golden core stage, the nascent soul stage, and even the God transformation stage are all the same. And the later you go, the more spirituality the gods and dharma bodies in your mind will accumulate. This also means that those who practice these secret methods need to have a higher and higher understanding of the five elements. Fortunately, although Luo Yan's attainments in the five elements are not particularly profound, he has finally qualified to practice the third secret method. However, the repulsion between the divine bodies in his mind is becoming stronger and stronger. If Luo Yan cannot take his understanding of the five elements to a higher level at the Jinden stage, I am afraid that when he reaches the Yuanying stage, the repulsion between the divine bodies in his mind will be so great that it is unimaginable. At that time, it will be impossible to practice the fourth secret method by force. You can't even explode and die. If you think so, the next task is heavy. Luo Yan roughly calculated how long it would take to reach the Yuanying stage based on the rate at which the three divine bodies absorb spiritual energy particles. As a result, it was found that if it was calculated at a normal rate and there would be no accidents in the middle, it is estimated that within 100 years, Luo Yan will be able to complete this state. But the problem is that among the 600,000 spiritual energy particles in his body, only the water spiritual energy particles have refined 1,000 drops of weak water essence. The remaining 99% of the spiritual energy particles are still blank. According to the exchange method of the Five Elements sect, only 1,000 drops of Five Elements essence can be exchanged in 10 years. Then Luo Yan may not be able to make the spiritual energy particles in his body have attributes in this lifetime. If you can't refine enough Five Elements essence, then no matter how many secret methods you practice, it will be useless. You can't play the power of these top secret methods at all. It's better to practice the superior secret methods. But the spiritual energy particles that have refined the weak water essence have a terrifying power. After seeing such a great power, how can Luo Yan be willing to settle for second best and not practice everything he has learned to the most perfect state? So, having spirit crystals alone is not enough. Not only can I comprehend the five elements, but I also have to find a way to find the essence of the five elements in the outside world to completely transform the spiritual particles in my body. Thinking of this, Luo Yan suddenly felt a headache. There was a heavy feeling that he couldn't speak. The laws of the true spirit realm are very powerful, there is no doubt about that. But the more top-level laws are, the more difficult it is to practice. The conditions that need to be met at the same time are simply too harsh to be outrageous. Chapter 481, Innate Cloud Patterns, Obstacles to Knowledge and Perception, Shape-Shifting, and many other restrictions on the difficulty of practicing the secret techniques gave Luo Yan a headache. Now he is no longer troubled by contribution points, but spiritual objects such as the five elements essence have stumped him. Needless to say, these spiritual objects are rare, and there are many in the five elements sect. But the problem is that the exchange of these five elements essence is extremely limited. Unless Luo Yan posts tasks in the mission area, specifically to those fellow monks who have not practiced a top secret storage method, to purchase their exchange shares. But when Luo Yan opened the mission area, it was full of such acquisition messages, and he instantly gave up this plan. Not to mention that the publishers of those tasks have increased the exchange price of the five elements essence by several times, or even more than 10 times. A disciple of the Five Elements sect alone only has a share of 1,000 drops of the Five Elements essence in 10 years. To solve the gap of Luo Yan's hundreds of thousands of spiritual energy particles, it is like a drop in the bucket. And the gap will only get bigger as time goes by. Those who can become disciples of the Five Elements sect are basically arrogant and confident. Who would be willing to give up the top secret storage method and practice the only superior secret storage method? Only those monks who are born with extraordinary spiritual roots will not care so much about the essence of the five elements. But how many such disciples of the five element sect can there be? Therefore, if you want to obtain enough essence of the five elements in this way, it is almost impossible without certain connections and a large number of contribution points. No wonder Senior Brother Muchu is so generous and doesn't care much about contribution points. It turns out that this is the problem. It was not until this moment that Luo Yan finally understood that things like spirit crystals and contribution points may be somewhat important in the eyes of the people of the Five Elements sect. But they are not that important, because many precious spiritual objects cannot be exchanged at all. For the direct disciples of the Five Elements sect, if they lack spirit crystals and contribution points, they can directly trade with fellow monks with a share of the essence of the five elements in the next 10 years, and instantly get a lot of contribution points. But these contribution points can only be used to buy some of the most common spiritual objects of heaven and earth, as well as various magical secrets. But the problem is that after taking the oath, the scriptures of magical secrets can only exist in one's mind and cannot be taught to others. In addition, many scriptures and secrets cannot be learned even if they are exchanged, so naturally few people will exchange them. As for those very rare treasures, they can only be exchanged with the essence of the five elements. The essence of the five elements is the universal currency recognized by everyone in the Five Elements sect. Because these spiritual objects of heaven and earth are recognized even in the territories of those foreign races. After all, for many great cultivators, things like spiritual crystals can only be used when the realm of cultivation is still low. After reaching a certain realm, spiritual crystals will naturally be eliminated. At this time, the essence of the five elements, fairy crystals, and other strange objects of heaven and earth are the currency sources recognized by all cultivators. The more powerful the cultivators are, the more accustomed they are to bartering, because there are really too few spiritual objects that can catch their eyes. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Luo Yan's eyes trembled. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't find a solution. Strictly speaking, the essence of the five elements, such a spiritual object of heaven and earth, will never spread to the outside world. It is either in the 9 netherworlds of the endless abyss, or in the Earth's core fire region, or in the outer space. No matter which one it is not accessible in ordinary ways. Luo Yan sighed. He didn't have enough essence of the five elements for himself, so how could he take it out and trade with other fellow monks? After figuring this out, his mind sank into the colorful jade card again. Xianling, help me exchange the basic practice method of the innate cloud pattern. In an instant, the mustard seed hut was shrouded in a burst of shining rays of light, and then it became extremely blazing. Finally, there were bursts of soft humming sounds. The sound of clicking and clicking continued, and there was an illusory air lingering. Layers of cloud patterns intertwined to form one white cloud shape after another, which was very amazing. These floating clouds, a vast expanse of white, gave Luo Yan a feeling of being in a fairyland. It was as if he was in the clouds, surrounded by white. A large amount of spiritual energy was rendered and constantly came towards this side. Cloud pattern. There was a blazing blue light in Luo Yan's eyes, which was the chip recording the changes around him. Wow. It can be clearly seen that each cloud pattern carries a mysterious power, and the power of heaven and earth is being drawn over. In the air, countless patterns intertwined, and the light was slightly blooming but not very bright. In Luo Yan's sight, these cloud patterns were beautiful, more like a landscape painting. If the runes are compared to a series of difficult-to-understand alien universe characters, the innate cloud patterns have become pictures that carry the laws of this world. Even if you can't comprehend it, you can still feel it. The laws of heaven and earth are mysterious things. Simply using runes to describe them will naturally appear dull. But the innate cloud pattern is different. It can specifically outline the other side of the law. Like the softness of the law of water, it will be portrayed in the form of continuous drizzle. At this point, the rune will only show the word rain. It contains mysteries that are hard to figure out. It is also easy to comprehend mistakes. The higher level rune information has been collected, and the most basic simulation model framework has begun to be built. Data is being generated. Begin analysis. There are 5 major categories of innate cloud patterns: Bagua, Jirgong, 12 symbols, 36 stars, and 72 stars. The basic morphological simulation changes are 2,239,488 kinds. It is estimated that the time required for all analysis is 8,970,240 hours. Hearing the indifferent response of the chip, Luo Yan felt a little shocked. Just the most basic morphological changes, these 5 types of innate cloud patterns can change into more than 2 million kinds, and the total analysis time is more than 1,000 years. With the current chip computing power, it still takes such a long time, which shows that the many changes of the innate cloud patterns are really too profound. At this point, Luo Yan was even confident that even if he looked at the entire true spirit realm, it would be difficult to find a creature that could thoroughly study this kind of cloud pattern. Because the most basic form changes, there are millions of kinds. If it is a higher level combined cloud pattern diagram, how many changes will be derived? To say that it is endless may seem a bit imprecise. But at least 10,000 years of time is still needed. In such a long time, if you still can't become an immortal, you may have become a handful of yellow earth. If the 5 elements mountain is not part of the immortal weapon, such a complete cloud pattern change diagram is estimated to be impossible to pass down. Don't look at these cloud pattern diagrams, the space occupied is not large, even only 10 feet in radius. But the innate cloud pattern is constantly changing, and every blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of changes flash by. For most cultivators, it is also the most basic innate cloud pattern, but everyone comprehends it differently. A great monk in the sect once boasted that this was because everyone's understanding was different, and the degree of sensitivity to the laws of heaven and earth was different, so naturally what they saw and understood was different. The fact is that so many innate cloud pattern change diagrams have changed in such a short period of time. Those ordinary monks naturally cannot fully understand it. Even a great monk, who has a divine mind that others can't reach, can't remember such a complex innate cloud pattern diagram at the same time in a short moment. If this kind of special inheritance only relies on the understanding and memory of living beings, it would probably have been annihilated in the long river of time. Only the spirit of the immortal weapon, this kind of existence that is close to the Tao, can record it completely. Therefore, it is not that the innate cloud pattern diagram has all the images of the laws of the world, but the monks who practice it are limited by the laws of heaven and earth that they have understood, so they can only see the cloud pattern diagram of the part of the law that they have understood. Most monks have limited energy. If they understand the law of water, it is difficult for them to understand the law of fire, let alone understand the changes in the cloud pattern diagram of the law of killing. The changes in the innate cloud pattern derived from the laws of heaven and earth that are not within the personal cognition will naturally not be observed. The Buddha once circulated many words of warning in the outside world, such as all living things in the world have knowledge and views. The so-called knowledge and views are also applied to the innate cloud pattern. If Luo Yan did not have the help of the chip, he would only think that the white clouds were very simple clouds when he comprehended this large innate cloud pattern, rather than a law-derived change. Fortunately, the chip is most sensitive to the microscopic level, so it can depict the complete basic cloud pattern so clearly. I didn't expect this innate cloud pattern to be so complicated, and the directions covered by the 5 major fields are different. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people to find common points among them. Luo Yan said to himself, the great laws of the true spirit world are really too perfect. It is so perfect that there are millions of basic changes in the innate cloud pattern used to describe the laws of heaven and earth. Because the great Tao is perfect, most of the laws of heaven and earth can be evolved through the changes between these cloud patterns. If Luo Yan can understand all these innate cloud patterns, in principle, he can learn any scripture recorded in cloud patterns. The magical powers of the true spirit realm are not much different from those of the Kangwu realm in essence. The only difference is the way the two use the secret art treasure scriptures. This is actually very easy to understand. The fireball technique in the Kangwu realm is still the fireball technique when it is used in the true spirit realm. The difference is that the difference in the spiritual power system of the cultivators who use the same Taoist technique causes the difference in the power of the fireball technique. For example, the various magical secrets that Luo Yan practiced in the Kangwu realm can still be used without reservation, and the power will not be weakened at all compared to the normal treasure scriptures. Because this is a technique. It is just a form of cultivators driving the spiritual power in their bodies. Strictly speaking, the biggest difference between the two worlds is the secret storage method of the true spirit realm and the foundation method of the lower world. These seem to be two different paths of cultivation. However, from the current point of view, the path to the lower world is still imperfect and is a dead end. But the laws of the true spirit realm do have many extraordinary features. Luo Yan's mind was immersed in the colorful jade card. Looking at the secret art treasure book that looked like stars, he actually felt that he had no idea where to start. Because there are so many magical skills in it, it is all-encompassing and can't be seen. Since the difference in the level of magical powers is not big, Luo Yan has no intention of changing the secret magical powers. After all, if you practice from the beginning, you will have to waste a long time before you can reach the level of fighting against it. There is no need for that for the time being. However, Luo Yan still found the middle part of 5 colors of divine light in the treasure house of the 5 elements sect. He must exchange this great magical power. In addition, he also found a great magical power called shape-changing. The peculiarity of this treasure is that it is a secret method of space. As long as you put a special mark on someone within a certain range, you can teleport directly to the other person's side. When you practice to perfection, you can appear anywhere within the reach of your mind with a thought. This is much more mysterious than the teleportation technique formed by the Yuanying cultivators, Yuanying out of the body. However, it is actually difficult for many disciples of the upper 3 realms to get started with the magical powers of space, let alone the disciples of the 5 elements sect. Of course, the entry here does not mean that you cannot use the secret arts of space, but refers to the perception of the laws of space. This is like a cultivator can walk on the river and fly to the other side. But the cultivator who flew over is not part of the river. When a cultivator who truly comprehends the laws of space encounters a river, he does not need to fly at all. He only needs to touch the water flow, and his figure will instantly appear on the river surface on the other side. This is the real law of space, which requires oneself to become a part of it, rather than a medium. In the cultivation world, there are actually many secret arts and magical powers involving the laws of space, such as the teleportation of Yuanying cultivators, the world-reaching distance cultivated by Liangsu cultivators, and the space confinement method of the upper 3 realms. In principle, these secret methods only exist independently in the form of techniques, and are not the real laws of space. After all, the law of space is one of the most superior laws of the Great Way. It is omnipresent and all-reaching, so it is naturally difficult to comprehend it. Despite this great magical skill involving the change of spatial levels was still exchanged by Luo Yan. Anyway, he is almost not short of contribution points now. Because in the past 9 years, the income produced by the Baybird Island has been increasing, and Luo Yan can get a large amount of spirit crystals every year. These spirit crystals were exchanged for contribution points by him. Therefore, he is actually not short of contribution points now. After having a large number of contribution points, Luo Yan seems to be much more relaxed when exchanging scriptures, treasures, and various jade slips of knowledge. Everything is based on his degree of interest, and he considers exchanging these secret methods first. Anyway, there are plenty of spirit crystals, so there is no need to be too tight on money. In addition, Luo Yan also exchanged for many spiritual secrets, such as the soul-sealing curse, the soul-shocking yang-locking curse, and so on. He was naturally curious about this kind of secret technique that specifically acts on the soul level, and would not let go of the plan to practice. Maybe it will be useful in the future. And the materials for arranging the spirit puppet body must be carefully selected. Luo Yan's eyes kept flashing, and his mind had a complete plan in a very short time. Take one step and see a few steps. This has been his habit for many years. Plan out the problems that may be encountered or the variables that may occur in advance, so as not to be at a loss when the time comes. After all, it is related to one's own practice, and there is no room for carelessness. The cultivators in the true spirit realm fight almost all of the spiritual power stored in the spiritual energy particles. If my spirit puppet body encounters a cultivator of the same level, it may not even be able to survive the opponent's 10 moves. This is a huge difference, and Luo Yan must face it. The two things, the visualization map of the gods and the spiritual energy particles, are the methods that are added to the minds and bodies of the cultivators. The spirit puppet body cannot do this. Therefore, after reaching the Jinden stage, Luo Yan's strength has widened a large gap with the spirit puppet body. After all, the only place that provides spiritual power for the spirit puppet body is the small core placed in the heart. However, Luo Yan has hundreds of thousands of spiritual energy particles in his body. The spiritual power that both sides can drive is not at the same level at all. If a conflict breaks out with others, his spirit puppet body may not even have the chance to escape and will be blown up on the spot. Because there is only one kinetic energy source to drive the spirit puppet body, the spiritual power of heaven and earth that can be mobilized will also become extremely limited. The gap between the two is like the difference between a mountain sparrow and a swan, so big that they cannot be compared. Spirit energy particles. This is indeed a big problem. Luo Yan knows that the power that the cultivators of the true spirit realm can master is far beyond the reach of the cultivators of the lower realm. The hundreds of thousands of spiritual energy particles can mobilize a lot of spiritual power from heaven and earth. Even if the core of the spiritual puppet body is used to fill the body, it is far less than his original body. This is a qualitative gap. Luo Yan thought about it for a long time, and he also read many ancient books in the secret treasury, but he could not solve this problem perfectly. The cultivators in the true spirit realm generally use the second spiritual body technique if they want their fake bodies to have a certain strength. That is, when the cultivator's realm reaches the nascent soul stage, the spiritual energy particles hidden in his body can be transformed into human form. In this way, he can perform the technique of external incarnation. At this time, the second spiritual body has no big difference in strength compared to the original body. And it has the possibility of unlimited regeneration. Therefore, in the true spirit realm, most high-level cultivators generally choose to drive the second spiritual body to travel when they go out for training. Although the technique of external incarnation cannot perform the secret techniques of the soul, it will take a long time to recover completely after being blown up. But this still cannot cover up its almost perfect advantages. The spirit body dies, but the main body is intact, as if the cultivator's original body is here in person. In fact, this is similar to the spirit puppet body technique that Luo Yan has been using. But with the suppression of the great way of heaven and earth, and the changes in the cultivation system, the original spirit puppet body technique is no longer applicable to the current true spirit world. If Luo Yan still wants to use the spirit puppet body to sharpen his strength as he did in the lower world, it will become impossible. Because the spiritual power that can be mobilized by the spirit body technique is too little, so little that even if he uses the laws of heaven and earth, he can compete with cultivators of the same level. Not to mention competing with disciples of the same level, even ordinary casual cultivators find it difficult to suppress them lightly. The limitations are too great. Perhaps we can only think of a way from the innate cloud pattern, or even the silver tadpole pattern. Luo Yan thought to himself, and thought of a way that can't solve the problem now. The analysis of the innate cloud pattern is very slow, and it cannot be used on the spirit puppet body at present. As for the silver tadpole pattern, a rune that can carry the true immortal's Dao thoughts, Luo Yan searched through the entire Five Elements Mountain treasure house, but could not find a way to practice it. Logically speaking, with the strength and status of the Five Elements sect, even if there is not much inheritance about this kind of cloud pattern, there should be no information that can be found. Obviously, this level of inheritance information should be deliberately blocked by the top leaders of the Five Elements sect. You need to have a certain power and status in the sect to be able to exchange it. In addition, there is also the exchange of heaven and earth spiritual materials. At first, Luo Yan wanted to find a high-level jadeite to see if it could solve the problem of insufficient spiritual power in the core of the spirit puppet body. But as he continued to flip through the pages, the vertical lines on his brows became more and more. Because high-grade precious medicines and spiritual objects could not be found at all. Unlike in the lower realm, the things in the Five Elements sect's treasure house were also subject to realm restrictions. For example, Luo Yan's current realm was at the golden core stage, so he could not exchange for treasures of the 4th level or above. Unless it was a protective magic weapon, a secret medicine for healing the flesh, or a secret medicine for the soul, etc. Otherwise, he could only exchange for precious medicines and spiritual objects of the same level and grade as his own realm. In this way, Luo Yan felt that there were too many restrictions. There were restrictions everywhere. It was quite an embarrassing situation of having contribution points but nowhere to spend them. This made Luo Yan's idea of using the 4th level heaven and earth spiritual materials to replace the core of the spirit puppet body, and his lack of spiritual power also fell through. Xianling, how many levels of identity jade cards are there in the Five Elements sect? Luo Yan asked softly, with a lot of doubts in his heart. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he was restricted and could not exchange for the spiritual objects he wanted. The direct descendants of the immortal sect should have 3 levels, 5-color mysterious jade, 7-color purple jade, and gilded immortal jade. After hearing this, Luo Yan turned and continued to ask, "How can I improve my status in the sect? I don't have enough authority to answer." Hearing the explanation of the 5 elements mountain spirit, Luo Yan frowned. Even this little information right has to be blocked. It seems that there are many secrets hidden in the 5 elements sect. However, the upper level has an information blockade plan, and Luo Yan also has a ladder to solve the problem. And it is a legal and compliant channel. Even if it is seen by those senior elders, they can't find any faults. Luo Yan then came to the task area and posted a message with contribution points. How can low-level disciples improve their status? At the end, it was also marked that the method of upgrading the 5-color mysterious jade to the 7-color purple jade token, if there is a method to upgrade the gilded fairy jade token, all can be negotiated. Because he was not familiar with this kind of knowledge, Luo Yan did not set the reward for how many contribution points, and wrote that it could be negotiated. As long as the price asked by the other party is reasonable, he will not refuse. This may seem like just a matter of 1 or 2 words, but it actually has something to do with Luo Yan's future practice. So he must figure this out. Luo Yan even thought about asking that cheap senior brother. But then he thought, this is not a big deal, and there is no need to disturb senior brother Muchu's practice just to solve a doubt in his heart. Anyway, he still has a lot of surplus contribution points now, so he might as well just issue paid tasks. Chapter 482, 4 types of tasks: killing monsters, exterminating evil spirits, garrisoning, and patrolling. The identity token of the 5 element sect disciples has many functions. Not only can it be exchanged for various spiritual objects, but the mind can also come to an illusory place. This is a special place similar to a spiritual space. A large screen of bright color floats in the air, listing many tasks. Luo Yan's current realm is at the Jinden stage, so the tasks that caught his eyes were all tasks that required cultivators of the Jinden stage to perform. For example, far away on the border of the Wangxing Sea, near the Xianhe area, there is a place called Fueling Islands. Because of many wars with the scale viper-faced monster clan, one of the sea clans, both sides fought a real fire in that area. As a result, the creatures in that area suffered heavy casualties, including human cultivators and sea creatures. As more creatures died, the seawater turned black and red, and the fishy smell lingered for a long time. Over time, that large area of sea area gradually became a ghost den. The creatures in the sea dared not approach, and the cultivators of the Wangxing Sea did not dare to step in. But as the overlord of the Wangxing Sea, the 5 element sect would naturally not sit idly by and watch the birth of the ghost den. Therefore, disciples with the most yang, most rigid, most powerful and most fair spiritual power are needed to purify the dead air in that sea area. This is a long and hard job, and the reward is barely acceptable. The task reward is 50 drops of 5 elements essence per year. In the Northwest Sea, near the Bimang Island, there are patrolling sea yakshas. Just kill one of them and you can get 300 drops of 5 elements essence. The reward for this task is very generous, but the danger is also great. Because you need to go to the deep sea and face the risk of being besieged. In the inner sea, a large number of mortals died in the Madeira Islands. Finding out the cause can get 50 drops of 5 elements essence, and finding out the real culprit behind the scenes can get 200 drops of 5 elements essence. Luo Yan stood under this illusory big screen, raised his head and looked at it, constantly scanning those sect tasks. This gave him a strange feeling. Although the territory controlled by the 5 element sect is very large, there are still many ghosts and monsters in the territory. Behind the seemingly peaceful Wangxinghe Islands, there are many waves and evils. It's nothing more than calm on the surface. Although there are many tasks on it, they can actually be roughly divided into 4 categories: killing monsters, killing evil, garrisoning, and patrolling. Every disciple of the 5 elements sect can earn the essence of the 5 elements according to his own wishes. This is also one of the few sources of the essence of the 5 elements for them. Although the rewards of these tasks cannot solve the problem of psychic particles in the secret method in the body for many disciples of the 5 elements sect, they can be sustained and stable. For example, those disciples of the 5 elements sect who like to kill and challenge themselves can take on tasks such as attacking and killing patrolling sea yakshas, flying rakshasas, and 9 infant dragons. The opponents to be faced in these tasks are very strong, and they are still in the deep sea. If you are not careful, you will be surrounded by the sea clan. But as long as you are strong enough, you can get a lot of 5 elements by constantly killing the opponent. Because the many species living in the sea are hostile to the human race. Both sides need to control large areas of sea to increase the territory of their own groups. Therefore, the monks of the Wangxinghe Islands, led by the Five Elements sect, fought with these sea creatures very frequently. There was chaos everywhere. Both sides won and lost, and the fight was fierce. The general patrolling sea yaksha and flying rakshasa were okay. As long as they found the right opportunity, they could still launch a successful sneak attack. But the Nine Infants Dragon clan was different. The creatures of this clan were so powerful that they were terrifying. They had the ability to overturn the sea and the sky, and they mastered the law of water. In a place like the sea, any waves could basically not be hidden from their perception. If they encountered the creatures of this clan, most of the Five Elements sect disciples would not be their opponents. Moreover, there were many strong men lingering around the Nine Infants Dragon clan. Once they met, they would be a large group. Therefore, it was almost impossible to complete the assassination one-on-one. On the contrary, there were also many talented disciples in the Five Elements sect who died in their hands. The tasks issued by the sect were listed at the top. Below were the tasks issued by many Five Elements sect members themselves. Some were looking for ancient precious medicines, some were going to alien territories to look for opportunities, and some were asking for advice on how to comprehend the laws of the Great Way. There were all kinds of tasks, so varied that it was dazzling. The rewards for the tasks ranged from contribution points to heavenly and earthly treasures to the essence of the five elements, etc. But there was no doubt that the value of these spiritual objects was extremely amazing. Wow! Suddenly, the task of asking for advice that Luo Yan had issued received a response in a short time. A flying talisman came, with a reward of 1,000 contribution points written on it. Luo Yan nodded and agreed to pay the contribution points, and then the ban on the flying talisman dissipated, and a slightly low voice sounded quietly. The direct disciples of the Five Elements sect are divided into 3 levels, Zuanayu, Ziayu, and Xianayu. Most disciples automatically have a 5-color Zuanayu token from the moment they become direct disciples, and can obtain the right to live on the Five Elements mountain, the right to exchange the Five Elements essence and the Jade Purity Key, etc. If you want to improve your status in the sect, you can only complete the promotion by completing tasks. Performing regular tasks 500 times can upgrade the J token level of the 5-color Zuanayu by 1 level. Disciples with 7-color purple J tokens can increase the number of 5 elements essences they can exchange to 100,000 drops every 10 years, and have the qualification to exchange for purple pure gas. The news from the talisman made Luo Yan fall into deep thought. The level of the identity J tokens of the 5 elements sect disciples was actually divided according to the number of tasks they performed. This was beyond his expectations. In fact, in the true spirit realm, the purple pure gas is not as rare as imagined. Because there are too many great monks traveling in the starry sky. Generally, you can purchase it here by posting tasks yourself. But the price is also very expensive. At least hundreds of thousands of drops of the essence of the 5 elements are needed to purchase 1 strand. Such a high price naturally discouraged many disciples of the 5 elements sect. We have to perform 500 tasks. Luo Yan frowned. This was such a huge amount of tasks. Even if he performed 4 tasks a year, it would take more than 100 years to upgrade his identity token. If he chose not to upgrade his identity token, how could he practice his secret treasure method with only 1,000 drops of the essence of the 5 elements in 10 years? Therefore, it was necessary to upgrade the level of his identity token. Not to mention, the source of the essence of the 5 elements can only be obtained through these 4 types of tasks. Luo Yan was not Yang Zhao. He had great luck. As long as he went out, he would definitely gain something. Treasure scriptures, secret techniques, and spiritual objects all fell into his arms. Luo Yan's own luck was average, and the problem of his spirit puppet body had not been solved. Naturally, he would not go out to look for opportunities. His eyes were still on those sect tasks. Regular tasks. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing the special word, and his mind moved secretly, calling out in a low voice, "Fairy, help me choose a task that is suitable for me to perform, but does not belong to the regular category." Suddenly, the illusory large screen in the air began to shake, and the dazzling tasks disappeared in an instant. Only a dozen or so remained. Among them, the first one was written with a high number of acceptances of 1,246 times, and the number of failures was also 1,246 times 100% failure rate. What kind of fairy task is this? Luo Yan looked at this task with curiosity. 9 Immortals Island, in the inner sea of the Wuxing Sea. Since 17 years ago, low-level cultivators on this island have been disappearing for no reason every day, and now there are thousands of them. Someone saw with their own eyes that the other party turned into a rain of spiritual light and dissipated in public, and then there was no sound. So that all the cultivators on Jiuxin Island are in a panic. Task requirements: find the truth about the disappearance of those cultivators and kill the culprit. Note: the cultivators on the island are allowed to help. Task reward: 22,500 drops of 5 elements essence, the cumulative number of 20 regular tasks. Luo Yan carefully read this task and did not find much information. However, the task reward is quite generous, almost dozens of times more than the reward of ordinary tasks. But the completion rate is also frighteningly low. So far, no cultivator from the 5-element sect has been able to complete this task. Luo Yan's eyes moved down and continued to look at several other special tasks. The number of times these tasks have been accepted and failed is at least dozens of times. But because the time of announcement is still a little short, it naturally cannot be compared with the first task. Even so, the difficulty of these tasks is very high. So far, no one has been able to complete them. Guangling Island, the border of the Wuxing Sea. There is a 3rd-grade red essence gold mother mine under the island. A small half of the mined gold mother mine always disappears for no reason. It is suspected that someone inside stole it, or it was swallowed by a special creature. Task requirements: find the missing red essence gold mother mines and find the thief. Task reward: 2,350 drops of 5 elements essence, the cumulative number of 5 regular tasks. Not only these 2 tasks, but also the remaining dozen tasks are of similar nature. Either the monks disappeared strangely, or the spiritual objects on the island disappeared out of thin air, giving people a feeling of doubt. These special tasks are very strange. None of them are the type of fighting and killing. Basically, they are tasks that require brains to be used to investigate. Many disciples of the 5-element sect accepted these tasks, but they all failed without exception. On the contrary, the completion rate of those raiding and killing missions is much higher than this kind of mission. Because the power of those target creatures is visible. As long as you know the approximate strength of the other party, you can always find a way to destroy it. Only when the previous batch of cultivators who carried out this mission failed, the rest of the 5-element sect members can see these missions. Each time, at most 5 people can accept this special mission at the same time. Even so, these tasks are very difficult. It has been hanging there for a long time, and no one has accepted it. Although there are only a dozen giant and realm tasks, it gives people a feeling of having nowhere to start. Especially many geniuses with simpler thinking, when they see this kind of special mission, their brows are frowned more fiercely than the lines on their hands. It only takes 3 months to complete a mission, and the reward is 20,000 drops of 5 elements essence, and the accumulation of 20 regular missions. Basically, no one is not tempted. But the problem is that the mission has been hanging here for more than 10 years, but no one has ever been able to complete it. Some people also speculated that it might not be long before this task would disappear from the task list of giant and stage cultivators. Thus, it could only be accepted by Yuanying stage cultivators. Luo Yan looked up and down at these dozen tasks for a long time, and did not choose to accept them immediately. Instead, he looked through notes of the disciples who failed to perform the tasks one by one. The origin of Jiuxin Island is very great. The 9 island masters on it are the 9 elders of our sect. Their lowest cultivation level is the Shinho stage, and they have long since stopped caring about the secular world. This is the earliest task record left. This disciple of the 5-element sect did not record the disappearance of many cultivators, but checked the people on this island roughly. The recorded task information was very sloppy. In the end, due to the 3-month task deadline, this task was completed. Despite this, the many information left by this person still provided a lot of help to those who came later. It was strange when those monks disappeared. Some even disappeared right in front of us without any trace. The last time, I opened the martial arts holy eye, and saw a strange pattern flash by. It seemed to be a statue of an evil god. With a record of the previous failed tasks, the progress of the later ones became much faster. Some people even found the statue of the evil god, which seemed to come from the depths of the sea. But from then on, There was no more useful information. What's more, after accepting the task, they chose to give up automatically after staying on the island for less than 10 days. Because there was no clue at all, people didn't know where to start. It was more convenient to leave quickly than to waste time here. There is something wrong with the people on Jiuxin Island. Among them, a fellow disciple who failed in the mission wrote such a short sentence. It was very abrupt and gave people a feeling of being without a beginning or an end. The rewards for these special tasks were not only generous, but also very different from regular tasks. That is, they had already broken away from the simple fighting and killing. You need to have a very flexible mind to solve the problem. The failure rate was ridiculously high, and if one was not very smart, it would be impossible to carry it out. Although the disciples who accepted the task could be one person or several people, even if 5 people accepted it at the same time, they would not be able to find the problem. Chapter 483, Falling leaves indicate the coming of autumn, wolves and dogs, and the wisdom hidden in the system. These tasks seem to be deliberately diverting the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. The fake body that Luo Yan's mind conjured up stood in the illusory space for a long time. Because in order to upgrade the level of the identity jade card, it is actually necessary to perform 500 routine tasks. This seemingly simple and ordinary assessment must contain its unique profound meaning. Because for an ancient force like the 5 Elements sect, the sect system may not be absolutely fair, but every existing system must have its rationality. A large number of routine tasks for giant and period cultivators. Top-level secret storage methods, the essence of the 5 elements. The scenes that had been experienced before all shuttled through Luo Yan's mind. At this moment, he thought of many possibilities. And he thought that the most likely one was to temper the heart. Seeing the leaves and knowing the autumn, this ability to jump out of the cage and create another world, although Luo Yan did not dare to guarantee that he had it. But he still had the ability to see through the appearance of things and see their core. Whether it is the level of the identity jade card or the exchange limit of spiritual objects, it is actually a means to constrain the monks and the sect. In the 5 Elements sect, as long as the disciples who practice the 5 Emperors secret collection method basically need to refine a large amount of 5 Elements essence to transform their own secret collection method. But the 5 Elements essence is too expensive, and it is a kind of wonder of heaven and earth. Such a large sect has countless monks, so it is naturally impossible to open up the supply. So there are those not so simple tasks, and the 5 Elements essence is used as the task reward. Although the number is not large, the total number is still very considerable over time. Therefore, in the eyes of the monks of the 5 Elements sect, if you like to kill monsters, you can stay in the outer sea for a long time, satisfy your desire to kill, and earn the 5 Elements essence for cultivation, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If you have an upright and absolutely fair heart, then go to perform tasks such as patrols. Over time, you can also obtain a considerable amount of 5 Elements essence. With a cultivation to higher realm as the initial power source and the 5 Elements essence as the core kinetic energy, the activity of the entire sect is mobilized. And it comes from the heart. Everyone is willing to do what they are good at. This is a bit like training wolves. At first, the wolf cub was born extremely ferocious. But suddenly one day, it found that it only needed to run around the front door once, and you rewarded it with a piece of meat. Over time, it will get used to it. It thinks that it only needs to run hard every day to make itself full. Little did they know that it was precisely because of this continuous running and continuous rewarding behavior that the wolf, which should have been a free wolf, was finally trained into a domestic dog. Once a stranger approaches, your first reaction is naturally to be alert, and then bar your teeth because the few acres of land in front of the door of your house are where you usually walk, and you have long regarded it as a forbidden offspring. In this way, you, who was originally a wolf, became a house-guarding dog. In Luo Yan's eyes, following the logical relationship before and after, he kept going down. The monks who performed the 4 major tasks of killing monsters, killing evil spirits, garrisoning, and patrolling can actually be further subdivided. Disciples who can perform hundreds of routine tasks and prefer killing monsters tend to be simple and pure, and are only dedicated to cultivation. When dealing with such disciples, being straightforward is the best way. Monks who like to perform evil killing tasks generally have a stronger sense of justice in their hearts and are prone to fighting for the weak. Monks who perform garrison tasks for a long time are likely to like a more stable life. They may have some filth in their hearts, but they will not be so impatient when encountering things. Monks who like to perform patrol tasks are born with a sense of responsibility. They will regard the sect as a part of their lives, and then they will patrol the major seas with their heart. The benefit of such detailed division is that the sect does not need to tell the disciples too many things or great principles. Just from the tasks they have performed, it can be roughly judged what kind of people are suitable for fighting with foreign races and what kind of people are suitable for staying in the sect to build. It seems that in a very short time, the division of labor of all disciples can be clearly divided. In this way, everyone can do their job and stay in their position. So the level restrictions of the Identity Jade card and the many restrictions on exchange in the 5 Elements Mountain Treasure House are actually forcing us to make a choice. Luo Yan raised his eyes slightly and thought of something further. Just from the 500 task answers given by that person, it was connected with the things he had personally experienced. After many layers of unraveling, it seems that an answer that exceeds most people's imagination has been obtained. That is, through the way of performing tasks, the many 5 Element sect disciples were silently classified, and then each performed their duties together to safeguard the interests of the sect. However, few people can see through all these means. You have to know that practitioners are also human beings. They will also have selfish desires and delusions, and then violate the sect rules and make big mistakes. Under normal circumstances, it is necessary for the law enforcement hall to come forward and punish them. But the problem is that practitioners are not ordinary people. No one wants to have such a group of people above them. After all, what will happen if this happens? Will they become slaves of your sect or some high-level officials? Especially for a big force like the 5 Elements sect, almost all the disciples recruited are top-notch geniuses. People like Luo Yan are the few cultivation seedlings that can emerge in the entire Kangwu world in 100 years. Such people are unruly and arrogant, and don't like to be constrained by others. If they are over their heads, and a law enforcement hall is set up to point fingers and punish even a small mistake, once they succeed in their future cultivation, choose to retaliate, that is inevitable. So since joining the 5 Elements sect, Luo Yan has only listened to the Dharma Master talk about the sect rules under the Linglong Pagoda. There are also the sect rules and regulations recorded in the Identity Jade card. Apart from this, no one has ever used the sect rules to restrain him. As for personal cultivation, there are also magical scriptures, etc., and no one has given guidance. It seems that everything depends on oneself. This is the management mode of the 5 Elements sect, free range, and it seems to rely entirely on personal self-discipline. After all, the spirit of practitioners is arrogant. Everyone has his own ideas, and has his own way to go. In the world of cultivation, unless you are a direct relative, few people will make decisions for you. Because there is a saying of destiny in the 3,000 great Deos. Practitioners are against the will of heaven, and naturally like to control their own destiny. But human nature is selfish. If it is not restrained, sects such as the 5 Elements sect are very likely to have a big mess. So, there is a saying of tasks. It seems that there is no constraint, but in fact, through these simple tasks, you are firmly framed. Because you think you have an impressive appearance, you will definitely look down on ordinary skills, and naturally want to practice the top secret method. If you want to practice the top secret method, you must refine the essence of the 5 elements. How huge will the number of 5 elements essences to be refined by 840 million spiritual energy particles be? This is a difficult problem that cannot be avoided no matter how you get around it. You must know that the essence of the 5 elements is a rare thing in the world, which is very precious. For most cultivators, it is a spiritual object that they desire but cannot reach. Under normal circumstances, it will not be easily obtained by others. How much can you get just by chance? But now, just by choosing the right task and then executing it, you can get a certain amount of 5 elements essence. Who can resist such a temptation? And this is exactly what the high-level leaders of the sects want. At their level, they have basically lived for thousands of years and can be called a living fossil. Naturally, they are very familiar with human nature. You must know that the time it takes for a normal mortal to develop a habit is to continue this behavior for 21 days. If a cultivator is asked to perform a certain type of task for dozens or hundreds of years, what do you think he will become in the end? Will the monks who killed aliens continue to kill aliens? Will the disciples who maintain the stability of the sect's territory continue this behavior subconsciously? Will the monks who stay in a certain place for a long time and will not delay their own practice continue to stay here? This is a big chess game, which is an absolute conspiracy. It takes advantage of the psychology of practice, complex human nature, etc. to twist the sect into a rope. There is no need to give too many instructions at all, and they will subconsciously take responsibility for the areas they are good at. This is basically not much different from the way of training wolves. But for most of the disciples of the Five Elements sect, they only eat this set. It's not that geniuses will not obey discipline, but geniuses always like to challenge authority and have incomparable self-discipline. When you meet such people, you set up a department above them to discipline them, which often causes rebellious psychology. Mediocre people rely on management, geniuses rely on themselves. This is an eternal truth. As the top force within the human race, the Five Elements sect naturally recruits no mediocre disciples. If you want this group of geniuses who are like little wolves and think highly of themselves to deploy troops according to the grand strategy planned by the sect and serve as the first line of defense against alien races, you must change your mindset and give them a very sufficient and self-convincing reason from the inside out. Practice. The expansion of the Wongsinghe Islands is like this. The Five Elements sect only recognizes the disciples of its own sect as the qualifications to become the masters of an island. This is closed and corrupt in the eyes of ordinary cultivators outside. But considering the specific interests of an island, followers were born. For example, Luo Yan's senior brother Mu Chu, the dozens of cultivators who followed him were basically cultivators of the older generation. Everyone knows what their purpose is. For Mu Chu himself, the sect helped him expand Nanwan Bird Island in front, and loyal servants helped him build the island in the back. You only need to pay a name and promise not to let the island fall into the hands of the Sea Clan. You can gain a group of people following you, as well as a large amount of spirit crystals, various resources, and so on. Such a good thing, any disciple of the Five Elements sect would not hesitate. After all, if you have someone to order you around, you don't have to worry about many trivial matters. Just concentrate on practicing. With a continuous construction of the island, more and more monks will move in to settle down. Finally, it will develop into a small kingdom. Since it is a kingdom, there will be no shortage of mortals or monks. The Five Elements sect recruits outstanding seedlings from these people and accepts them as disciples. Then, they go back and forth, constantly expanding their territory and encroaching on the endless sea. Once the sea tribe invades, the Five Elements sect disciples who are the island owners will naturally not stand idly by. The monks on the entire island will also resist with all their strength. At this time, the Five Elements sect will coordinate in the middle and support the monks from the inland sea area to form a complete closed loop. The role of the Five Elements sect in this does not need to be managed at all. It only needs to send great monks above the divine transformation realm to build the island, and then ensure that the island owner is a disciple of the sect. In this way, the territory under the jurisdiction of the Five Elements sect is constantly expanding, and the enthusiasm of the disciples has been fully mobilized. This is the top-level conspiracy. Directly use interests to drive, and then deeply bind with it. No matter how cold-hearted you are, when someone wants to rob you of your pocket, how can you not fight with all your strength? After all, people who are suitable for sect construction are not necessarily good at fighting. People who are good at fighting do not necessarily have brains. People with smart minds do not necessarily have an unremitting perseverance. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. This is the truth. The sect is a large collective that requires the joint efforts of all the above people, not just one of them. Even if the individual's strength is outstanding, it will not exceed the scope of the true immortal, and there will naturally be opponents. Therefore, for the stability of the sect, there is a saying of refining the mind with tasks. As long as there are more tasks to be performed, and you have met all kinds of people in the middle, you will know that this world is not black or white, but also gray, or even blind. Only then can you understand this world more thoroughly. Transfer the unruly and arrogant people to deal with alien creatures. Transfer the people who are full of justice and can't stand any filth to suppress evil. Use those who are content with peace and don't like fighting to maintain internal prosperity and stability. Use the monks who are fair and will not be affected by personal desires to monitor the entire sect. This is the difference between the monks trained by the 4 tasks of killing monsters, killing evil, garrisoning, and patrolling. Only by letting the above 4 people work together can the entire sect not become a stagnant pool of water, but become energetic and always upward. It can also continue to grow itself. Therefore, above this, a group of people at the helm are needed. That is the 5th person the sect needs. This is the rarest and most valued type of disciple by the Five Elements sect's high-level leaders, people with a big picture perspective. Observing the mayfly, you can know the rising and setting of the sun and the moon, and observing the fallen leaves, you can know the whole autumn. Observing the yin and yang to know the world, observing the mystery to know the destiny of the sky, these special tasks have their true reasons for existence. For example, the struggles among the forces within the human race, the invasion and plunder of the surrounding alien races, the planning and development within the sect, the external territorial expansion, and other major directions all require someone to steer and control. Different forces will treat them in completely different ways. This contains the collision of wisdom between the top creatures in the true spirit realm. Faced with such a situation, people who only know how to fight and kill are not desirable, and cultivators who have never left the sect's territory in their lives are even more undesirable. For large sects such as the Five Elements sect, the helmsman must have great wisdom. Rather than the top powerhouse's one-man show. After all, the sect is a collective, and the race is a group. No matter how outstanding the power of an individual is, it cannot represent the interests of everyone. This kind of top powerhouse, in terms of the speed of cultivation alone, may be unique and far beyond the peers. But in the struggle between sects and the game between races, they will not be so outstanding. If necessary, they may even choose to betray the entire race because of their own path. Such examples are not everywhere, but they are by no means rare. Because the closer a practitioner is to becoming an immortal, the more he will think that he belongs to another group, such as immortals, gods, and saints. At that time, it is self-evident which is more important, the ties of the group or his own immortal path. In a complex environment like the true spirit realm, the larger the force, the more likely it is that there will be a group or several groups of people who are good at planning. If one relies solely on personal strength, he would have been swallowed up by other forces long ago, and not even a trace of dregs would be left. After all, selfishness and seeking good fortune and avoiding danger are human nature. Especially for those great cultivators in the upper three realms, it is almost difficult to restrain their actions. Chapter 484, Xianji Hall, Memory Palace, Naga Statue, and the black-spotted young man Luo Yan stood in the virtual space, scanning the special tasks above. After accepting these special tasks, if the execution fails, the punishment is not particularly severe, just some contribution points will be deducted. But for a long time to come, this type of task will no longer be accepted. This is mainly to prevent many Five Elements sect disciples from accepting tasks at random. 9 Immortal Islands. Luo Yan stared for a long time, and still locked his eyes on the task at the top. The task reward of more than 20,000 drops of Five Elements essence alone is worth Luo Yan's risk. You must know that the share of weak water essence he exchanged before was only 1,000 drops in 10 years. If he can get this task, he can at least increase the spiritual energy particles in his body by a small amount. The most important thing is that from the description of the task, it is obvious that there is a problem inside the island. Otherwise, it is impossible to cause so many monks to disappear. Since it is man-made, there must be traces exposed. Xianling, I accept this 9 Immortal Island task in the name of a disciple of the Five Elements sect. After a long time, Luo Yan slowly spoke. The generation of these tasks is actually evolved from the Xianji Hall. The Xianji Hall is a very mysterious department within the Five Elements sect. Their number is unknown, their strength is unknown, no one has ever seen their true bodies, and no one knows their information. It is only known that this group of people is very special. So special that they can even borrow part of the power of the Five Elements mountain, this immortal weapon. The generation and deduction of these tasks are all from their hands, and there are almost no mistakes. Because the terrifying power of the immortal weapon is beyond everyone's imagination. Even if it is a Mahayana venerable, it is difficult to escape the deduction of the immortal weapon if there is no high-level spiritual treasure or fate. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of the immortal weapon is. Therefore, it is really simple to use it on these small tasks. The identity verification is qualified, and it is allowed to be accepted. The deadline for this task is 3 months. If it is not reported beyond the time limit, it will be regarded as a mission failure. The mountain spirit of the Five Elements mountain responded. It is particularly spiritual, as if it has self-awareness. For a long time, Luo Yan has been very curious about the power of the immortal weapon spirit of the Five Elements mountain. Because this way of handling the needs of countless people at any time has similar functions to the artificial intelligence of the previous life. The number of disciples of the five-element sect is too numerous to count, and everyone is equipped with such an identity jade card. Everyone uses such a small card to accept tasks, listen to the sermons of the Great Master, exchange treasures, pass on scriptures and secrets, etc. Such a huge information processing ability, to a certain extent, is even much higher than the computing power of the biological auxiliary chip on Luo Yan. In other words, the two are not comparable at all. This is mainly because the computing power of the chip depends on Luo Yan himself. Most of the time, when constructing a data framework, even if it seems a bit advanced, it will not be particularly difficult to understand. It's like before Luo Yan came into contact with runes, this level of things, the chip would not evolve runes. The logical data framework used is still the same as before, the data model diagram, and the 5 senses related to the reality level. After spending so much time with this biochip, Luo Yan has almost figured out its basic operating logic. This is very much like a dimensional processing method of the memory palace. The so-called memory palace is to use Luo Yan's 7 senses, eyes, ears, touch, smell, taste, spiritual consciousness, and danger perception, etc., to collect what is seen, perceived, and received. Then all the information is fed back to Luo Yan's brain. Based on the task he established, what the eyes see is the first layer. What kind of abnormal sound the ears hear is the second layer. What kind of form the spiritual consciousness detects the other party is the 6th layer. Whether the danger perceives the other party and can cause harm is the last layer. The basic data information of the above 7 layers is superimposed, and it is combined into the basic fact of the existence of a thing. And the things that can issue instructions to Luo Yan are classified and stored separately, and then their own files are established. For example, Yang Zhao, who Luo Yan is familiar with, has established separate sample data for the smell, spiritual breath, walking posture, demeanor when speaking, etc. of the other party through long-term contact. An information database dedicated to Yang Zhao has been built. This is the first step of the memory palace, all-round perception and memory. Whether it is a rune, a monk, a monster, or other alien creatures, as long as they appear in this world, they will inevitably follow a certain specific law. Water flows to the lower place, this is a law, and it can also be called Tao. Although the chip does not understand what Tao is, it can continuously project the fact that it forms Tao. If Luo Yan's comprehension is sufficient, he will naturally be able to comprehend the Tao. If not, the biological auxiliary chip is just a simple data observation instrument. It's like a knife. Some people use it to cook, while others use it to fight the enemy. The two are the same. In addition, whether the sword cultivator fights to stimulate the sword energy, or to divide the sword light, or even to rush forward and cut directly with the sword, they will form their own specific laws. Therefore, when encountering a familiar monk fighting, through the memory palace mode, you can generate data in your mind in advance, and then predict the opponent's next move. To be able to anticipate the enemy before it has a chance. Many secret calculation techniques of the heavenly secrets actually use this method. If it is a very complicated data change such as the innate cloud pattern, the memory palace formed by the chip will first reflect all the changes in the other party's form. Then spend a lot of time to analyze it step by step. Therefore, Luo Yan's biological intelligent auxiliary chip can even be said to be a kind of his subconscious mind, which seems very special and amazing. In fact, even a mortal can do it if he deliberately trains many times. It's nothing more than a chip that can process all the external information received on the basis of the memory palace, and give a comprehensive conclusion. From this level, looking back at the chip itself, it is actually nothing, it is too difficult to understand. It's just that the function of the biological chip is more powerful than the imagined memory palace mode, especially in the perception area. Even things at a very microscopic level are difficult to escape the detection of the chip. After accepting this special task, Luo Yan exchanged some third-level heaven and earth spiritual materials from the treasure house of the 5 Elements Mountain. For example, the red fire elemental wood, a third-level spiritual wood with a hardness comparable to that of the magic weapon and capable of storing a large amount of spiritual energy, can be used as the outer body of the spirit puppet. It is indestructible and has great power. As for the inner core that stores spiritual energy, Luo Yan chose the Wanzai Snowjade Marrow. This kind of Snowjade chalcedony is extremely pure and can contain a large amount of spiritual energy, which is then returned to the body. It is most suitable for serving as the core kinetic energy of the spirit puppet. Finally, after reading the introduction of those spiritual objects, Luo Yan exchanged for several large bottles of linking stone milk. The spiritual energy contained in this stone milk is very strong. Just taking 1 or 2 drops can restore the spiritual energy in the body of a giant stage cultivator by at least 30%. Such a huge amount of recovery means that the stored essence inside will be so rich that it is unimaginable. Luo Yan's idea is very simple, that is, to embed the evil sealing magic array inside this spirit puppet body to first prevent a leakage of spiritual energy. Then, an inner groove is carved on the outer shell of the red fire elemental wood and connected to the core kinetic energy Wanzai Snow Jade Marrow. Then use the special psychic energy conversion rune to perform the interactive conversion between the two. Although the converted spiritual power will have a certain degree of loss, it can also guarantee the endurance of the spirit puppet body to a certain extent. In this way, a simple internal cycle is formed. With these linking stone milk, Luo Yan's spirit puppet body can truly burst out, belonging to the strength of a disciple of a large sect and a giant stage cultivator. However, the gap between this kind of tricky spirit puppet body and the spiritual energy particles still exists. With the suppression of the law of the Great Way, Luo Yan will be half a beat slower when fighting with others. Therefore, if this newly constructed third-level spirit puppet body encounters a disciple of a large sect who is fighting with all his strength, it can only resist the opponent's 3 moves at most. After that, it will fall into a state of spiritual power exhaustion, and the spirit puppet body will also be scrapped. Even so, Luo Yan is also very satisfied. After all, in the Wangxing Sea area, the 5-element sect is the only one, and few people from large sects outside the domain come here. This third-level spirit puppet body is enough to deal with most scenes. If a battle breaks out with the enemy, although it is easy to become a disposable consumable, as long as it is not easily suppressed by other cultivators, it can barely be regarded as having some self-protection ability. Moreover, in most cases, Luo Yan can use the 5 elements law and the thunder law to fight the enemy. If he can't beat him, can he still run away? Therefore, whether this spirit puppet body is strong or not depends on who the opponent is. If it is a disciple of the 5-element sect with the same status as Luo Yan, it is definitely not comparable to him. But if it is some ordinary cultivators and sea creatures, the situation will be reversed in an instant. After Luo Yan exchanged these 3 heaven and earth spiritual materials, he immediately began to draw the spirit puppet body. The 3rd-level red fire elemental wood is very hard, and it is difficult for ordinary magic tools to penetrate it. Faced with such a situation, Luo Yan directly used the law of fire, condensed it in his hand, and then continuously compressed it. It was finally compressed into the shape of a knife. Under the continuous blessing of the law of fire, the flame that should have been crimson turned into blue and white. The temperature of the flame above was restrained and not leaked out. This showed that Luo Yan's attainments in this aspect of fire were very amazing. With the help of the law of fire, Luo Yan could accurately split this piece of red firewood. After the red firewood was split into a shape of his own size, Luo Yan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to shape it with his spirit. He used his spirit to continuously draw runes, which then gathered in the air and became a large hazy area. It didn't take a long time to refine this piece of red firewood into a human form, and the surface was also covered with dense spiritual patterns. Then, Luo Yan split the red firewood that had been refined into a human form horizontally downward, and arranged a variety of auxiliary formations such as the gathering spirit formation, the receiving spirit formation, and the restraining spirit formation inside it. After the outermost formation was drawn, the runes began to be drawn. Sensing runes, detecting runes, hiding runes, scriptures of the 5-color divine light, scriptures of the thunder magic, etc. All of them were imprinted on it, just to increase the power of this spirit puppet body. When all of this was drawn, a complete 3rd-level spirit puppet body was considered to be completed. Afterwards, Luo Yan continued to do the same and made several more spirit puppet bodies as backup. After all, this mission is very difficult, and any difficulties are possible. Jiuxin Island. This place is close to the inland sea. There is an extremely high tower on the island that rises into the clouds. It is said that the spirit bodies of 9 island masters once lived there. In a courtyard above the clouds, a young man with a slightly pale face but painted with strange black stripes closed his eyes, opened and closed his lips, and inhaled a wisp of gray air at the tip of his nose. The source of this gray is a foundation-building monk who looks like a skeleton. But at this time, he has fallen into a serious coma. In other words, only the last bit of consciousness has not completely dissipated. Pop! As the young man devoured the gray air, the foundation-building cultivator who was lying on the ground was silent in an instant. His Taoist robes also turned into smoke and dust. Not long after, only a pile of white bones remained on the ground. Damn it! Without spiritual root qualifications, the speed of cultivation is too slow. A trace of gloom flashed through the heart of the black-spotted young man. Feeling the increase of this faint breath, for no reason, a sense of irritation emerged in his heart. He hated that he had no qualifications for cultivation, and he was jealous of those who had spiritual root qualifications. If he also had spiritual root qualifications, why would he suffer so much? Old Mo, there are not enough human sacrifices. This human sacrifice of the foundation building stage can't stand the section at all. Go and catch a Jinden stage cultivator for this young master. I want a Jinden level human sacrifice. The pale-faced and black-spotted young man opened his eyes instantly and shouted hoarsely. The breath on his body was very strange, sometimes fierce, sometimes manic, and sometimes cold. There was a stone statue placed right in front of the black-spotted young man. It was carved with a naga with a human head and a snake body, and it was still emitting faint light. These faint lights circled and rippled a huge black shadow. The shadow was ferocious, as if it was blessing the young man, making him more weird. Crack, crack. At this time, a hunched old man in a black robe slowly walked into the courtyard. Under his feet, there were many dilapidated bones. He crushed a large piece along the way. In the whole courtyard, such white bones were piled up in a thick layer. It gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Master, another disciple in the immortal sect has accepted the task and is going to come to investigate these missing people. So during this period of time, please be patient, Master. The old man in the black robe said coldly. HMPH. Immortal sect disciples. The black-spotted young man sitting cross-legged on the high platform snorted, and a trace of disdain flashed in his pupils like a venomous snake. An angry look appeared on his face, and he said in a cowardly way, patience. They are just a bunch of lowly island slaves. What qualifications do you have to make me patient? It is their honor to be the nourishment for my cultivation. The black-spotted young man roared angrily. After he finished speaking, a powerful pressure came from the black-spotted young man. Faintly, his cultivation level was actually as high as the golden core realm. I don't care about those disciples of the immortal sect. I want human sacrifices in the Jinden stage to practice the blood-soul netherworld heavenly art. Before this heavenly art is completed, the soul energy must not be cut off, otherwise it will fail and my cultivation will be affected. So, I need human sacrifices, a large number of human sacrifices in the Jinden stage. Old Mo, hurry up and catch them. A trace of anger flashed across the face of the black-spotted young man, and the tall ghost behind him also roared heavily, as if in a warning. A trace of greed flashed in his bloody eyes. Young master, please be patient for another 3 months. After this time's disciples of the immortal sect leave, I will help you catch them. Facing the angry shouts of the black-spotted young man, the old man in black robe still shook his head, without any movement. He glanced at the dry bones around him, and his turbid eyes were calm, as if he didn't care at all. This young master of his family is the only son of the master. It stands to reason that the legitimate son of a cultivator in the refining void stage should not have a low talent for cultivation. But the mother of this young master is immortal. By chance, she met the old master who had sealed himself in the realm of cultivation and experienced all kinds of life in the secular world. Then the fruit of love was born. So there was this young master. Unfortunately, his young master was unlucky and had no qualifications for cultivation at all. Otherwise, relying on the noble status of his hometown, his young master's future path would be unimaginably smooth. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on people. As the legitimate son of a great monk, he did not have the slightest qualifications for cultivation. Although it was unbelievable, it had to be accepted. But I never thought that this young master of mine picked up a Naga statue when he went out to sea, which contained this strange magic skill. You only need to devour the essence and soul of others to help yourself practice. This is tantamount to opening the door to another world for your young master. So the monks on the island were frequently tied up, and then let their young master devour the essence to practice. Although he still had no spiritual root qualifications, The black-spotted young man still felt a trace of spiritual energy through this blood-soul netherworld heavenly skill. Although it was very weak, it also gave him a little hope. After that, it was unstoppable. However, the disappearance of a large number of cultivators still attracted the attention of the Five Elements sect. So such a task appeared in the mission hall. 3 months? How can this young master have time to wait for 3 months? I want to practice now. It's nothing more than a few disciples of the immortal sect. If they annoy this young master, I will let them go down to see the real king of hell. The black-spotted young man stood up, his face showing a crazy look, and then he kept roaring. At this moment, the huge ghost behind him also turned into a naga with a human head and a snake body, staring at the people below with extremely cold eyes. The old man in black robe had a sense of it, and his eyes looked up, and his turbid eyes were full of cold light. Because this weird statue gave him a sense of danger that was not there. Many times, he had an impulse to destroy it. But because of his young master's practice, he still suppressed this throbbing. After taking another deep look at the Naga statue, the black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "Young master, the status of the disciples of the immortal sect is noble, and I and others cannot compete with them. I will go and capture a few more giant and realm cultivators. But in the next 3 months, please be patient." The black-robed old man frowned, but still chose to agree. Before his master went to explore the outer space, he entrusted the young master to him and asked him to take good care of the rest of his life. Chapter 485, 5 Ghosts Moving Wealth, Fear, Partiality, Difficulties. Originally, I just needed to accompany the young master and spend the remaining years peacefully according to the master's instructions before he left. This explanation was completed. After all, the life of a mortal is often only a few dozen or 100 years. It was just a blink of an eye. Who would have thought that such a change would happen in the middle of the journey? The Naga statue was an evil thing at first glance, and it exuded a strong aura of death. It was definitely not a good thing. But the black-spotted young man was the offspring of his master after all, and they, as slaves, must help. Thinking of this, the black-robed old man's eyes were full of hostility. Then he stood up and left. Today, after several expansions, Jiuxin Island is not only large in geographical area, but also has tens of millions of mortals on the island. With so many mortals, the proportion of monks born from them will naturally not be too low. In fact, the thousands of missing monks are not worth mentioning at all compared to the total number of monks on the entire Jiuxin Island. However, the impact of these people who disappeared without reason has cast a psychological shadow on the cultivators on the island. Because no one dares to be sure why the other party disappeared. Did they encounter a sea monster? Or did they encounter something else? In any case, there should be a pattern of appearance, a place where they often appear, etc. But the disappearance of the cultivators on the island has no regularity at all. First, it was the cultivators in the key refining stage, then the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, and now even the cultivators in the golden core stage are not safe. In this way, how can the cultivators on the island not feel panic? Everyone is afraid that the next person to disappear will be themselves. But in the eyes of the old man in black robe, the entire Jiuxin Island belongs to his master. The cultivators living on the island are naturally part of the master's property. Now, his young master has a need, and he, as a slave, can't disobey directly. At the same time, the old man in black robe doesn't think there's anything wrong with doing this. It's nothing more than the lives of some low-level island cultivators. There is not much else on Jiuxin Island, but there are still many cultivators. Unfortunately, the monks on the island disappeared many times, which attracted the attention of the disciples of the immortal sect. There were several other figures standing outside the courtyard. A thin old man walked forward and was about to ask something, but was stopped by the old man in black robe with a look. After leaving the courtyard and going down to the bottom of the tower, scattered voices were heard. "Brother, do we still need to catch the monks? In the past 10 years, I am afraid that there are no less than thousands of people who died at the hands of that little devil. As long as the monks in the city can run away, they have basically run away. There are not many people who dare to practice in Jiuxin City now," said an old man with an ugly face. He saw the changes of Jiuxin Island in the past 10 years one by one. He felt anxious in his heart. Because this is their home. If the disciples of the immortal sect found out that they were doing this, they, including the family behind them, would probably not be able to escape. At that time, it would be a great honor to be sentenced to death. And this was all caused by the waste above. The people present all showed resentment, and their faces were very ugly. Although they were all followers of the island master, it did not mean that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for no reason. You have to know that any disciple of the Five Elements sect has a very noble status and has the right to kill most people. If it were not for the fact that this tower was the cave of its master, and there were many prohibitions arranged with the tyranny of those disciples of the Five Elements immortal sect, I am afraid they would have rushed into the tower and captured them long ago. The young master is the only offspring of the old master. It is our duty and responsibility to take good care of him. Let's follow the old rules. Everyone be careful, don't expose your feet, and try not to leave the tower. I believe this time will be the same as before. It will take less than 3 months for the other party to retreat automatically. The old man in black robe said in a serious tone. He knew that this was a road of no return, but the old master did favor them. When facing the only offspring of the old master, he would naturally transfer the trace of respect to the young master. At this point, no matter how much regret you say, it will be useless. There is only one way to go. Brother, don't forget that the spirit of the seventh island master is still on the island. If we make a big fuss and alarm him, we will be blamed even if we die. At the beginning, Jiuxin Island did have 9 island masters, and they were all disciples of the Five Elements immortal sect. The relationship between the 9 people was very good, so they settled down on this island. However, as their cultivation increased, the island masters gradually separated. Because their cultivation realm was getting higher and higher, it was no longer suitable to stay in the same place, and they also had their own places. But Jiuxin Island was the place where the 9 island masters had stayed the longest, so naturally there was an old feeling. The spirit of the 7th island master stayed on the island for this reason to practice. It was just that it was a spirit body that fell into deep sleep and rarely woke up. Otherwise, if such a big thing happened on the island, the 7th island master would have come forward to solve it long ago. Stop talking, it's decided. The face of the old man in black robe sank, and he gave a direct conclusion. No matter how absurd the young master is, he is the only offspring of the old master. As the servants of the old master, if they don't favor the young master, who will? The old man in black robe paused for a moment, and then spoke again. I promise you, this is the last time. The young master's magic power should have reached the final moment. As long as he can hold on for this period of time, perhaps such a thing will not happen again. When he said this, the old man in black robe himself didn't believe it. But he had to make a promise. Because he is the boss of everyone. Anyone can be without an opinion, but he can't be without one. Although in the heart of the old man in black robe, he knows the magic power very well. How can it be stopped just by saying it? But now that things have come to this, he has to say such words to give the group of people behind him a reassurance. I'm going to capture a few human slaves in the Jinden stage. You keep an eye on the young master and don't let him leave this tower. If necessary, you can directly control the young master. Don't let him do whatever he wants. I suspect that a disciple of the immortal sect came to the island 2 days ago. So, you must be careful. If you encounter a disciple of the immortal sect who wants to break in, remember to hide the young master and erase the traces in that courtyard. The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold, and he looked around with a vigilant tone. Then, he hesitated for a moment and took out a special jade talisman, which was shrouded in a faint 7-color divine aura, which was very mysterious. If those disciples of the immortal sect find the young master during my absence, you will immediately activate this jade talisman. Then find a way to delay those disciples of the immortal sect for a while, and then the spirit body of the 7 island master will surely wake up. At that time, someone will help you out. The black-robed old man handed the 7-color jade talisman in his hand to one of them and gave a solemn order. Nowadays, almost all the cultivators on Jiuxin Island are in danger. Even many Jinden-level cultivators, seeing such strange things happening on the island, naturally think of the island owner's people. The capable cultivators have long left Jiuxin Island, a place of trouble, through the teleportation array. Or they hide themselves in the caves in the city and set up many legal prohibitions, and will not respond to anyone's shouts. Like a turtle. There are also cultivators who have signed a contract with the island owner and cannot leave Jiuxin Island. At the same time, they are also worried about their own safety and think that staying on the island is no longer safe. After all, in the past few years, the frequent disappearance of Jinden-level cultivators on the island has been constantly happening. Originally, only some low-level cultivators were persecuted, which had nothing to do with them, and they could sit back and watch the situation. But now, even the giant and level cultivators have been killed. And there has not been much movement. Suddenly, the indigenous cultivators on Jiuxin Island, as long as they are not stupid, basically guessed who is behind the scenes. For the sake of their own lives, they also quickly fled from Jiuxin Island and ran to the edge of the Jiuxin Island sea area, in order to avoid being targeted by the group of lunatics. As Jiuxin Island monks who signed a contract with the island owner, although they could not leave here easily, they would never choose to sit and wait for death. Escaping to the sea and hiding themselves is their means to fight against the island owner. So if the black-robed old man wants to catch the giant and realm monks, he must go to the edge of the outer sea and search carefully to find those giant and realm monks who find that the wind is wrong and then escape outside. As for the giant and realm monks who are still in the city, either they have a relationship with the Yuanying realm monks and hide in the other party's cave and refuse to come out, or they are connected with the foreign shop forces on the island. Anyway, the giant and realm monks who are alone and have no connections are basically not on the island. For the above two types of monks, even the black-robed old man is unwilling to tear his face with them. After all, if that happens, things will really get out of hand. Therefore, going to the outer sea to capture those giant and stage cultivators is the best choice now. At the same time, Luo Yan's spirit puppet body also came to the island of Jiuxin Island through the teleportation array. After leaving the teleportation array, a magnificent city loomed, hidden in the clouds. The city defense array of the entire city has been open, with a faint glow lingering on it, forming a translucent sky curtain. After Luo Yan looked up, he walked towards the city. In front of the city gate, there were not many people here, and it looked very bleak. Those who passed by had a heavy dusty air on their bodies, as if they had just returned from the sea. Even at the city gate, the eyes of these cultivators looking around were still deeply vigilant. It seemed that they were guarding against something. Luo Yan handed over a few low-grade spirit crystals and then entered the city. Outsiders. How come there are still strange outsiders in Jiuxin Island today who dare to come here? Not far from the city gate, there were monks who were running shops, whispering softly. They were all large foreign forces. Although they knew about the turmoil in Jiuxin Island, the forces behind them were extraordinary and they didn't worry about trouble coming to their doorsteps at all. The voices reached Luo Yan's ears, and he inadvertently moved his heart. Hush! Keep your voices down. Be careful not to attract that demon and cause trouble for our host. Such a voice appeared in Luo Yan's ears, and he continued to walk inside without changing his expression. Suddenly, he sensed a strange breath, and a shadow flashed past him. It seemed to be a little ghost. Please pay attention, there is a negative energy invasion. The indifferent reminder sound of the chip sounded, causing Luo Yan to frown. He began to look inside his body directly, and a faint black gas was slowly dissipating. It disappeared in an instant. Luo Yan sensed carefully, and opened his eyes after a moment, and whispered softly, "Ghost." Just as he was lost in thought, he saw the figure of the little ghost reappear at the corner of the street in the distance. He also grinned at him. The green-faced and fanged face gave people a very gloomy and strange posture. Luo Yan would not be scared by this little scene. But at this time, he was still slightly stunned, because he found that the mark of the storage bag hanging on his body had been secretly taken away without his knowledge. His storage bag also disappeared in an instant. Moving money technique. Luo Yan thought for a moment, and then came up with such an answer. It was amazing that the storage bag on his body could be stolen without his knowledge. Luo Yan had a hunch that the other party was coming for him. 0. Did you record the aura of the ghost? Although he lost the storage bag, Luo Yan was not too anxious, and his expression was still calm. As long as the person who stole his things is still in the city, the other party will not be able to escape his tracking. The ghost's aura has been recorded, and the surrounding aura data has begun to be detected. Tracking the aura, turn left on the street 364 meters ahead, and go straight for another 800 meters and turn left. This time, Luo Yan did not use any tracking spells to track the aura of the ghost. Because the person who uses the magical power of moving money has a very high attainment, the general tracking secret method cannot retrieve the breath of the ghost at all. But with a chip, the other party can't run away. On the other side, in the center of Jiuxin City, on a magnificent high-rise building, 4 powerful figures are sitting cross-legged. There are spiritual energy particles flashing on their bodies, endless cloud patterns flashing, and there is a trembling treasure glow, which is very unfathomable. Our other fellow has also arrived. The speaker is a fat man with a slightly fat figure, but with a gentle smile on his face, very harmless. In front of him, there are 5 talismans with black hair. 5 talismans were in a circular shape, guarding each other. They were all green-faced and fanged evil spirits, and the black aura was extremely strong. Only one of the black talismans showed the lightest dim light, and the talisman ghost engraved on it had disappeared. Can he find this place? Don't waste my time. A young man wearing black gold armor and emitting a strong spiritual pressure said. After accepting the task, he rushed here and was the first person to arrive. Anyway, there are 3 months before the end of the task. Why should Brother Wu be in a hurry? At this time, another young man with extraordinary aura chuckled and spoke. His face was calm, his eyes were like water, and he looked like he had a pearl in his hand. But there was a pressing pressure on him, which made people palpitate. Not far away from the 3 people, there was a girl sitting cross-legged. She had brilliant silver hair, clear eyes, and a slightly thin figure, but she was so beautiful that she gave people a dreamy feeling. The silver-haired girl did not interrupt the conversation of several fellow disciples, but just looked out the window lightly. The direction of her sight was the only tower on Jiuxin Island. It was said that the tower was where the island owner lived. It was also the real reason for the failure of many fellow disciples in front of them. I have a hunch that we may make a big mess this time. The young man with a chuckle spoke again, and his eyes also looked out the window. His eyes kept flickering, as if he was weighing something. But there was a sense of determination in his heart. Even if it's the Elder's Cave, what's the harm? In order to complete this task, I can do anything. The young man surnamed Wu, who was wearing black gold armor, spoke, and then said coldly. Before accepting this task, several people had more or less learned about the Jiuxin Island. Among them, the island owner of Jiuxin Island was the focus of their attention. Fortunately, there were many well-informed people among them, knowing that the fellow elder had left the true spirit realm for decades and went to the outer space to find the opportunity of the great Dao. Otherwise, the expressions on their faces would not have become so relaxed. Really? I don't believe it. Those fellow disciples who accepted the mission before us are definitely not fools, and their strength is not weaker than ours. I don't believe they can't guess that the mysterious disappearance of the low-level monks on the island has nothing to do with the people on the high tower. At this time, the gentle-looking young man said again, with a playful smile on his face. How can ordinary disciples like them break into the cave of an elder in the refining void stage? Let's not talk about how terrifying the magic band on the high tower is. The identity of an elder in the refining void stage is there. Taking advantage of the absence of others, forcibly breaking into his cave, if this situation is true, it would be a big sin. Otherwise, a mere giant stage mission would not have stumped so many 5-element sect disciples. Either they couldn't break through those terrifying magic bands, or they were afraid of the owner of the high tower. Otherwise, no one would have been able to complete this task for 17 years. It's because they were afraid of the identity of the elder in the refining void stage. You. The young man surnamed Wu, who was wearing black gold armor, looked gloomy after being choked. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes when he looked at the other side. But he also knew that what the other party said was true. How could they, the giant stage cultivators, solve the band set by an elder in the refining void stage? Huh? Why did the breath of my little ghost suddenly disappear? At this time, the slightly fat young man spoke. There was a hint of surprise in his small pupils. At this moment, a green figure appeared at the door. His right hand held a piece of blazing lightning, forming a prison full of thunder. In the prison, there was a little ghost with a green face and fangs, who was in a dying state at this time. When Luo Yan stepped into here, the silver thunder on his palm flashed, and the little ghost inside was instantly scattered. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. The talisman in front of the slightly fat young man also spontaneously ignited, and smoke and dust scattered all over the ground. You killed my ghost. The slightly fat young man immediately stood up, his face cold, and his narrow pupils were filled with murderous intent. The green figure opposite remained indifferent. He just calmly put away his storage bag. Sensing the sudden tense atmosphere, the other 3 people also fell into silence. No one spoke to persuade them, and they all looked like they were watching a good show. Brother, I kindly sent the ghost to lead the way for you, but you killed him directly. Didn't you go too far? the slightly fat young man said coldly, and his originally warm face suddenly became extremely cold. It seemed as if he was going to take action the next moment. He was very aggressive and fierce. So that little ghost has an owner. I didn't expect this at all. Then I'll apologize to you first. Luo Yan walked in and said in a calm tone. Although he looked apologetic in his words, there was no sincerity on his face. After all, the other party sent this little ghost to steal his storage bag, which meant that he didn't take him seriously. This was a deliberate offense. If he was not punished, Luo Yan could already foresee how he would be treated when performing this task in the next 3 months. After accepting this special task, the people present became competitors. As for whether they can become partners, it depends on the skills shown by the other party and whether they can be seen. Otherwise, it is not impossible to leave the other party and perform this task by yourself. So sometimes, it is still necessary to show your edge at the right time. The tasks of the 5-element sect are very special. Not everyone will become teammates if they accept them. Some people look down on others, so when they are carrying out a mission, they will naturally leave the other person behind. Once the mission is successful, the reward for this mission can be taken by themselves. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, Parasitic Seeds, Maydolls, Reminders, all have problems. The atmosphere in the field was stagnant, and there was an invisible momentum spreading. After a long time, the slightly fat young man looked up and down at the green figure, and there were blazing cloud patterns in his eyes, and then he sneered, "It's ridiculous, a mere spiritual body dares to come to participate in this mission. I only need one move to blow up your spiritual body. Quickly retreat, either give up this mission, or change your real body to come. Otherwise, you are destroying the reputation of my 5-element sect disciples." Hearing so many stimulating words, attacking him, Luo Yan glanced at the slightly fat young man, and seeing his domineering look, his eyes were still cold. He just looked at him lightly, and then retracted his gaze, without the slightest intention of continuing to argue with the other party. Treat him as a passerby. Luo Yan's current spiritual puppet body is just constructed by some treasure art scriptures and runes. Naturally, he can't resist the exploration of these fellow monks who are as powerful as his original body. After all, for most of the 5-element sect disciples, knowing runes and practicing the secrets of scriptures are the most basic things. Therefore, in order not to expose the identity of the spirit puppet body, the only way is to wait until the chip analyzes the innate cloud pattern, and then it can be isolated from the detection of fellow monks. Seeing that his provocation was ignored, the slightly fat young man's eyes became colder and colder, and the aura on his body became more and more dangerous, as if he was about to attack at the next moment. At the same time, the other few people were also constantly scanning the blue figure who had just arrived. After a moment of silence, the young man with a gentle smile was the first to speak. "Since everyone is here, let's discuss this task first. What should we do?" Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes. Even the cold silver-haired girl cast her eyes over. Those present who dared to accept this task showed that they all had their own 2 brushes. Therefore, although the Taoist in green clothes not far away was just a spirit body, the gentle young man did not show too much contempt. "I believe everyone has more or less understood the difficulty of this task. Then how should we solve it? Should we work together or do it alone? Before the task begins, let's make the rules clear in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble later." The gentle young man spoke with a smile on his face. Some people thought it was hypocritical, but the few people on the scene did not refute it. Because this task of Juxin Island has been hanging in the task hall for more than 10 years, its difficulty is naturally far beyond the general routine tasks. If you want to complete it by your own strength, the difficulty is self-evident. I have no objection to us working together, but he can't. He is a spiritual body, and his real strength is less than 30% of his original body. How can such a person be qualified to be on par with us? The slightly fat young man sneered and pointed at him without hesitation. His intention was also very obvious, that is, to exclude Luo Yan. Under his spiritual eye's exploration, the entity of the Taoist in green clothes opposite was revealed without a doubt. It was not the real original body at all. In addition, The previous ghost was destroyed, so the slightly fat young man naturally had no good feelings towards this latecomer. The young man surnamed Wu, who was wearing black gold armor, also felt disgusted. Everyone valued this mission very much. They all came here with their real bodies, but only you sent a spiritual body. This is somewhat disrespectful. The limitations of the spiritual body technique were well known to everyone present. The real strength that could be used was less than 1/3 of its original body. How could such a person be qualified to be their teammate? What everyone wanted was a partner who could solve problems together, not a simple speculator who was cunning and sly. Brother Deo, what do you think of this mission? If you can give some unique insights, we can accept you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you can only leave on your own. Hearing the two of them targeting him, the gentle young man couldn't remain silent anymore, and his eyes kept flickering. In his opinion, this Taoist in green dared to send a spiritual body to carry out this mission, so he must have something to rely on. Therefore, he was looking forward to the other party giving some different remarks. This will be of great benefit to the execution of the next mission of all the cultivators. The gentle young man can understand the targeting of the other two. After all, the disciples of the Five Elements sect are all arrogant and pretentious. Any fellow disciple is far from being as simple as it seems. They are naturally very welcome to such people, and no one dares to underestimate them. But the premise is that the other party can come here in person. Unfortunately, the Taoist in green only sent out a spiritual body, which naturally aroused the disgust of the people present. The strength that a spiritual body can exert is limited, and it can hardly participate in the battle of their level. If they team up with it, they will definitely suffer. If they don't give a suitable reason, it is normal to exclude it from their group. Have you thought of a way to get into that high tower? Luo Yan asked after a moment of silence. Although the task of Jiuxin Island has been hanging in the Five Elements sect for some years, and there are many disciples analysis inside. But in fact, there are still very few disciples who dare to take this task. Because the people involved behind this task are not simple. If you are not careful, you will be in a deep whirlpool. Humph. What about the cave of the elder in the refining void stage? With so many people missing, there must be someone hiding in the tower to practice magic. If I am forced into a corner, I will directly dismantle the magic band of the high tower. I don't believe that he, an elder in the refining void stage, will openly protect his own people. The young man surnamed Wu, wearing black gold armor, said coldly, with a murderous aura in his words. Hearing this, Luo Yan looked at him with a very surprised look, nodded slightly at first, and then shook his head slowly. After simply listening to the general ideas of several people, he did not reveal any of his own ideas. He looked like he would withdraw first. Then, Luo Yan left on his own. Brother Deo. The young man with a gentle smile shouted, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it out loud. He had a hunch that this Taoist brother in green seemed to have his own purpose. From the beginning, this person was weird. Because they were going to carry out such a difficult mission, they basically prepared a bunch of treasures in advance before coming here to break the magic band of the tower and deal with the monks inside. But the behavior of the Taoist in green clothes, who only sent a spirit body, was too abnormal. It didn't seem like he was here to carry out a mission at all, but rather he had other purposes. In addition, the gentle young man glanced at the fat figure inadvertently, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He always felt that this guy's previous attitude was a bit abnormal. Forget it, maybe I thought too much? It's just a spirit body. What's there to worry about? Let's discuss how to solve this problem first. In the past 10 years, there have been at least thousands of disciples of the Five Elements sect like us who came here with full confidence and then returned in defeat. The magic band of that tower is not that easy to break. The gentle young man spoke again. In fact, the Five Elements sect had discussed this special mission of Jiuxin Island in private many times. The difficulty of this mission is not to find the missing people. It is the magic band in the tower and the island owner behind it. After all, the owner of Jiuxin Island is their fellow teacher and an elder in the refining void stage. The low-level disciples in the sect will naturally feel a little afraid of his cave. Even if there are no fears, the disciples who come back to find trouble with the elder in the refining void stage will feel helpless about the tower on Jiuxin Island. Because the heavy magic bands arranged on the periphery are basically the terrifying magic bands of the refining void stage, and the law fluctuations are amazing. If anyone dares to break in by force, he will be struck by thunder. So this mission was delayed. Disciples with status and background, Considering the influence of an elder in the refining void stage, don't need to deliberately embarrass others. Disciples without status and background can't break the Dao law ban outside the tower at all. It seemed that everything had reached a dead end. Before this, it was not that there were no disciples of the Five Elements sect who were waiting for the other party to show their hand. But even if they set up a trap and caught someone, they were just the slaves of the island owner, not the real owner at all. So the truth of the disappearance of Jiuxin Island is not difficult to find out. The difficulty lies in how to catch the person in the tower. It seems that someone has gone out of the tower. At this time, the silver-haired girl's eyes flowed with mysterious power, and then she said lightly. In her eyes, a figure flew out from the tower and disappeared on the island in an instant. Oh? It seems that the other party has also noticed our existence and wants to deliberately avoid us and then go to the outer sea to catch people. In this case, how can we do what he wants? The gentle young man spoke with a sneer on his lips. It seems that the people in the tower are quite courageous. They actually thought they could hide from their ears and eyes and dared to go out blatantly. I'll go alone. You stay on the island and keep an eye on everyone who comes out of the tower. If one comes out, we'll control them all. Before I came, I've already found a teacher who practices the divine art of heaven and earth to deduce that the man in the tower captured those monks just to practice a kind of magic skill. As long as we can surround this tower tightly, even if we can't get in, we can force out the mastermind behind it. The gentle young man said to the other three companions. Just as he was about to get up, he saw the silver-haired girl sitting in front of the window, who had already jumped out before him. Such behavior made him feel stunned. I'll go. It's rare to ask a Yuanying stage monk for advice on Taoism. The silver-haired girl responded crisply. Obviously, the method they took was very direct, that is, to surround the tower directly. Block it tightly. Only the narrow pupils of the slightly fat young man flickered a few times, no longer the arrogant and domineering attitude before, but a trace of thinking flashed across his eyes. Because the center of his palm was the ghost that had been destroyed by thunder. The ghost sent out a divine thought, which made the slightly fat young man fall into deep thought. His eyes inadvertently swept over the two people next to him, and then looked out the window, without showing any abnormality. On the other side, Luo Yan found an inn to stay in after leaving the tall building. Zero, have you found those weird things? Luo Yan muttered in his heart. The three-dimensional map has been generated, and the strange aura around has been captured. A total of 167 individuals have been found to be parasitic, and they have all been marked out. At this time, a three-dimensional picture scroll emerged in Luo Yan's mind, which was exactly the place he had walked before and the monks he met. On the streets, in the shops, in the tall buildings. All of these people have strange auras, like cold maid dolls, which are very scary. However, these maid dolls are very special. They can restrain their own auras and live in the souls of others. It is difficult for ordinary people to find abnormalities. Most of the passers-by he met had problems. These people seemed to be no different from ordinary cultivators. But their spirits and souls were different, which gave Luo Yan a strange feeling. This feeling was just like the soul-refining cultivators who had dealt with Luo Yan in the lower realm. They seemed to be no different from ordinary cultivators, but in fact, there were big problems in their spirits and souls. After careful sensing, there was nothing. The slightly fat young man also discovered this, so there was the scene of the ghost stealing Luo Yan's storage bag. It seemed to remind him. After entering the high-rise building, Luo Yan also left a message to the slightly fat young man. Among the three of them, someone's aura is not right, be careful. After only meeting each other, the two of them cooperated tacitly. Time passed, and 8 days passed in a blink of an eye. The entire Jiuxin Island was under the surveillance of these disciples of the Five Elements sect. The cultivators in the city also sensed the atmosphere of the coming storm, and hid themselves in the caves one after another, and did not go out easily. During this period, the Nine Immortals city did not seem to have any unusual movements, nor were there any signs of the disappearance of the cultivators. Buzz, until the 8th day at noon, a silver rainbow flashed across the sea, rushing straight towards this side. A silver-haired girl returned to the city. How is it? Did you catch that black shadow? The gentle young man asked, his eyes full of inquiry. The silver-haired girl on the opposite side shook her head and said softly, I blew up his physical body, but the opponent's nascent soul ran away as a disciple of the Five Elements sect. It was not difficult to fight an ordinary cultivator across levels. But the nascent soul of the nascent soul cultivator has the ability to teleport. Therefore, even the silver-haired girl who has mastered many magical powers and practiced a top-level secret storage method, feels a little helpless against this kind of innate special magical power that the nascent soul cultivator has. It doesn't matter. Since we can destroy that person's body, it's almost enough. A cultivator who is only in the nascent soul stage cannot stay outside for a long time, otherwise his nascent soul will dissipate between heaven and earth. We just need to surround this tower and prevent the people inside from contacting the outside world. I believe we can force that person out. The gentle-looking young man spoke, still with a smile of wisdom on his face. He really wanted to see how the other party should make the next move. Chapter 487, The Urn, the Body of the Believer. The direction is wrong. Before the silver-haired girl came back, the three people from the five-element sect were all on their own axes, each holding an ancient mirror, reflecting the surroundings of the tower. In the last position, a battle flag was erected. With a pop sound, gorgeous streamers flew, forming a four-sided field, covering the area outside the tower tightly. The cloud patterns in the Deo domain spread, covering the entire sky, monitoring everything outside the tower. Any creature approaching the tower, or the cultivators walking out of it, will be detected by them at the first time. And there will be a shocking law band that will bind the opponent. It's like a huge net. Not long after, because the silver-haired girl came back, she replaced the position of the battle flag. The four people each guarded a position, surrounding the tower tightly. Although they all said that the rules and laws set by an elder in the refining void stage were not worth mentioning and were not taken seriously. But when it came to the actual implementation, no one dared to be presumptuous. After all, it was the cave of an elder in the refining void stage. Even if someone violated the sect rules, it was not their turn to say anything. Otherwise, facing the malice of an elder in the refining void stage, unless they had a higher cultivation level than the other party, they would probably never be able to leave the Wongsing Sea in this life. For that kind of existence, if someone offended them, even if they were from the same sect, they would have ways to deal with them. Therefore, when King Nian and others would surround the tower, so that people inside could not get out and people outside could not get in, they were just waiting for the guy who practiced magic to reveal himself. Just as the four of them surrounded the tower, a dazzling energy light suddenly burst out from the city. The entire Jiuxin city was shocked, and then it shook violently. Only a scream was heard, and then a stream of light drilled into the void and disappeared in an instant. Shua. Shua. Dot. Dozens of windy and fiery figures kept rushing towards the place where the sound came from. Several disciples of the five-element sect also came here. Looking at the destroyed area in the city, their faces suddenly darkened. Because they never thought that even though the tower was blocked, low-level monks would continue to disappear. All of this seemed to tell them that they were tracking in the wrong direction. The real culprit was in the city of Jiuxin City, not inside the tower. The main thing sold in this shop on weekdays is some talismans. I didn't expect that even the owner of such a shop would be robbed. The demon is getting bolder and bolder. In the past, he only dared to sneak around, but now he dares to attack monks directly in the city. Someone asked in confusion. According to past practice, although low-level monks disappeared from time to time in Jiuxin City, they were basically some aborigines on the island and those scattered cultivators with no power background. Moreover, all of this was done in secret. It was the first time that such blatant behavior like today was done. We all know where the demon came from, but no one dares to expose it. But a few days ago, wasn't the island owner's cave blocked by some magic array? Under such circumstances, such a thing can happen. Obviously, someone is deliberately making trouble, or there are more than one demons and monsters in the dark. In the distance, someone sneered and explained lightly. This matter is not difficult to guess. They are not little monks who have never seen the world. They have experienced many storms and waves, so they can naturally see through the essence at a glance. This group of people came from outside, opened shops in Jiuxin Island, and traveled to many islands in the inner sea. Monks like them who run multiple shops have deep backgrounds behind them. If something happens to them in the city, it will inevitably cause an uproar. The forces behind them will definitely find the person in charge of this Jiuxin city and ask for an explanation. Therefore, even if there have been many riots in Jiuxin City, these things have almost nothing to do with them. The business was still going on as usual. Although the profits were down, their lives would not be endangered. Therefore, They knew best what was happening on the island. Hearing the whispers of the group not far away, the faces of the gentle young man and his companions immediately darkened. If what these people said was true, then the big commotion this time was intentional. In other words, this attack was most likely directed at them. This was a provocation. It was as if telling them that even if they stayed outside the tower, it would be useless. The masters of this 9 immortal city were not them. Good. 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 This is the first time I've seen someone dare to openly provoke my 5 elements sect. The smile on the gentle young man's face faded, turning into a sickly angry look, with a somewhat ferocious look. The other 2 young men surnamed Wu and the slightly fat Taoist had the same look, and a fierce aura like thunder emerged from their bodies. The coldness emanating from the silver-haired girl became even colder. The cultivators who were watching the excitement felt a momentum and flew away without making a sound. The disciples of the 5 element sect were domineering, and this was a long-standing thing. Although the cultivation level of those 4 people was only at the golden core stage, most Yuanying stage cultivators would not be their opponents. This is the strength of the disciples of the immortal sect. Don't you like the provocation? Then I will satisfy you today. I don't believe I can't catch you. The gentle young man took out a golden Taoist talisman from his arms and pointed it at the sky. Instantly, countless golden cloud patterns were blazing, like the rising sun, and the divine light descended over the entire 9 immortal city. The blazing light emitted by the Taoist talisman enveloped the 9 immortal city tightly, and the holy light was endless. I am a disciple of the 5 elements sect. I heard that there are demons on the island, so I came to suppress them. In the next 3 months, the entire Jiuxin city will be sealed off. Everyone please stay in your caves and don't go out. If you appear in the city without reason, kill. After a moment, a thunderous sound rang out, and the world was shaking, and the sound was deafening. The angry voice of the gentle young man spread throughout the Jiuxin city, attracting countless eyes to look over here. But the 4 disciples of the 5 element sect in the field were not afraid, and they directly hid in the sky. As long as they stood at a very high place and looked down, any slight movement would not be hidden from their perception. In this way, if the strange thing in the tower dared to show up, it would inevitably be besieged by them. As for the many ordinary cultivators in Jiuxin city, their expressions were strange. Such a domineering move made them feel complicated. Although the disciples of the immortal sect were strong and powerful, there were at least thousands of disciples who had come here in the past 10 years, but no one had ever been able to solve the strange problem of the disappearance of the monks in Jiuxin city. In their opinion, even if the city was sealed, it would be difficult to solve the problem from the root. At this time, Luo Yan was staying in an inn, and he also heard this magnificent voice, and even saw the layer of sky on the horizon. Is the city sealed? Maybe things are far from that simple. Following Luo Yan's line of sight, he looked at a gray-clothed guest sitting in the hall. There was a faint light in his soul, and his aura did not fluctuate much. But Luo Yan saw through it at a glance. Not far away, there were also a few Taoists whose souls were flickering with a little light. But they themselves did not notice it. The images presented by these faint lights in Luo Yan's mind were little people with strange breath, pale faces, and seemingly no expression. These little people were not big, about 3 feet tall, with human faces and snake bodies. All of them were in a strange state of silence. It was difficult to see their figures using conventional means. Even if they were to be observed with a Dharma eye, they were almost invisible. This aura seems to be evil, but it is actually different. I seem to have encountered it before. Luo Yan pondered, feeling this inexplicable aura, and carefully searching the memories in his mind. There were many cultivators in the lobby of the inn. All of them were entrenched on the first floor. Because of the strange things that have continued to happen in Jiuxin city over the past 10 years, the cultivators were terrified. They dared not return to their caves, fearing that they would be targeted by the ubiquitous demons. There were many people in the lobby of the inn, and everyone gathered together, which made them feel more at ease. They were the indigenous cultivators of Jiuxin Island, and they had signed a contract with the island owner. As long as they failed to cultivate to the stage of transformation, they would be the servants of the island owner. This kind of indenture contract seemed to be a kind of coercion, but in fact it was tacitly accepted by the cultivators of the Wangxinghe Islands. Because cultivation always has a price. Wanting to settle down on the island and obtain cultivation resources without paying anything is obviously not in the interests of the island owner. This is why there are frequent cases of disappearances on Jiuxin Island, but few people can escape. These cultivators have the mark from the island owner on their bodies, which is both a way to prove their identity and a disguised bondage. Hey, how many times has this happened? It's not the first time that the disciples of the Five Elements Immortal sect have sealed the city, but each time it is not very useful. Every 3 days, at most 10 days, there will be a cultivator who disappears silently. In the hall, there are cultivators with deep panic and fear on their faces. These foundation-building cultivators used to dare to go to the outer sea to hunt sea monsters and earn spirit crystals to speed up their cultivation. But now, they don't even dare to go out to the island. They are afraid of being targeted by the ubiquitous demon. Damn it, even we can guess where the demon came from. The disciples of the Immortal sect turned a blind eye and did such a useless thing. Someone gnashed his teeth, frightened and furious. His words were full of resentment, but he still didn't dare to speak out, fearing that he would get into trouble. Even though they heard that the disciples of the Five Elements Immortal sect had sealed the island owner's cave, they subconsciously attributed the disappearance of the monks and the city to the other party. Because the people of the island owner's faction have done so many things, it is naturally not a secret. Some people have seen with their own eyes that the people of the island owner's faction went to see others. The next day, the news of the man's disappearance spread. This happened so many times that anyone could guess the hidden truth. Be careful. The companion next to him immediately pulled him back and signaled him not to talk nonsense. After all, on Jiuxin Island, the people of the island owner's faction are the most powerful. The vast majority of the other islanders are just their slaves. If it weren't for the suppression of the Five Elements sect, it would not be as simple as the occasional disappearance of 1 or 2 people. Luo Yan took in all the small talk, but he didn't show any abnormality. It seemed that everything pointed to the people in the tower. But he knew very well that this was just a superficial cover, and things were not that simple. I remember, that breath seems to be the power of faith. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed in Luo Yan's eyes, and he recalled something. No wonder he always felt that this group of people was awkward, but there was no flaw at all. After all, if it was an ordinary ghost, there would be flaws. With the abilities of so many Five Element sect disciples, it is impossible not to notice this. So the weirdness of these people in front of him is not the breath at all, but the way they exist now. There is spirit in his eyes, brighter than ever before, and there is no flaw in his mental state. A posture of no desire. It was this demeanor that finally made Luo Yan think of his previous memories. When Chen Liuzu was still around, in order to take him to hone his thunder skills, he once entered a strange world through a tattered statue. There, Luo Yan had been a god for a while, and the expressions on the faces of those who believed in him were almost exactly the same as the postures of the group of people in front of him. Interesting. Really interesting. No wonder this task can stump the group of proud sons of the Five Elements sect. It turns out that everyone's direction was wrong from the beginning. Luo Yan sat aside by himself, with a smile on his lips, as if waiting for something. But his mind was always on those people with a slightly strange aura. After the gentle young man sealed the 9 immortal city for 5 days, a slight fluctuation broke out in the city again. When they rushed there, the monks living in the cave disappeared silently. Panic spread again. And such a scene also made the gentle young man and others more and more furious. At this moment, they finally understood the difficulty of this task. The tower has a ban imposed by a great cultivator in the refining void stage, so outsiders cannot enter at all. There seems to be something in the city that lives in the shadows and jumps out from time to hunt. Even if one uses the divine power of the sky eye, one cannot see even a glimpse of its shadow, as if there is really an unknown terrifying demon. Fortunately, although there is a commotion among the lower-level cultivators, the overall situation in Jiuxin City is still relatively stable. As long as the great cultivators with a cultivation level higher than the golden core stage can protect their own family and that small area, there is no big problem. Therefore, although the disappearance of the cultivators in the city is terrifying, it is actually within a controllable range. After all, the number of cultivators on Jiuxin Island is huge, with a total of more than 100,000. With so many cultivators, it seems reasonable that 1 or 2 cultivators are missing occasionally. The panic among the lower-level cultivators is only a small part. Time continues to pass. 2 months later. The golden light curtain in the sky is still bright, and the city closure is still going on, but the 4 Five Element sect disciples across the sky are nowhere to be seen. There is one more chapter, I need to revise it, and I will release it later. Chapter 488, Night Party, There is a Traitor, 50% Possibility. 2 months have passed since Jiuxin City was sealed off. During these 2 months, low-level cultivators in Jiuxin City continued to disappear quietly. Dozens of living people disappeared silently under their noses. This made the faces of Wen Youth and others become extremely ugly, even darker than ink. This was no longer a blatant provocation, but they were not taken seriously at all. But what made Wen Youth and others extremely annoyed was that the high tower used the battle flag to seal the void, and it was impossible for the people inside to hide from their perception. The people in Jiuxin City disappeared silently, under their noses, just like that. If it weren't for this task, it was issued by the Xianxi Hall of the Five Elements sect, indicating that the disciples in the Jinden period could be solved. They would definitely think that a high-level cultivator had ended up. But in this situation, besides being angry, the gentle young man and others almost turned the 9 immortal city upside down, and they couldn't find any abnormality at all. This situation made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. At this moment, they could truly understand how difficult it was to complete this special task that had always been at the top of the task hall. From the beginning, they seemed to be led by the nose. But the gentle young man and others could not find the slightest abnormality at midnight. Luo Yan stayed in his room, and a black shadow came in. The magic circle around him suddenly rose, locking the secret room tightly, and the breath did not leak out. With a puff, the light was bright. A green-faced and fanged little ghost appeared in front of Luo Yan, with a cautious look in his little eyes, as if he was very afraid of the person in the shadow. Because that person had a strong breath of thunder, which was what he feared the most. "Brother Dao, if you don't show up now, when will you?" Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat, spoke with a deep look in his eyes. A moment later, the green-faced and fanged little ghost suddenly showed a faint light, and a slightly fat human figure appeared in front of him. "Brother Dao, how are you?" The slightly fat young man smiled and bowed. Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat, also opened his eyes instantly and returned the greeting. The situation they showed now was not like before, with conflicts, barriers, and looking down on each other. Instead, it seemed like they had known each other for a long time. "This secret room has been superimposed by me with multiple magic arrays. Even a strong person whose realm and cultivation are much higher than mine can hardly see through it at a glance." After seeing the other party appear, Luo Yan did not speak, but looked at everything around with his narrow pupils, and then explained softly. He cares most about confidentiality. How could he not make more preparations? The surroundings of this secret room were covered with prismatic patterns, and circles of light spots flashed on the surface. The slightly fat young man knew that this was a composite array. The so-called composite array is to superimpose the abilities of multiple arrays, and then release a stronger power. Conventional arrays generally have only one function, either attacking, or enchanting, or trapping the enemy. But composite arrays are different. They can superimpose the characteristics of multiple arrays, and the power that bursts out will be several times that of other arrays. However, such a superimposed array cannot be arranged by people who are not highly accomplished in array formation. Obviously, the fellow disciple in blue in front of him is not as simple as he appears. Sure enough, there is basically no fool among those who can become their fellow disciples. "Brother Dao, please forgive me for laughing. I am just used to being cautious." The slightly fat young man spoke with a gentle smile and sincere feelings. The main reason was that the things he had experienced during this period of time made him feel a little nervous, so every time he arrived at a place, he would look around carefully. He was not worried about his own safety, but he was a little troubled by the people who disappeared in the city. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the cultivator in Jiuxin City, but they could not find that guy, let alone catch him. In the past 2 months, with the help of the guards in the city, they almost turned the city upside down, but did not find anything unusual. "I don't know, brother, have you gained anything in the past 2 months? Can you tell me something? This way, we can complete the task as soon as possible." The slightly fat young man asked softly. After hearing this, Luo Yan did not refuse the other party's intention to join forces. But he did not respond directly, but changed the subject and said, "Brother Dao, what about you? Have you found the problem among the 3 of them?" Seeing that the other party avoided answering, the slightly fat young man was stunned for a moment, but he still sorted out his thoughts, and then said softly, "In the past 2 months, I have been secretly observing the 3 of them, but the effect is not great. Although I have a guess in my heart, I dare not directly conclude it. After all, the three of them are disciples of my five elements sect. A slightly radical action will trigger a series of reactions. The slightly fat young man explained. His words were ambiguous. Because of the suspicion of fellow disciples, he was unwilling to do such a thing unless he had to. At least he didn't want to be the first bird to speak out. If the guess is true, it's fine. Once the guess is false, it may cause disgust from others, and the gain will outweigh the loss. Brother Deo, why do you think that one of them has a problem? The slightly fat young man was puzzled, with a puzzled look on his face, and there was no arrogance on his face, and he was very humble. At this time, he took off his disguise, as if this was his true heart. This was also a tentative move by the slightly fat young man. He wanted to hear the opinion of the fellow disciple in green in front of him. If the other party could convince him, he would immediately take action after returning and pull out the man. If the reason was far-fetched, he decided to take a look. After all, this task was not just his job. Before that, don't worry. Luo Yan stretched out his right hand, and 5 colors of light, green, blue, red, brown, and gold, emerged from his 5 fingers. In the bright stream of light like a rainbow, silver electric light was jumping, shining in the secret room. Brother Deo, what are you doing? The slightly fat young man was stunned. This is a small yin-yang 5 elements magical power of the poor Taoist, which can be used to eliminate evil and suppress evil. In order to prevent you from being possessed by those things, please probe your soul and test it. The slightly fat young man was stunned when he heard it. He didn't feel offended or resentful about it. Instead, he felt a sense of solemnity and the seriousness of the situation. Even he had to be on guard, which meant that the guy opposite seemed to have really found something extraordinary. With a Z sound, the slightly fat young man probed part of his soul power into the aura. After a moment, the brilliant aura dissipated, and nothing unusual happened. His movements were very fast, without any hesitation at all. At this moment, the slightly fat young man began to be impatient to listen to different opinions. Some of the cultivators in this city have different souls and are slightly different from normal cultivators. You should have discovered this, right? The slightly fat young man opposite nodded. He had also discovered the abnormalities of those people a long time ago. After all, the 5 ghosts bring wealth technique he practiced was very sensitive to the breath of ghosts. Although he could not lock on to each person very accurately, as long as he transformed into the perspective of the 5 ghosts, he could see many unusual things. It was just that due to his previous agreement with Luo Yan, the slightly fat young man did not come forward to expose it during these 2 months. Those people's spirits are different, but there is not much abnormality. The slightly fat young man was puzzled, because he had also followed several cultivators privately, but he did not find anything. Those people gave him a very strange feeling, but they were not evil forces. After careful observation, there was no flaw. It seemed that he was just a normal cultivator. Considering that everyone has their own secrets, the slightly fat young man did not make too many guesses in the following time, except for the beginning. Brother, have you ever heard of the power of faith? Luo Yan said, with a hint of meaning. The power of faith? The slightly fat young man pondered for a while, and then his face was full of thinking. He was born in the inner sea of Wongxing Sea and grew up here since he was a child. He was not very old and had limited experience. He really didn't know much about the cultivation system. After all, before the Jinden stage, he spent most of his time on cultivation. Naturally, he didn't know much about the outside world. In fact, most of the Jinden realm cultivators of the 5 elements sect are in this situation. From the beginning of contact with psychic particles to the Jinden realm, for them, it would not take more than 20 years at most. In such a short time, it is rare to be able to comprehend the realm of cultivation, the secrets of magical powers, and the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, I know very little about things other than spiritual energy. I read the classics of the 5 elements sect and found such a description in it. Legend has it that in the depths of the endless sea, there is a temple where a god lives. This god seems to be omnipotent in the sea, and his reputation is very popular. He once fought with the true immortals of the earthly immortal world, but was defeated and fell into deep sleep. After this god fell asleep, his reputation did not stop spreading, and there are still many believers. Among them, there is a believer named Naga. Luo Yan slowly told a secret. During these 2 months, he was not idle, and he had been secretly observing the state of those monks who were parasitized. At the beginning, he found that although this group of people seemed to be parasitized by the demon monks, they were different in the end. Because when they returned to their caves, they seemed to be meditating and absorbing ki, but in fact they were more like a meditation and prayer. The two are very similar in form, but there are subtle differences. However, it is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish them, which is true. As early as when he was in Kangwu realm, Luo Yan had gone to a strange world with the help of the ancestor of Lady Temple. In that world, he turned into the statue of Thunder God and accepted the worship of all living beings. As long as the believers with devout faith offer their faith and bow their heads. In the long run, Luo Yan will be able to descend on them through the power of faith and observe the world from their perspective. Brother Dao, what do you mean? The slightly fat young man frowned, as if he had guessed something, but he was not sure. You are going in the wrong direction. That tower, or even this city, is not the root cause of all this. Luo Yan raised his eyes slightly, and when he looked at the other party, there was a little more meaning. In the past 2 months, due to the secret communication of the slightly fat young man and the information he observed, he basically had control over what happened in this Jiuxin city. Those who disappeared for no reason may not have been kidnapped by others. It is very likely that they disappeared on their own and then quietly went somewhere. Pointing the finger at the tower is an attempt to divert the trouble. Otherwise, the beliefs of those people would have been exposed long ago. After all, the disciples of the Five Elements sect are not like those in the outside world. There are always some people who are well informed. If they had not been confused by the tower, as long as they calmed down, they might not be unable to find out the truth. But there was that tower blocking the way. As long as someone disappeared, outsiders would immediately look there, mistaking it for the island owner's people. Such thoughts were not only known by the people in the tower, but also by the people in Jiuxin City. When everyone recognizes a fact, it is easy to neglect the real root cause. It is inevitable that there is a problem with the tower, but it is not the most important link. Our opponent this time may be something extraordinary. There may be a hard battle. Luo Yan looked up and said indifferently. The slightly fat young man opposite was silent, and his expression became a little hesitant. Because what the fellow disciple in green clothes opposite said was completely different from what they saw. For a moment, he had to reflect on what was implied in this sentence. In addition, there is one person among the three who should have a problem with his identity. It's just that he hides very well, and I can't clearly sense it. After you go back, you can consider catching him out. If you can do this, then I will join forces with you. Otherwise, I will carry out this mission alone. Luo Yan whispered. When it comes to the affairs of believers, you must not act rashly. If you are not careful, you will alert the enemy. Therefore, even if you find that those people are problematic, Luo Yan did not let go. Instead, he continued to set up monitoring arrays and locked his last sight on the sea area in the west. Even if I join forces with Brother Dao, what should I do with the people hiding in the tower? The slightly fat young man asked, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. As a disciple of the Five Elements sect, he was not afraid of how powerful the enemy was. He was just afraid that he would rush around like a headless fly, so that he would waste time in vain. The four of them had been tossing around outside for more than 2 months, and there were only a few days left before the deadline of the mission. If no changes are made, this mission will inevitably end in failure. I'm not lying to you. I don't have a good way to deal with the person in the tower. But you did one thing right. That is to completely seal off the area around the tower. So, now that things have come to this, we can only let go and take a gamble. Let's bet that the person inside has practiced magic skills and will not be able to control himself and then run out. Luo Yan said frankly, and pointed out the 2 stages of this matter. Although the people who disappeared in Jiuxin City have no direct relationship with the tower, the person in the tower is definitely not a good thing. Half the possibility. The slightly fat young man smacked his lips twice. Finally, a ray of light flashed across his narrow eyes, and he continued, "Don't worry, if there is a problem among us, he will definitely not be able to escape. If it is true as Brother Dao said, this mission is a combination of light and dark lines, then leave the next battle to us. Your guess is enough to surpass everything." The slightly fat young man thought about it and still felt that he could give it a try. Otherwise, if he continued, this special mission would really fail. According to what this fellow disciple in green said, there might be a chance of a comeback. After finding that person and subduing him, I will wait for you outside the city gate. Be careful, you can't delay too long, Otherwise you will alert the enemy. If the other party notices something is wrong and runs away, we won't have a second chance. Luo Yan reminded, his tone was a little serious. For this kind of task, it is not unreasonable for the sect to require 5 disciples to accept it. It is almost impossible to solve it by relying on personal strength. This missing case itself should be divided into 2 lines of light and dark. The bright line is the man in the tower, who practices magic skills and needs the spirit of the monks to increase his skills. The dark line is the evil god in the sea, who takes this opportunity to continuously develop his own believers, and use the man in the tower to conceal everything. The 2 lines run in parallel, which is the ultimate truth. At first, those believers who disappeared for no reason would not be discovered. Because when the evil god ritual is completed, they will return to the city again. Everything seems so silent. But the arrival of the 5-element sect disciples changed this dark line. Because of the appearance of these 5-element sect disciples, the city was directly sealed, the tower was blocked, and the low-level monks in the city were required to report on time. In this way, even if they are done in a covert way, their previous deeds will be exposed. After all, the evil gods do not understand what restraint is and what is enough. In their eyes, ensuring the natural growth of believers is the most important thing. So there was a deliberate noise to attract everyone's attention, and then lead it to the man in the tower. In this way, it will not affect their believer growth plan. In the entire monk's disappearance case, the biggest culprit is actually the evil god of the sea, Naga. Chapter 489 Illusion, Showdown. Target Naga is a kind of creature, one of the many superior races of the sea people. In the Endless Sea, the Naga clan is not as strong as the 9 Infants Dragon clan, but it is also very powerful. This is a super clan that is not inferior to the 5 Elements sect, and it controls many vast seas. I never thought that on this Jiuxin island, I would find this clan of creatures, which is a unique method. In the secret room, Luo Yan told a lot, and roughly talked about the investigation, tracking, and locking range in the past 2 months. Everything points to the sea to the west. At this point, the slightly fat young man was shocked by the detailed description of this fellow disciple in blue. No wonder they have been tossing in Jiuxin City for more than 2 months without any progress. It turns out that those who disappeared were not captured by people with ulterior motives, or the guy in the tower. Instead, those people with a kind of soul and breath took the initiative to go out, and then waited until a certain period of time before deliberately bursting out. In this way, they will create an illusion that people were captured in an instant without revealing any breath. What a good trick! The slightly fat young man said coldly, with a cold look in his eyes. If it weren't for this fellow disciple in green clothes who exposed this little trick, they might not have found the real reason for the failure until the mission failed, and where it was specifically reflected. Being treated like a fool, being played around. No wonder you reminded me, brother, that there is something wrong with one of them. If they didn't know our actions very well, it would be impossible for the other party to be one step ahead of us every time and cause the disappearance case in the city. It turns out that someone is deliberately playing tricks. The slightly fat young man stood up, with murderous intent in his eyes. As a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, a disciple of the dominant force in the Wangxing Sea, he was actually played like this by someone, and even used the method that was hidden under the lamp. How could he not be surprised? After the surprise, there was a raging anger. This needed to be irrigated with the other party's blood to wet the anger in his heart. Brother Deo, rest assured. If I can't find that person out completely, I won't have the face to stay here any longer. The slightly plump young man saluted and then quietly left. At this time, he couldn't wait to go back and find the real traitor and suppress him immediately. He couldn't wait even a moment. The anger in his heart must be released. Only in this way can he avenge his previous shame. Looking at the ghost that turned into a wisp of light smoke and disappeared, and the slightly plump young man attached to it, Luo Yan's eyes flickered, as if he was considering something. At this point, the case of the disappearance of this low-level monk was almost clear. All the branches of the veins were presented. The next thing is very simple, it depends on the abilities of both parties. After all, the Naga clan has many records in the classics of the 5 Elements sect. It is a very powerful creature. With a human head and a snake body, it has mastered the laws of heaven and earth since birth. It is very terrifying. Ordinary monks will not even have the chance to fight back against it, and will be swallowed by the other party. Luo Yan closed his eyes and deduced the whole story, as well as the possible omissions. Believer. Naga, let's wait and see how they will end it. Luo Yan thought to himself. The mission on Jiuxin Island is actually very complicated, involving several levels of game. One is that the people of the owner of Jiuxin Island use the essence of the cultivators to practice magic. This is also the information that many disciples of the Five Elements sect have found out. However, due to the strength and status of the elders in the refining void stage, even if many people in the Five Elements sect want to pull out the guy who practices magic and eliminate him, they dare not be too blatant. After all, there is a rumor that the guy who practices magic is the only son of the elder in the refining void stage. The consequences of forcibly killing the offspring of a great cultivator of the sect can be guessed without thinking. In this way, there are more people who feel hesitant about this mission. Even if someone didn't care about this and wanted to complete the task, they would still be in trouble when facing the law and magic prohibition outside the tower. Because the people inside didn't come out at all, even if they wanted to do something dirty, they couldn't find an opportunity. After all, this high-level magic prohibition has exceeded the general magic array and is a rule-based magic prohibition. Anyone who doesn't understand the inside story will be wiped out without leaving any residue once he enters rashly. Even the most reckless people don't dare to force their way in. This is also the reason why the disciples of the Five Elements sect failed before. Many cultivators who knew this inside story, after hearing about this incident, knew that the other party's reliance was the elder of the sect in the refining void stage. With the attitude of less trouble is worse than more trouble, they would not come to touch this vortex at all. It's nothing more than the disappearance of the cultivators on their own island, so they would turn a blind eye if they could. It's foolish to confront the elder of the refining void stage of their own sect because of this little thing. Otherwise, this task would not have been at the top of the task hall for more than 10 years, and no one had ever completed it. Many well-informed people would not accept this task at all, fearing that they would be trapped in a dilemma. There are also many disciples of the Five Elements sect who, unaware of the inside story, came to Jiuxin Island fearlessly. Although a small number of people have noticed the abnormality in Jiuxin City, they are often one step behind the truth due to the interference of the inner ghost in the team. Therefore, in order to solve the problem of missing monks, the first thing to solve is to find out the inner ghost hidden among them. Then go to the outer sea and find trouble with the Naga. Moreover, it can trap a disciple of the Five Elements sect silently and replace his identity. Such an existence is by no means an ordinary person. Ordinary disciples of the Five Elements sect may not really be the opponent of the other party. This is also the reason why Luo Yan has not acted privately even though he has found clues. Once the snake is alarmed and the other party slips away, it will be difficult to find the person out. At least within the limited time limit of this mission, it is almost impossible for them to complete the mission. Therefore, relying on the power of several other fellow disciples became Luo Yan's first choice. After all, he is just a spiritual body, and he can only use 3 tricks to make his strength. After 3 moves, no matter what the opponent does, his spiritual puppet body, which was made by consuming many third-level spiritual objects, will be directly scrapped. If he can achieve his goal and complete the mission, it's nothing. But it is obvious that being able to develop believers in Jiuxin City under the eyes of many great monks means that the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. At least, it can also show that the Naga is very powerful in hiding his breath and hiding himself. This is far beyond the upper limit of the strength that Luo Yan's spiritual puppet body can solve. It is a delusion to want to solve this Naga with his own strength. It is necessary to rely on the joint efforts of fellow monks to complete this task. I wonder if the mastermind behind this incident is a statue of God. Luo Yan pondered, thinking of his appearance in that small world before, and secretly compared them in his heart. Perhaps those practitioners from other worlds had the same feeling when facing him at that time. Once they got the chance, they would secretly develop believers, and then accumulate the power of faith to strengthen themselves. You know, Luo Yan did not master the method of using the power of faith, and he relied entirely on his own ideas and condensed the Dharma body. Despite this, he was also shocked by the power of the system of the power of faith, because it can completely imitate oneself and release all the power of the original body. It can also comprehend the great way of heaven and earth. In this way, it is much more practical than the external incarnation technique of the Yuanying period cultivator. The most important thing is that through the power of faith, you can also feel the truest inner thoughts of the believers. Be omniscient. To some extent, this is the power of God. There is no doubt that the power of this system is extremely powerful. When Luo Yan stood up and began to prepare for the upcoming war, The slightly fat young man also returned to the high-rise building. As soon as he returned to the high-rise building, he also found the other 3 people, and then his eyes kept scanning them. Not long after, the slightly fat young man took out 5 yin ghost talismans and threw them upwards. Instantly, this high-rise building was filled with a huge amount of yin qi, the yin wind was mighty, and the deep and dark light of the talismans was surging, covering this space and completely blocking all the ways ahead. The 5 yin ghosts turned into entities and crossed the sky. Their green faces and fangs were very amazing. It seemed that they were going to launch an attack in the next moment. Yin qi filled the entire palace. The 5 ghosts' wealth-carrying technique can not only be used to move money and property, but also to use yin ghosts to fight. The 5 yin qi talismans turned into an independent small space, completely sealing this area. As long as these 5 talismans are not broken, he can master the supreme power in this alien space. The slightly fat young man is a rare yin attribute spiritual root, and the means he uses to fight the enemy naturally give people a feeling of yin qi. The 5-element sect has always been tolerant of such talented disciples. Most of the time, they will not interfere with the disciples' choice of secret methods. After all, there are all kinds of methods in the world, and everyone has their own destiny. It doesn't matter what method you practice. What matters is the person who controls that method. As long as the other party can control his own desires and has not violated the sect rules, he is a disciple of the 5-elements sect. Even if the method this disciple practices is not the conventional method of the 5-elements sect. Whether it is the key refining method or the demonic key system, it is not that important what you practice. The 5-element sect is a superpower that can even accept the surrender of sea creatures, not to mention that the disciples' cultivation methods are different, which is not a problem at all. Su Ming, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? Are you attacking us for no reason? The gentle young man who saw this scene was stunned, and then an angry look appeared on his face. What exactly does this guy want to do by doing this? Is he crazy? How dare he openly attack his fellow disciples? Thinking of this, the gentle young man's face became even worse. In just over 2 months, his mentality has been affected repeatedly, from a gentle and humble and elegant male cultivator to a person with changeable emotions. He is completely different from before. Fatally, the gentle young man also discovered his own problem. Since coming here, he has become irritable and irritable. There is definitely a problem with his mind. He needs to cultivate his mind in time and get rid of too many distracting thoughts, otherwise it will definitely affect his subsequent practice. But now is not the time to completely solve his own problems. The gentle young man stared at the fat figure in front of him, as if the other party had gone crazy. He wanted a reasonable explanation. It's very simple, I need you to do a small test. Su Ming whispered. His slightly fat cheeks were full of smiles, but gave people a feeling of extreme danger. Like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, his eyes were grim. Test us. What qualifications do you have to test us? Wait. Are you suspecting that someone among us is deliberately making trouble? The gentle young man frowned, and after a moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and then he looked up suddenly. He was not a fool. The meaning of the other party's words was very clear, that is, he had caught some clues, so he would do this. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a crazy move. At this moment, the gentle young man glanced at the 2 people next to him, and seemed to be looking at something. After this layer of window paper was pierced, he was more certain than Su Ming that one of the other 2 people must have a problem. With a puff, Su Ming summoned a green lamp from his sea of consciousness, and it burned with a blazing green flame. Inadvertently, a faint and majestic pressure spread out. This kind of aura fluctuation was amazing, giving the other 3 people a sense of fear. Even your life magic weapon has been brought out. Brother Su is serious. It seems that you are sure that there is something wrong with one of us. The gentle young man came to his senses and chose to cooperate with the other party at the first time. He kept looking back and forth, and said meaningfully, after all, no matter how difficult the mission of Duxin Island is, it is just a mission for their level. Since it is a mission of the Jinden stage, it must be possible to complete it. But now, there have been dozens of cases of low-level monks disappearing in the city. And it happened under their noses. How could the gentle young man not think more? It just so happened that Su Ming's words completely woke him up. If there is a ghost among them, then everything makes sense. We'll know if there is a problem by testing it. If my guess is wrong, then I will apologize to you and I'm willing to owe you a favor. But if there's something wrong with your spirit and energy, then don't blame me for disregarding the friendship of our fellow disciples. Su Ming is a little fat, and his pupils are not big, but at this moment he half squinted his eyes, like a lion on the verge of anger. Chapter 490, Escape. Close the net. It turns out you are almost like me. In the void, 5 ghosts with green faces and fangs were stationary in all directions. Right in front of them, there was a green lamp that released an immortal aura. No matter which method they used, it was extremely amazing and showed a kind of determination. Once one of the 3 of them showed his hand, he would surely be hit by the most fierce thunderbolt. Such a posture was enough to explain a lot of things. Inside Ghost? I hope you are not wrong. If you said this 2 months ago, I would definitely think you were crazy. But now. The young man surnamed Wu, who was wearing black gold armor, snorted coldly, and then stood up first. At this moment, he also reacted. One of the 2 fellow disciples around him had a problem. So he directly condensed his soul and revealed his own aura. After a moment, Su Ming shook his head. The young man surnamed Wu retracted his mind, and suddenly a halberd appeared in his hand, with brilliant golden light lingering on it, and runes like flames were jumping, and the aura was very sharp. The key locked onto the gentle young man and the silver-haired girl. As long as they made the slightest movement, they would be attacked and killed by him. At this point, none of the people present were fools. If there was an insider cooperating with the strange things that had happened in the past 2 months, it seemed that everything had a reasonable explanation. Many things were still mysterious before the window paper was broken. Once the window paper was broken, there was nothing to be surprised about. The gentle young man looked to the side and front, and glanced at the silver-haired girl not far away, with the cold light in his eyes. Do it. Capture her. The gentle young man directly released a top-level secret method, and his whole body burst into dazzling golden light, with sharp key and mysterious scripture symbols lingering around, like a postnatal god, very powerful. At this moment, the way he showed himself was very fierce. While the secret method emerged, he also took the opportunity to attack and kill. Only by suppressing the silver-haired girl can the shame of the past 2 months be washed away. Chi. A huge fist of light passed through the void, shaking the entire ghost space. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. 3 powerful attacks were all directed at the silver-haired girl. In an instant, this area was submerged by the overwhelming spiritual light. With a boom, the boundless light dissipated, and the originally cold and incomparable silver-haired girl disappeared. Instead, a Naga statue with a human face and a snake body appeared in front of several people. He was surrounded by a sacred aura, with a pious face and a calm gaze. It seems that I still underestimated you. My spiritual transformation technique is no different from that of a real person. Unless I encounter a high-level creature, it is generally difficult to be deciphered. I never thought that you would discover it today. A hoarse and slightly dull voice sounded. Indistinctly, there seemed to be a sound of regret mixed in. The Naga's human-faced statue has translucent fish scales, branded into deep cloud pattern, reflecting strands of light, blocking everything. See Naga. I was wondering, why every time someone in the city disappears, there is no trace left behind. It turns out that someone around us is tipping off. In this case, everything is connected. The gentle young man's eyes were full of golden symbols, and his aura was terrifying, as if he had become a golden little golden man. The runes on his body were very special, like a golden sun, emitting bursts of magic array aura. I guess the nascent soul cultivator who ran out of the tower before was also deliberately let go by you, right? The gentle young man asserted. The powerful creatures in the sea actually appeared in such a place. No wonder strange things happened frequently on Jiuxin Island. They who came to investigate were always led by the nose. It turned out that from the beginning, they were looking in the wrong direction. The guy hiding in the tower was deliberately thrown out to attract their attention. Thinking of this, the coldness on the gentle young man's face became stronger. The cultivators of other races, the enemies of life and death, are not of our race, their hearts must be different. They should be killed. After all, the 5-element sect is on the sea, so it is not strange to meet the sea creatures. Although the killing intention is strong, the gentle young man still feels a little frightened by the human-faced snake-bodied Naga in front of him, because the Naga clan has a very high status among the sea creatures. To a certain extent, ordinary 5-element sect disciples do not have a higher status than the other party. If you really want to compare, The status of a Naga is at least equivalent to the colorful purple jade, the 5-element sect member at the level of identity token. Its status and blood concentration are very transcendent among the sea people. Although the appearance of the Naga clan in the sea here surprised the gentle young man, but after the shock, he slowly accepted this fact. Just like the disciples of their 5-elements sect, once their cultivation reaches a bottleneck, they will inevitably go out to travel. Or go to the hinterland of the human race to see those extremely prosperous giant cities, how spectacular it would be. Or sneak into the territory of foreign races, find natural treasures, and hone yourself through the pressure brought by those foreign races. Therefore, after being shocked, the three people present all chose to accept the appearance of the Naga tribe in the sea. Since the traitor has been found, what's the point of being so long-winded? To deal with these foreign races, it is right to take them down as soon as possible. The young man surnamed Wu, wearing black gold armor, had flying hair, and the golden halberd in his hand seemed to be burning, gathering endless golden energy light, gorgeous and dazzling. What about Naga? This is the heartland of the 5-elements sect, and there are many great monks stationed on the Jiuxin island. Once the opponent's breath is leaked, someone will definitely come to help. Therefore, there is nothing to hesitate at all, just do it directly. Kill. Su Ming also drove the ancient green lamp in his hand, and blew it gently, and a green vortex wind appeared, blowing the space in front of him. The Yin Qi ghost also spit out a piece of frost, combined with a green ancient flame, freezing the void. The three people from the 5-element sect attacked at the same time, and the surging energy light completely submerged the area. If it weren't for the 5 Yin ghost talismans that fixed this space in advance, such a huge momentum would have alarmed the people in the city long ago. Even so, this momentum is so powerful that even many Yuanying period cultivators cannot match it. Because the secret storage method they practiced and the magical scriptures are all top-notch secret techniques. How can the cultivators outside compare with it? The cultivation of the human race is indeed blessed by heaven and earth. If you are not careful and reveal a little flaw, you will find it. It's really powerful. But if you want to keep me with just a few of you, I'm afraid you are still a little short of the fire. The Naga with a human face and a snake body spoke, with a slightly sharp tone, as if deliberately imitating something. In the narrow vertical pupils, divine patterns emerged and gushed out holy light. Not long after, this sacred light gradually disappeared. Forget it. If we go all out here, it will easily attract the old monsters among your human race. But since we have been exposed, there is no need to fight anymore. Naga whispered. The sinister tone echoed in this space. It was not that he did not have the strength to fight, but that he had more important things to do at this time. No, he's going to run away. Su Ming shouted, and his face suddenly changed. At the same time, the three of them attacked together, using their own secret magic skills, trying to force the other party to stay. But a soft and sacred light suddenly broke out in front of them, offsetting all the attacks. There was a feeling of being invulnerable. Then, the Naga with a human face and a snake body turned into little light rain and dissipated in front of several people. It turned out that the sea creature still ran away. The young man surnamed Wu, who was wearing black gold armor, was angry and threw his long spear to the ground, shaking this ghost space twice. That is a secret method similar to the art of spiritual body, which is originally composed of a group of divine patterns and spiritual power. It is normal to be escaped by such an opponent. At this time, Su Ming seemed very calm. He had been deliberately reminded of this situation when he was talking to the Taoist brother in green. Although surprised, it was not beyond his expectations. Let's go and meet up with another fellow disciple. He was the one who discovered the abnormality this time. Su Ming took back the ancient green lamp and the Yin Gui divine talisman. Since the opponent is the Naga tribe in the sea, it means that there will be a tough battle next. After all, as disciples of the 5-elements sect, how could they sit idly by when alien creatures appeared within their territory? Even if there was no such mission, they would chase after it without hesitation. Another fellow disciple. Is it the Taoist in green who had an argument with you 2 months ago? The gentle young man stared, as if he remembered something. As early as the beginning of the meeting, he had a hunch that the two guys would fight as soon as they met. Would it be a bit too deliberate? You know, they are from the same sect. They may see each other every day, but it's not that simple that they would cause a dispute between the two. At that time, the gentle young man had actually noticed something wrong in his heart. But he didn't think much about it. After all, The dispute between the two was none of his business, so he could do whatever he wanted. Now it seems that the two guys had obviously planned it. They worked together to set up such a situation in order to make the Naga feel at ease. If I'm not mistaken, you waited for 2 months before taking action, just to find the Naga's lair, right? Now it seems that you have found it. The gentle young man asked with a questioning look in his eyes. Hearing this, Su Ming did not respond directly, but rushed out of the city gate with a whoosh. He drove the ghost away, leaving only a faint afterimage. The gentle young man's words made him not know how to answer. Although he also found something wrong, it was only limited to the spirits of those believers. He didn't think about the Naga tribe at all. Therefore, Su Ming no longer hesitated and left directly to stop the other party from asking questions. If the other party knew that he was the same as them and didn't notice too many things wrong, how embarrassing it would be. The strong personality that had just been established would disappear in an instant. Seeing this, the gentle young man was stunned for a moment, thinking that the other party was anxious to track him, and didn't think much about it. He immediately turned into a blazing golden light and followed. Indeed, at this time, the most important thing should be to pull out the Naga first. At this critical moment, he also guessed a possibility of alerting the enemy, so he didn't say anything more. You guys always like to make things so troublesome. The young man surnamed Wu on the other side looked over here, feeling that his IQ was being pressed to the ground and rubbed hard. It's really too complicated. Who would have thought that his fellow disciple was actually a Naga from the Sea tribe, pretending to be him? Moreover, some people had already recognized him, but they just hid it. He waited for more than 2 months. Such patience and such scheming, the young man surnamed Wu was ashamed of himself. He originally thought that the smartest person among them was the guy with a false smile, who was thoughtful and methodical, and he just needed to listen to his arrangements quietly. Even when he was not making much progress in carrying out this task, the young man surnamed Wu did not doubt that guy's shrewdness. He was much better than his brain. But now it seems that this guy with a false smile, although he seems to be shrewd, is also more thoughtful in all aspects when explaining things. But this is just superficial. Although he has wisdom, it is definitely not much. At most, it is only slightly better than himself. In terms of scheming, this fat man and the fellow disciple in green, who he has only met once, are much better than the gentle young man. Thinking of this, the young man surnamed Wu felt much more comfortable instantly. As long as it is not just me who has a bad brain, and after the comparison, the feeling is simply indescribable. However, it is still the most annoying thing that requires brain power. The young man surnamed Wu, wearing black gold armor, was wandering, and his figure turned into a stream of light. He followed Su Ming and rushed towards the city gate. As long as there is a smart person in the team and that person is trustworthy, he is willing to put down his arrogance and temporarily obey the other party's arrangements. This is also the way the elders in the family taught him to observe others. When encountering a common foreign enemy and the teammate is a fellow monk, as long as that person is smarter than himself, without harming his own interests, put down the arrogance in your heart and choose to temporarily obey the other party's arrangements. This is the real smart person. It is based on this mentality that although the young man surnamed Wu is unruly and arrogant by nature, he will subconsciously restrain himself when facing fellow monks. Because there are too many powerful people in the sect, no one dares to say that he can be invincible at the same level. Chapter 491, Human Face Naga's True Form, Mercy, Escape, and Clear Plan. The three of them were very fast, and they arrived outside the city gate in a short time. The slightly plump Su Ming stood here, closed his eyes, then sensed gently, and finally flew straight to the sea in the west. Seeing this, the two people behind him immediately followed. After flying forward for about 2 incense sticks of time, the three of them came to a vast sea. Right in front of them, there was a green figure with a blazing blue light in his eyes, as if he was looking at something. "Brother Dao!" Su Ming shouted. Luo Yan turned around, glanced at the three fellow disciples, and nodded gently as a greeting. He knew that time was urgent now, because after the traitor was discovered, his true body would definitely react. So he didn't greet them, but pointed to the sea ahead and said, "The place ahead should be the hiding place of the Naga. There is a magic circle under the sea. I dare not get too close to avoid alerting the enemy. In addition, I am just a spirit body. The next battle may depend on you." Luo Yan whispered and quickly pointed out the facts. Su Ming and others nodded, and also prepared for the upcoming fierce battle, and then rushed forward. Under the sea, there is a Naga stone statue. In front of the stone statue, there is a Naga with a human face and a snake body sitting cross-legged. The whole body is surrounded by white holy light, like a real god. Below it, there are hundreds of human cultivators kneeling, almost all of whom are in the key refining and foundation building stages. Most of them are in the foundation building stage. Their faces are numb, their pupils are dilated, and their lips are subconsciously reciting a mysterious scripture. There is also milky white gas coming out of their heads. The end point of the spreading white gas is the Naga stone statue with a human face. At this moment, all the believers were in a pious and serious posture. It was as if they were in deep meditation and prayer. Not far away, there was a magic domain barrier, in which a silver-haired girl was imprisoned. At this moment, the silver-haired girl fell into coma, but her body was not injured at all. Her mind was rotating, and in her inner world, she was carrying out her mission. In the spiritual world, she met those fellow disciples, and then they worked together to find the mastermind behind the scenes. The gentle young man beside her, Su Ming, the young man named Wu wearing black gold armor, Luo Yan who had only a spirit puppet body, and the blockade of Juxin City and the tower, etc. All the scenes were played out in the mind of the silver-haired girl. The fantasy world seemed to be evolving in reality. Basically, it was very similar to what had really happened before. What a pity, it was just a little bit short. This god was so careful and cautious, and even created a second illusion to prevent the layout from being exposed. I never thought that it would be exposed. The human face Naga sitting cross-legged on the high platform whispered, and a little regret flashed across his face full of transparent scales. After thinking about it, he felt that the reason why he was exposed was because the guy who practiced magic skills implicated himself. It seems that I have to be more careful when collecting the power of faith in the future. The human face Naga reflected. Sure enough, the human race is different from other alien races. Even if a low-level cultivator disappears, it will easily attract a lot of attention. As long as it is noticed, it will involve a lot of trouble. Even if the little guy who practices magic skills has a high status in the human clan. Even so, it can't stop a bunch of people who want to find out the truth. At this moment, the human face Naga looked at the many believers kneeling below, and murmured to himself, next time, when developing believers in the human territory, you can't be too radical, so as not to attract too much attention. It needs to be quiet and slowly laid out. Otherwise, it is impossible to find the clues of this god so quickly. The people of this tribe are really blessed, especially in terms of mind. In order to prevent the five-element sect located in the sea area from noticing, the human face Naga also deliberately created a second illusion that is almost the same as the real realm. This is to prevent the silver-haired girl from having too many flaws in her memory after waking up. Over the past 10 years, the human face Naga has come this way. First, he finds an opportunity to control a lone five-element sect disciple, and then uses the fake body condensed by the power of faith to participate in the mission. In this way, even if there is any movement, he, as a human-faced Naga, can know it at the first time. In some cases, he can even play the role of deliberately guiding them and distort the direction of the investigation of these five-element sect disciples. When the mission was over, the human-faced Naga returned the controlled five-element sect disciple exactly as he was. With the memory of the second illusion he created, these controlled five-element sect disciples would not notice any abnormalities at all. So all along, they were at peace. After all, there was a descendant of a great monk who practiced magic in front of them, and most of the five-element sect disciples found it difficult to find the abnormalities here. Since this place has been exposed, we can't stay here any longer, so as not to attract the old monsters of the human race. It seems that this god has to find another place. The eyes of the human face Naga flickered, and his thoughts drifted far away. He immediately had the idea of leaving. As for the silver-haired girl in front of him, he didn't think of harming her life. The human face Naga is different from other sea creatures. He practices faith, and what he needs is the devout faith provided by believers, not the normal key refining system. Simple fighting has no meaning for the human face Naga. In the territory of the human race, if a disciple of a dominant force is killed, it will inevitably attract the pursuit of the strong men in the sect. The human face Naga came to develop believers, not to fight with a human race. Naturally, they would not kill people indiscriminately. Therefore, in these years, the human face Naga has basically acted cautiously and has not persecuted a disciple of the five elements sect. Otherwise, The things here would have exploded long ago. How could there be more than 10 years of peace? Huh? Suddenly, the human-faced Naga felt a slight sound coming from the sea. He flicked his hand casually, and a picture scroll appeared in the void in front of him. In the picture scroll, there are 4 figures running towards this side quickly. The most conspicuous one is the escape light flying in the front. He has a green lamp hanging on his shoulder, which flows with mysterious power, mysterious and sacred. The aura is very powerful. This is a disciple of the top force. Even if he is only at the 3rd level, he can still bring a certain sense of threat to the creatures of his level. You've come to my door so soon. The human-faced Naga remained silent, the transparent fish scales on his face opened and closed, and he was gradually retreating. He gently waved his hand and directly put away the stone statue behind him, then spoke to the many believers who were kneeling on the ground. I have a premonition that I will come to the world, and the future will be bumpy. That will be a test for you. This visit ends here. Go, you all go back first. The many low-level monks in the audience were silent, but all knelt at the same time, full of piety. Then they walked out of the barrier. Everyone's face was solemn and sacred, because the god was guiding them. They were a group of devout believers who were willing to sacrifice their lives for their faith. Not long after these believers walked out of the barrier, they met Luo Yan and others. Looking at the hundreds of figures in front of them, with solemn faces, everyone didn't even have the mind to ask more questions. Because the minds of these believers have been completely lost. There is only that God in their hearts. For such a person, even if Luo Yan and others wanted to ask something, they would not get any useful information. Unless they searched his soul. But at this critical moment, there was no need to search his soul. After all, the Naga was most likely inside the barrier in front. Clumsy, the gentle young man who saw this scene shouted, countless runes flowed, golden light fell, and drowned the hundreds of low-level monks. The golden rune chains opened and closed, directly tying the group of believers in place. Ignore them first, let's go find the Naga. Su Ming reminded. At this moment, Luo Yan didn't say anything to waste time, and everything was left to the other 3. For the battle that was about to break out, he could only play a supporting role. After all, Luo Yan's spirit puppet body could not exert much strength. Law domain barrier. The gentle young man said in a deep voice. In the sea area, not far from Luo Yan and others, there was a huge square cage. The cage was transparent, hidden in the seawater, and invisible to the naked eye. There were countless divine patterns lingering on it, rippling an invisible wave, and the mysterious aura was blazing. Indistinctly, a sense of oppression was emanating, which made them feel a little palpitation. Then smash it. The young man surnamed Wu, wearing black gold armor, raised the halberd in his hand and pointed it far ahead. His aura began to surge, and millions of units of spiritual energy particles emerged and swung down. With a clang sound, the domain barrier in front of him trembled, but unfortunately it was unscathed. Attack together. Su Ming said brazenly. He took out his own green lantern, and the wick on it swayed. With his own soulless spirit, he turned into a little man the size of a palm. The little man sat cross-legged in the green flame and began to chant. As the scriptures continued to be chanted, the water seemed to boil. Countless bubbles emerged from the bottom of the water, and the barrier in the distance also began to shake, as if some kind of great power had descended. The gentle young man at the side also took action, his whole body bursting with golden light, his long hair dancing, his aura soaring, and he began to punch. On the contrary, Luo Yan at this time was free and did not choose to participate. Instead, he stood not far away and plundered the formation. This Jiuxin Island mission is different from ordinary routine missions. It is not something that can be solved by one person. Because the strength of the Naga in the barrier is probably beyond the Jinden realm. Otherwise, it would not be easy to control a disciple of the 5 Elements sect. It was precisely because of this that Luo Yan did not rush to find him. Otherwise, he would be walking into a trap. Since the opponent is strong, the rest of the fight will be left to his 3 fellow disciples. In the case of 3 against 1, there may be a chance to defeat a 4th level Naga. After all, they are all disciples of the 5 Elements sect, not ordinary cultivators. With the help of protective magic weapons, it is not difficult to use secret skills and magical powers to cross the level of the enemy. After dozens of breaths, with a bang, the transparent barrier was broken into pieces by the continuous attacks of the gentle young man and others. When all the spiritual light faded, a human-faced Naga with a body size of about 10 feet and a faint Taoist charm appeared in front of several people. We still found you. The gentle young man said, and the smile on his face was completely gone, appearing calm and composed. Although it was not the first time to fight against aliens, it was obvious that the opponent this time would be more powerful than ever before. Because the breath emanating from the opponent gave him a very strong pricking feeling. This shows that the human face Naga is very strong and poses a fatal threat to him. Buzz! The gentle young man was shining all over, and the shadow of the god condensed behind him. A golden giant with a body size of more than 10 feet appeared on the seabed. Compared with it, the real body of the Naga in the distance also seemed very small. He was also ready to fight with all his strength. This god came to this sea area and did not harm anyone in your race. Can you retreat? I still have some treasures here, all of them can belong to you. The human face Naga spoke. His voice was a little dull, but his intention to make friends was obvious. This is the territory of the human race. Once the noise is too loud, it will inevitably attract more people's attention. If he was not forced to do so, he would not be willing to kill these people from the big sects, because that would directly attract the old monsters in this sect to hunt him down. By then, let alone developing believers and collecting the power of faith, all his previous plans may be exposed, resulting in decades of hard work, which will be ruined overnight. Therefore, fighting is not what the human face Naga wants. A sea-dwelling Naga deceived those ignorant juniors and said he was a god. So he really thought he was a god. How could I, a human race, talk nonsense with a foreign race like you? Look, I will slaughter you, a fake god, today. The young man surnamed Wu, wearing black gold armor, sneered, waving the halberd in his hand, releasing a magnificent spiritual power. He has a straightforward personality and likes to be straightforward. Since he has met the real master, he will not say more. Only his hands can show the truth. Yin. The long halberd crossed the sky, bursting out infinite spiritual energy. With a slight shock, the sea in front of him exploded. This long halberd has spirit. Although it is not a spiritual treasure, it is also powerful and cuts off the seawater in front. The energy light is endless. Facing such a fierce attack, the real body of the human face Naga stood in place and did not dodge. But those eyes flickered, blooming with strands of rural divine patterns, blocking the attack and calming the waves of the sea. This god only comes for the power of faith, to spread my thoughts, and does not want to go to war with you. Please don't be aggressive, and show mercy. If you continue to be stubborn, you will witness the wrath of God. The human face Naga responded, as if negotiating with him. In a faint way, there was a threat. The human face Naga was really strong, even standing there alone, it gave them a sense of fear. This is the difference in the essence of life, which means that the other party has walked at the forefront of cultivation, at least much stronger than them. Luo Yan, who was standing in the distance, noticed the silver-haired girl lying on the bottom of the sea, covered by a layer of water essence. Although the other party fell into coma, the misty aura could not be hidden from him. In other words, he is delaying time. The group of people outside are hiding his stone statue. Luo Yan suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the three gentle young men's faces immediately changed drastically. Without saying a word, they waved the long spears in their hands and killed them. The three kinds of surging spiritual light, the green lamp, the golden giant, and the magic weapon halberd, were dazzling, drowning this sea area and directly turning the seawater here into vacuum period. Peerless and fierce, the domineering posture was revealed without a doubt. If it's not unexpected, the human face Naga in front of us should be just a fake body condensed by the power of faith. Don't get too entangled with him, there is no point. Just find his stone statue and break it, and the human face Naga will naturally disappear. Luo Yan spoke and passed the message to the other three fellow disciples. At the same time, he signaled Su Ming, who was slightly fat, to go with him to intercept the believers outside. Unfortunately, this little action was noticed by the human-faced Naga, and there was a hint of emotional change on his face full of transparent fish scales. Obviously, his little thoughts were seen through. The human-faced Naga looked deeply at the Taoist in green, and then the regular divine patterns flashed in his eyes, releasing infinite light, mixed with the rhyme of heaven and earth, and hid the four of them. Since the real purpose has been seen through, let's show our true colors. Boom. This is an amazing battle. The human face Naga is fighting 1 against 4, and she is not at a disadvantage. She even beat the 4 of them. Luo Yan was also caught up in this battle storm. He could no longer hide his strength, so he joined the battle. So, he opened fire at full power, releasing the five-color divine light, shining the entire underwater world, and cooperated with the other three fellow disciples to hit their own strongest attacks. In an instant, this sea area was completely blown up, the seawater was cleared, the rumbling sound continued, and endless flowers of rolls bloomed in the water. 5 different Tao sounds intertwined together, and the horror was so great that the creatures in the sea dozens of miles away suffered, and their bellies turned white. But the real body of the Naga on the opposite side was too powerful, worthy of being a superior creature among the Sea Clan. Its heroic posture was unstoppable, and the white holy light rolled, covering the entire world. The sound of Tao was overwhelming, and the precious light was thousands of feet high. After the attack, Luo Yan and Su Ming found a gap and quickly disappeared. The remaining two looked at each other, all used amazing means to continue the offensive, and went up together to fight with the Naga. At this moment, they must stop this human-faced Naga to buy time for the two fellow disciples to escape from the battle. Otherwise, this mission would really be declared a failure. For a moment, the light under the sea was vast, the clanging sound shook the 9 heavens, and a huge whirlpool rose from the seabed. In the distance, among the many low-level monks who were originally bound by the brilliant golden light, one of them quietly broke free from the shackles of the golden rune chain in an instant. Then he melted into the water and quickly disappeared here. When Luo Yan and Su Ming arrived, the man's figure had completely disappeared. There was no aura at all. Only a group of low-level monks who were at a loss were left. 104. 105. There is indeed one person missing. Looking at the group of low-level monks, Su Ming's mind swept through and he knew all the numbers. Damn it! He can still run away. Su Ming was furious, and his fat face was full of lividity. The human-faced Naga was too cunning. He obviously had the strength to match them, but he didn't fight them head-on. Instead, he did this. This was really beyond the expectations of several people. Even Luo Yan was deceived by the other party's sneaky move. He never thought that the other party had already intended to leave. The fake body condensed by the power of faith was to delay them, and the reason why Luo Yan chose to follow into the barrier was also very simple, that is, to plunder the formation for these 3 fellow disciples. Although there are only 3 tricks to use, at certain critical moments, it may play a decisive role. But the final result made Luo Yan feel silent. From the very beginning, the human-faced Naga had no intention of getting too entangled with him. Although Luo Yan reacted in time, he was still a step slower. The other party had a high level of attainment in the water law. After leaving for a few breaths, there was no more ripples to be detected, and there was no trace at all. Even if the 1,000 miles searching technique was used, it would be in vain in front of such an existence. Have we failed in our mission? Su Ming said with an ugly face. He looked at the fellow disciple in green clothes in front of him, and his thoughts were complicated. Just one step away. Unexpectedly, the other party still slipped away. Not long after, the ripple-like divine pattern light dissipated, and 2 figures rushed over and landed in front of them. Behind them, there was also a silver-haired girl following. Did he run away again? The young man surnamed Wu, wearing black gold armor, spoke, and his face darkened. At this time, there was no need to ask more questions, and the clues could be seen at a glance. Damn it! The gentle young man also shouted. This may be the closest they have ever been to completing the mission. That's more than 20,000 drops of the essence of the 5 elements. It was heartbreaking. Even with the combined efforts of everyone, the other party still escaped. How could this not make the gentle young man feel angry? At this time, the atmosphere on the field was very oppressive, and everyone's faces were very ugly. Maybe there is another remedy. Just when they fell into silence, Luo Yan suddenly spoke again and casually laid down a soundproof spirit shield. Several people on the side suddenly turned their heads and locked their eyes on the fellow disciple in green. Even the silver-haired girl cast her bright eyes over. When she was rescued by these 2 fellow disciples and then woke up, she immediately realized that she was trapped in a lot of illusions. The mind was quietly lost without knowing it, which was really scary. If it weren't for the human-faced Naga who had no intention of killing, she would probably have died completely at this time. To be honest, at this time, she had a great liking for these fellow disciples. In other words, from the beginning, she was captured by the human-faced Naga, and then replaced the silver-haired girl herself and mixed into the team. Thanks to these fellow disciples, she was rescued. Although the human-faced Naga ran away, the person who practiced magic on the island is still in the tower. Luo Yan reminded. The other fellow disciples were not stupid either. They woke up and had a thoughtful look on their faces. "But brother, that guy is hiding in the tower and never comes out. Do you have a way to lure him out?" The gentle young man frowned, thinking that they had blocked the tower for more than 2 months and got nothing, so he raised his doubts. The offspring of an elder in the refining void stage has a deep background, but since the people present dared to accept this task, they had the idea of confronting him head-on. As long as they don't break into the tower and don't run to the elder's cave to arrest people, no one has the right to say anything to them. After all, this is a task in the mission hall. They are also here to carry out the task. What's more, in the Five Elements sect, a venerable in the upper 3 realms can't cover the sky with one hand, let alone an elder in the refining void stage. If they really bring up their respective master-student relationships, they can also invite elders of this level. Naturally, there is nothing to hesitate about. Among the Wuxinghe monks who can join the Five Elements sect, how many of them do not have the influence of the island master's lineage behind them? Tracing back layer by layer, I am afraid that even the venerable island master of the upper 3 realms can be invited out. Therefore, the few people present have nothing to worry about at all. At most, after capturing the guy who practices magic skills, he will not harm his life. This gives the elder of the refining void stage the greatest face. Therefore, this Jiuxin Island mission is not as difficult to solve as imagined. But the premise is that this fellow disciple in blue can find a way to lead the other party out of the tower. The method may not work, but maybe it can be tried. Luo Yan thought about it and gave a specific answer. Chapter 492, Weighing the pros and cons, luring the snake out of its hole, the 3 indifferent people. After the human face Naga escaped, Luo Yan was faced with a choice. Should he admit that the mission failed this time, or lure out the demon monk hiding in the tower? The cost of mission failure was not very high. It was nothing more than compensation of some contribution points, which he could afford. But the reward for this special mission was 25,500 drops of the 5 elements essence. Even if 5 people shared it equally, each person could get 5,000 drops. And this only took 3 months to save 50 years of 5 elements essence exchange quota. Luo Yan's thoughts at this moment have been weighing the pros and cons of continuing and giving up the mission. Because the human face Naga had already escaped, if they wanted to complete this mission, there was only one way left. That was to lure out the person in the tower and capture him. But if they did so, it would definitely make the elder in the void refining stage unhappy. This was a certainty. In the end, Luo Yan decided to try again and didn't want to give up. If he was in a place where he would definitely not dare to offend an elder in the void refining stage easily. But in a sect like the Five Elements sect, when personal power conflicts with the sect's general situation, it is often the personal power that is suppressed. After all, it is a task arranged by the sect, and the core of the entire task is caused by the offspring of the elder in the refining void stage. As long as you accept this task, you will inevitably have to avoid this. The majesty of an elder in the refining void stage is not enough to prompt Luo Yan to give up the task. However, in order not to offend the elder of the sect too much, it is necessary to keep a certain distance in the handling of this matter. This is also the only way Luo Yan can think of to break the deadlock. After all, the 5 elements essence, a spiritual object of heaven and earth, is really too important to him at present. The spiritual energy particles in his body have not been truly refined, and his strength is several levels lower than that of his peers. His own cultivation level is still low, and he will definitely not get any good results if he goes out to look for opportunities. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, I am afraid that for a long time, Luo Yan can only obtain the 5 elements essence by accepting tasks. Since he was planning to carry out the sect mission, if he was still hesitant and worried about offending a certain elder, then the next mission would not be able to be carried out at all. He wanted to obtain spiritual objects such as the 5 elements essence, but he didn't want to offend too many people. There were not so many good things. He had to make a choice. After thinking again and again, Luo Yan's eyes gradually became firm. With the endorsement of the mission hall, he could carry out this mission just as he had a legitimate reason. Even the title of an elder in the refining void stage could not scare Luo Yan into giving up the mission. Anyway, his main body was hiding in the 5 elements sect and would not easily leave the sect. Even if the other party wanted to attack him, they could only start with his spirit puppet body. These spirit puppet bodies were just made of some 3rd-level spiritual materials. No matter how much they lost, it would not affect Luo Yan's mood. In comparison, Luo Yan decided to offend the elder who was in the refining void stage. There were clear regulations on the mission, and he had to follow the above mission. In fact, at this moment, although there was too much information missing, Luo Yan still had an intuition. This seems to be a means of screening disciples. There are certain considerations for which people are suitable for which tasks and which people are suitable for which positions. It's just that the information Luo Yan has access to now is too little, so he has no way to analyze it. The next arrangement is very simple, that is to lure the snake out of the hole. After we go back, we can try to open the ban on the outer perimeter of the tower as soon as possible, so that the people in the tower can get out. But the ban over Jiuxin City must remain the same, and inform the low-level monks in the city about the destruction of the Naga stone statue and the capture of the foreign believers. After making up his mind, Luo Yan began to lay out. This time, the layout does not need to use too many things at all, and uses human nature and the greed of the guy who practiced magic. You can complete the layout on the surface. As for whether the other party will fall into the trap as planned, everything depends on God's will. After gathering the monks in Jiuxin City, we will screen and check all the low-level monks in the name of finding believers among them. During this period, people in the city are still allowed to enter but not leave as before. At the same time, we have to leave through the teleportation array and disappear in the eyes of those monks who are interested. But there is still one person left here to deal with the trivial matters in Jiuxin City. Hearing the plan of the fellow disciple in green, the gentle young man who was the first to react was moved and guessed the intention of such an arrangement. That is to give the guy in the tower a reassurance first, indicating that their mission has been completed. Because the culprit of the disappearance of the monks, that is, the human-faced Naga, was caught, and then they all went back home. While giving the man a reassurance, they also created a sense of urgency for him that Jiuxin City would continue to be closed. As long as he still wants to devour the monks' spirits, he must go out and find a way. Jiuxin City was blocked, and if the guy couldn't find an opportunity, he would definitely target the open sea. This will give them a chance to close the net. With two approaches, the key figure of this mission can be completely drawn out. Will that person be fooled? Isn't this scheme a little too simple? A normal person can basically guess that there is something wrong with it. The gentle young man frowned, puzzled. He didn't doubt the intention of this fellow disciple in green, but felt uneasy about such a proposal. After all, the guy hiding in the tower is the only heir of the owner of the Jiuxin Island, and he has many spies under his command. Even the big figures in the god transformation stage have many in the city. It is not difficult to use these connections to find out the specific facts in Jiuxin City. So, seeing the other party's doubts, Luo Yan smiled lightly and said, "This is our only way at the moment, isn't it? Anyway, the human-faced Naga has also escaped, so let's treat it as a living horse." Luo Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't explain too much. He just said two simple sentences to pass it over. Can an evil demon who relies on devouring other people's blood and ki to increase his own cultivation be a normal person? If one is immersed in such a powerful force for a long time, his mind will inevitably be affected and even become distorted. In other words, the man in the tower is already a creature of two levels from a normal cultivator from a psychological perspective. This kind of trick that seems to be seen through at a glance will give the other party a sense of luck. As long as the fact that Luo Yan and others left is confirmed, there will be only one disciple of the Five Elements sect left in Jiuxin City. That person will definitely dare to take this risk and run out for blood food. Because practicing this kind of magic skill that devours the essence of cultivators and those magic skills that refine pure magic energy are completely two different concepts. The former is an inhumane, cruel, and irrational evil cultivator who can hardly be regarded as a normal person. The psychology of this kind of people is repeatedly changeable, cunning and insidious, but the only thing that remains unchanged is the abnormal psychology of devouring the essence of other people's blood and energy. And those cultivators who use pure magic energy to practice are actually not much different from normal cultivators. It's just that the cultivation system is different. After more than 2 months of blockade by Su Ming and others, even if there were remnants of blood food captured before, there would definitely not be much left. Therefore, how to obtain blood food has become the top priority. After all, a practitioner of magic without much reason would hardly consider long-term things. It's not that the other party can't think of it, but that he doesn't care. It's a simple truth that this Jiuxin Island is the private property of the elders. As a descendant, what does it matter if he enjoys a little favor? and this gave Luo Yan the opportunity to plan again. In fact, he also considered whether the guy in the tower would use the lives of his subordinates to maintain his practice. If so, there is less than half a month left in the mission deadline, and there is definitely not much he can do to the other party. But no matter what, this mission has been carried out to this step, and it must continue. As for the cultivators at the level of the God transformation, they are completely out of Luo Yan's consideration. If such a person wants to intervene, they can't stop it. But every task in the mission hall needs to be confirmed by the Heavenly Secret Hall before it can be finally confirmed to be completed. The group of people in the Xianji Hall can borrow the power of the Five-Finger Mountain to help them deduce the complete course of events. A cultivator in the God transformation stage, if he is not afraid of death, can naturally choose to intervene. Perhaps he can also try to see if he can hide the deduction of the semi-immortal weapon. Once verified, what about the cultivator in the God transformation stage? In front of the Five Elements sect, he is not even an ant, and he can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Of course, if the person in the tower insists on not leaving the tower, Luo Yan will have no way to deal with him. He can only admit that he is unlucky and admit that the mission has failed this time. After all, he has no psychological burden to let Luo Yan calculate the other party. But not touching the rules and prohibitions outside the tower is also the bottom line. However, if that guy dares to have a fluke mentality and then runs out of the tower, then he can't be blamed. Next, we will each use the spirit body technique, and then leave through the teleportation array in full view of everyone. As for staying in the open, organize the low-level monks in the city to screen the candidates for believers. Luo Yan spoke, glanced at these companions, and signaled them who would come. He came up with a plan and has already done his part, and he still needs people to carry it out. This task is ultimately a team-based task, not an individual one. Whether it is blocking the tower or the Nine Immortal City, it requires the joint efforts of everyone. It is impossible to do it by relying on one person alone. Why don't you let Junior Sister, the silver-haired girl, spoke, her tone crisp and gentle. But the gentle young man suddenly interrupted and said, "Let me do it. There are many low-level cultivators in this city. Some of them have a complicated backgrounds and are somewhat related to the teachers in the sect. It's just right for me to deal with these problems." Seeing this, Su Ming and the young man surnamed Wu had a slight flash in their eyes. They heard the implication of this sentence and didn't say much. Only the little face of the silver-haired girl suddenly turned pale. Because the emotional perception of female cultivators is inherently more sensitive than that of male cultivators. The other party's unceremonious tit-for-tat made her feel aggrieved. Such a simple thing, how could the silver-haired girl not do it well even if she was not familiar with the world? It was nothing more than this fellow disciple who looked down on her from the bottom of his heart when he saw that she was trapped by an illusion for more than 2 months. He thought that she was not worthy of being their teammate. Although this was true, the silver-haired girl still felt very uncomfortable. She felt lonely and helpless. The originally white little face turned pale in an instant. The unfamiliarity in the words, the indifference and coldness, made her depressed and difficult to control. As a daughter of heaven, she had always been smooth sailing and was held in the palm of the hand by many family elders. How could she have suffered such contempt? But now, the silence of several fellow disciples made her realize the most sinister mentality in this world. Luo Yan, who was standing aside, saw something and his eyes flickered, but he did not speak to smooth things over. The gentle young man's idea was very simple, that is, to kick the silver-haired girl out directly. If the mission failed, it would be nothing. Once the mission was successful, it would mean that 25,500 drops of the essence of the 5 elements, and the experience of performing dozens of routine tasks, would be distributed. Such a harvest, let a fellow disciple who was confused by the illusion at the beginning share a part. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Because from beginning to end, this silver-haired girl didn't even help a little, a complete mascot. What's the difference between having such a teammate and not having her? In addition, the essence of the 5 elements is not comparable to spirit crystals or anything else. This is a spiritual object of heaven and earth, which is rare in the entire true spirit world and is very precious. All the cultivators of the 5 elements sect basically have this kind of spiritual object of heaven and earth. A fellow disciple who has not done any work from beginning to end wants to get a share of the pie by running errands. That is a dream. Even relatives have to settle accounts on this issue. If the silver-haired girl stood with them from the beginning, regardless of what she did, as a fellow disciple, she deserved the task reward. The gentle young man couldn't say anything. But she was confused by the illusion and didn't do anything throughout the whole process. The gentle young man naturally wouldn't agree to join them by doing this last little thing. So, the moment the silver-haired girl opened her mouth, he directly blocked her words. In order to avoid disputes after the task is over. Public is public, private is private, and fellow disciples are fellow disciples. But when it comes to specific benefits, you have to contribute your own efforts, otherwise, who would be willing to give up what belongs to others? Before this, the slightly fat Su Ming and Luo Yan had a dispute based on this reason. Although they did it on purpose and then joined forces to set up a scheme. But to a certain extent, people with too poor strength simply cannot integrate into them. The silver-haired girl looked at the four fellow disciples with a pale face, and a deep grief and indignation surged in her heart, feeling full of disappointment. This silent silence is the most heartbreaking. Soon, she left without saying a word. Will this make us seem a little too ruthless? At this time, the slightly fat Su Ming looked at the slender figure going away, and a trace of sympathy crossed his heart. What a lovely little junior sister, she was forced away by them like this. It's really a pity. Why don't you go and comfort them? Maybe you can get the beauty back. The young man surnamed Wu joked with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. The distribution of benefits has always been distributed according to the degree of contribution of each person since ancient times. Only those with strong strength are qualified to sit on the stage. What's the point of having such teammates if they are not strong enough and have no contribution at all? They are all practitioners with extraordinary talents, and they are determined to cultivate the Tao. What kind of women have they not seen? Just relying on this external beauty, it is absolutely impossible to confuse their minds and give up the interests in their hands. Although the sect mission is quite special, in most cases, as long as they participate in it, they will not do such a heartless thing. After all, she is a fellow sister, and the requirements can be slightly relaxed. But this does not mean that everyone can accept it. They have to understand and tolerate the other party's incompetence. Don't forget, she still owes us her life. The gentle young man also spoke at the right time at this time, with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were extremely cold. Although he always showed a smiling face on weekdays, his inner arrogance was only hidden, not gone. Therefore, in the eyes of the gentle young man, the silver-haired girl who had been trapped by an illusion for more than 2 months no longer had the qualifications to be his teammate. It was the right thing to kick her out as soon as possible. He was very clear about the public and private. Well, we may not be able to wait for that guy to come out, and it's too early to talk about this now. Luo Yan spoke up, interrupting this meaningless ridicule. Since it is a mission, of course, we have to rely on how much effort we put in to get the mission reward. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible for our own efforts. Therefore, he kept silent on the handling of this matter. Even if the other party is also a disciple of the Five Elements sect, in the eyes of outsiders, he is a peerless genius. But in the Five Elements sect, the most worthless spiritual crystals are this kind of genius disciples. After all, who among the people present is not a genius? Luo Yan nodded to the gentle young man, indicating that the next 9 immortal city would be handed over to him. Then, Luo Yan and the other two separated a spiritual body, and then walked into the teleportation array with a swagger, and disappeared here. Their real bodies dived into the seabed, using the breath-retaining technique to hide the fluctuations of their ki to the lowest level. The gentle young man also returned to Jiuxin City according to the original plan, and gathered those low-level monks through the guards in the city. Then he began to select those believers who had been bewitched by the human-faced Naga. Have you heard that the low-level monks in our city frequently disappear because of the alien race? In order to spread their faith, the alien race in the sea has developed believers in our city, and many low-level monks have suffered. What? Isn't the disappearance of those people the masterpiece of that person? It is indeed the movement made by the Sea Naga. The disciples of the immortal sect have proved to us that they are now selecting those believers who have lost themselves. The gentle young man's next movement was very loud, which caused the monks in Jiuxin City to talk about it, and some people even showed a puzzled look on their faces. How could this not match the facts they had guessed? But those believers who were selected showed up without a doubt, and truly appeared in front of everyone. And there were still a lot of them, at least several thousand people. This group was unusually large. Fortunately, as long as these monks who had lost themselves were identified, and then the soul refining technique was used to cut off this part of their memory, they could still return to their original lives. This also gave the low-level cultivators in Jiuxin City a reassurance, and they felt much more at ease. And what happened in the city naturally spread to the tower. Above the clouds, there is a quiet and elegant courtyard. The young man with the black snake spots on his face, originally pale, has turned into a withered color, and his breath is extremely weak. A low and high panting sound sounded. Like an old man who is dying, an old tree full of scars, and the oil is exhausted. A bunch of dog slaves, hurry up and catch human sacrifices for this young master. I haven't swallowed essence for more than a month. If this goes on, my hard-earned cultivation will go back. This means that my efforts over the past 10 years have been in vain. Hurry up, go catch it for this young master. The young man with snake spots on his face roared. At this time, he was already in a weak state, although he still needed a little time to fall below the current realm. But the scarlet blood in his eyes has firmly occupied his mind. Only the last bit of his mind remained. It seemed that he would lose control of himself at any time and turn into a ferocious beast. This was the price of practicing evil arts. Although this kind of practice does not require any spiritual root qualifications, any living being can practice it, and the progress of cultivation is not inferior to that of normal geniuses. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Relying on devouring other people's essence to support oneself is definitely a cruel and bloody thing. The essence of those monks often contains their own will. People with weak minds can easily become bloodthirsty if they are infected by this. The black-spotted young man devoured too much of the essence of the monks, so much that the dry bones in the entire courtyard were piled up in a thick layer. At this time, he has not really turned into an inhuman monster, thanks to the Naga stone statue beside him. On the stone statue, there is a huge phantom with a human face and a snake body, swimming slowly. And from time to time, it swallows something, as if it has merged with a black-spotted young man. It is very scary. In addition, the fundamental reason why the black-spotted youth's cultivation level regressed was that he himself did not have any cultivation qualifications. Even if it was magic, it would be very difficult for an ordinary mortal to become a cultivator. Because the body of a mortal is like a pool with a water outlet. No matter how much water is in the pool, as long as the outlet is not closed, there will be a day when all the water leaks out. This is why the black-spotted youth needs to swallow a large amount of life essence to ensure that his cultivation is not affected. If he wants to increase his own cultivation, he must replenish the essence that is constantly lost. Therefore, the black-spotted youth is so dependent on the essence and lifeblood of the cultivator. Young master. Standing below the courtyard at this time was an old man in gray. His face was full of hesitation, because those disciples of the immortal sect did not leave. If they went out at this time, it would be tantamount to throwing themselves into a trap. Just like Mo Lao, he never came back after leaving the Black Tower. Although he knew that Mo Lao was fine through the secret contract of the mind, there were disciples of the Five Element sect stationed outside the high tower, which also prevented Mo Lao from coming back. You dog slave. I don't care, go and catch a human sacrifice for me. Otherwise I will swallow you. The black-spotted young man roared, and a blush appeared on his bloodless face. He looked so sick and haggard that it made people's scalps tremble. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Unexpectedly Smooth, Decisive, Closing the Net. Facing the verbal threats from the young man with snake patterns and black spots, the gray-robed old man standing not far away did not care and still maintained a respectful attitude. However, a trace of coldness flashed across his cloudy eyes, but soon he restrained himself. Although the gray-robed old man's cultivation level was not high, he was also a Yuanying stage cultivator. How could he be frightened by such a little guy? However, considering his current status, the gray-robed old man felt silent again and turned around to leave. Third brother. When the gray-robed old man left the courtyard, he was instantly surrounded by another group of people. Because there was a magic circle restriction in the courtyard, they could not go in directly. There were very few people who were qualified to enter. The young master can't control himself anymore. He must eat as soon as possible, otherwise his life will be in danger. Although his thoughts were flying in his mind, the gray-robed old man did not express them directly, but spoke truthfully to the group of people in front of him. They were limited by their own qualifications and could not comprehend a path of laws. Therefore, the Yuanying stage was their upper limit. With no way forward for cultivation, they were fortunate to become followers of the master, so that they could find a place to settle down for their descendants. If someone could cultivate to the state of transformation, they would be qualified to leave the status of followers and become the island's worshipper. They would no longer be concerned with worldly affairs. Now that the master's only offspring was in trouble, how could they sit idly by as followers? Third brother, the blockade of the outer perimeter of the tower has been lifted, and 4 of the disciples of the Xianzong have left. But the ban in the city has not been lifted, and the remaining Xianzong disciples said to be expelling Naga believers inside. This may be an opportunity for us. Someone explained. After all, Jiuxin City is their island of refuge, and it is easy to find out some news. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect received the news the moment they left. The gray-robed old man meant that everyone present understood that as followers of the master, they had to be willing to pay for him. In addition, most of the disciples of the immortal sect have left, and the young master's cultivation requires monks to serve as blood food. Since there is a need, then they will catch them. This is their mission. Hearing the departure of the disciples of the immortal sect, the gray-clothed old man who knew the deadline of the 5 Elements sect's mission showed a non-committal look. Faintly, he had a hunch that this might be a trap set by the other party, just waiting for them to get in. But now the young master is in a very bad state, almost exhausted, and can no longer afford to delay. It is necessary to catch blood food as soon as possible to restore the young master's essence. In the past, it is not that there have been disciples of the immortal sect who have openly blocked the tower. But they failed in the end. Because the low-level monks captured on weekdays will still leave a small part to avoid accidents. Therefore, in the previous days, even if the disciples of the immortal sect blocked the tower, they were not worried. But with the growth of their young master's cultivation in the past 2 years, he has broken through to the golden core stage. The life essence of those low-level cultivators can no longer provide much. If they want to continue to maintain their practice, they have to devour the cultivators of the Jinden stage. But how can a cultivator with such strength be so simple? When the first case of the disappearance of a Jinden cultivator appeared in Jiuxin City, those Jinden cultivators with no identity background instantly ran out of the city and then ran to the open sea. Their whereabouts began to become elusive. This also brought great difficulty to the gray-clothed old man and others. Because the small cultivators in the 2 realms of key refining and foundation building are easy to catch, they can be taken away without anyone noticing with just a sweep of their divine thoughts. But the Jinden cultivators are different. This kind of cultivator is not a piece of fish on the chopping board. Although they are still not as good as their Yuanying cultivators, they can barely be regarded as having the power to resist. Their means are far from comparable to those of the key refining and foundation building cultivators. Therefore, the Jinden cultivators are very difficult to catch. This is also the reason why the low-level cultivators in the high tower are consumed very quickly. After his young master's cultivation realm broke through to the golden core stage, low-level spirit and blood energy could no longer work on him. Therefore, this dilemma has arisen. Kui Liu, Jia Shi, Chen Shi, you guys should leave the tower immediately and help the young master to catch blood food of the golden core stage. Since there are disciples of the immortal sect staying in the city and the city is blocked, then you should go to the outer sea. Remember, don't delay too long, go and come back quickly. The gray-clothed old man made arrangements with a slightly serious tone. Although he had some guesses and felt uneasy in his heart, he had to do so. Because their identities were followers and slaves of the master, they were destined to be obedient. In fact, a certain idea flashed through his mind, that is, to attack his own people and then let the young master devour them. In this way, he would definitely be able to survive this period of time. But such an idea was rejected by the gray-clothed old man in just an instant. Because of his young master's posture, he took it all in his eyes. This is an abyss that will never be filled. I'm afraid that Mo Lao also thought of this, but he didn't say it out loud, but chose to go out and catch blood food by himself. Cunning old fox, leave this mess to me. The gray-clothed old man's eyes flickered up and down, thinking of some facts. Only after he came into contact with the young master, did he understand why Mo Lao took the initiative to abandon everything and ran outside to catch blood food. Because this can, to a certain extent, stay away from this dark vortex. There are disciples of the immortal sect outside, staring at him, and there are greedy eyes of his own young master inside. The gray-clothed old man frowned, not daring to open a certain hole easily. Because once that hole is opened, then the next thing will be directly beyond his control. After all, although they are followers of the old master, they are far from being able to sacrifice their lives just for a young master who has no qualifications for cultivation. If there is a threat to life, they are probably the first to cause trouble. No, I have to think of a way. The gray-clothed old man kept pacing, thinking about how to safely break the crisis in front of him. After all, the young master is the heir of the old master, so he dare not disobey openly. Otherwise, when the old master comes back, if anyone says a few more words, he will be punished. But now there are disciples of the immortal sect stationed outside the tower, and the gray-clothed old man dare not provoke them directly. Because those people are not only powerful, but also have the 5-element sect behind them. There must be a way. A soft murmur sounded, and the turbid eyes seemed to penetrate the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several bright green lights rushed out of the tower and rushed towards the open sea. These rainbow lights were very fast and disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. People are coming out. 3 Taoists were sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the 10-mile sea area outside the tower. One of them, a slightly fat young man, spoke. The water around them flowed in front of them and automatically slipped away, forming a vacuum area. But it was very transparent, just like ordinary seawater. Leave it to me. I have practiced the Gale Curse. It won't take long to catch up with him. The young man surnamed Wu, who was wearing black gold armor, stood up immediately and said to the 2 people in front of him. Since they were trying to lure the snake out of its hole, they had to make the other party move. Everything goes according to plan. Luo Yan nodded and indicated that he could make some small noises appropriately. This was also part of the whole plan. Don't worry. Shua. The young man surnamed Wu also turned into a wisp of light wind and disappeared into the seabed. His speed was even faster than those Yuanying stage cultivators who came out of the tower. This was the disciple of the 5-elements sect. Even if he was only at the Jinden stage, as long as he practiced a top-secret storage method and refined the essence of the 5 elements, he could burst out with a powerful force that was not inferior to that of the Yuanying stage cultivators. This was the difference in the cultivation method. For people like them, after mastering some of the laws of heaven and earth, it was not difficult to fight against some ordinary cultivators who only practiced ordinary secret storage methods and wanted to cross levels. Luo Yan and the slightly fat Su Ming continued to stay at the bottom of the sea. Sure enough, this is a trap. The other party seems to want me to see it on purpose. At this time, the gray-robed old man in the high tower took out a magic mirror, which reflected the figures of Liu and others. However, behind Liu and others, there was a black shadow. Soon, the black light burst into a bright light, and the figure disappeared in the ancient mirror. Zangba, Yijiu, Gui Shizan, you go too. The gray-robed old man pondered, still a little hesitant in his heart, and could not make up his mind. Because this will be a dilemma. As a follower, as long as he offends his own island owner, he will definitely die. But if he continues to stay in the high tower, it is estimated that it will be difficult for the young master to survive in his current condition. At that time, the blame for improper care will all fall on his head. The gray-robed old man looked at the black shadow, which was constantly speeding and approaching the people he sent out at a very fast speed. He was not too surprised. After all, they are disciples of the immortal sect. They have many treasures on their bodies. Their cultivation methods, talents, etc. are all outstanding. With their strength, it is a foolish dream to want to compete with the disciples of the immortal sect. Just like at this moment, although he guessed that those people were guarding outside the tower, the ancient mirror in the hands of the gray-robed old man did not sense anything. He could not detect any clues of the disciples of the immortal sect at all. Are you reminding me? The gray-robed old man's low voice sounded. Although he was very dissatisfied with his young master's behavior of devouring the essence of the cultivators, he still seemed to be very dedicated to his duties. He wanted to try again. If he could survive this time, there might be other solutions. Not long after, several figures rushed out of the tower. Seeing this, the slightly fat Su Ming also stood up and chased after them. At this time, Luo Yan was the only one left on the seabed. Bei Wu, Bing Shiwu. All of you go out and catch blood food for the young master. In the high tower, the gray-robed old man continued to give orders. In this way, even those disciples of the 5 elements sect, no matter how powerful they are, It is difficult to stop all those people at the same time. As long as someone can bring back blood food, the young master's current crisis will naturally be resolved. This is the last test of the gray-robed old man. The secret competition between the two sides is still going on. Luo Yan had expected these monks who kept rushing out. He just looked up and didn't pay much attention to it, because dozens of strong men wearing masks stood dozens of miles away. These people are gentle young men. They found foreign shops in the city in the name of disciples of the Five Elements sect and invited them out. Letting them wear masks to hide their breath is to prevent them from being liquidated afterwards. For this little favor of intercepting the monks in the high tower, these shopkeepers still intend to do them a favor. Even if this would lead to a confrontation with the island master's people, the 4 Five Elements sect disciples were obviously more important than the island master's monks. It turns out there are so many helpers outside. The gray-robed old man sitting cross-legged inside the tower, after sending out 3 waves of monks in succession, he no longer found the people being followed. So he knew that these immortal sect disciples were out of manpower. Just when he felt a little relieved, the figures of dozens of masked strong men came from the ancient mirror. At this moment, the gray-robed old man knew that everything was over. Blood food. The gray-robed old man chuckled, his turbid eyes opened and closed. This time, he finally made up his mind and glanced at the courtyard with a trace of scrutiny. However, the opportunity still had to wait a little longer. In a blink of an eye, another 7 days passed, and none of the people sent by the gray-robed old man showed any signs of returning. The black-spotted snake-patterned young man sitting cross-legged in the courtyard of the tower could no longer hold back and moaned softly inside. His voice was extremely weak. It has been 7 days now, the time should be about right. Bei Wu, Kui Liu, Zhang Ba and others, I am afraid they have the same plan. The gray-robed old man heard the painful sounds in the courtyard, and thought of the people he sent out. His face suddenly became interesting. After such a long time, he couldn't even receive a message from the return. Those guys must be using this to keep themselves out of the matter. They are all a group of cunning old things. Dog slave, where's the human sacrifice that this young master wants? Why haven't you caught it yet? I can't hold on any longer. In the courtyard, the young man with snake-like black spots on his face shouted in a low voice. At this time, the gray-robed old man opened the bin and walked inside. Looking at the young man lying in front of the Naga stone statue, his brows were deeply frowned. Hurry. I want blood food. At most half a day, otherwise I can't hold on any longer. Seeing the familiar figure coming in, the black-spotted young man raised his dim eyes, and then said weakly. Without the nourishment of blood essence for a long time, his body was shriveled and his spirit was extremely weak. Looking around, he looked like a dried corpse. Master, they should have been stopped by the disciples of the immortal sect. You may have to continue to endure it. The gray-clothed old man was silent, and then spoke. A beast-like ferocious sound rang out. Zizzy. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed towards the gray-clothed old man quickly. It was a Naga phantom, opening its bloody mouth and wanting to swallow it in one bite. Buzz! The gray light was dazzling, and a round transparent light shield emerged from the gray-clothed old man's body, protecting him. The Naga phantom was bitten off, but it could not do anything to the person inside. The gray-clothed old man's eyes were cold, and he looked at the Naga stone statue as if he was looking at a corpse, and the murderous intent in his body could not stop erupting. Master, you passed. My cultivation has begun to decline. There is no more blood food for me to devour. Next, my body will begin to be sacrificed. Then the soul you can't escape death in the end. The snake-patterned black-spotted young man saw that the sneak attack was fruitless, and he had no intention of apologizing. There was a mad light flashing in his scarlet eyes. At this time, he only had the last bit of true spirit left, which had not been devoured. Once this bit of remaining true spirit was devoured, even if the body and soul still existed, it would be completely irreversible. The gray-clothed old man who saw through this side, and the murderous intent in his eyes was restrained. He said, since the young master has wasted extra time, let's give it a try. I will take the young master out of the tower and escape to the outer sea. As long as we reach the outer sea, all problems will be solved. Although the gray-clothed old man knew that the outside of the high tower must be full of dangers at this time, someone had set up a big net to let them get in. But things have calmed to this point, there is no second way. If the blood food supply is not provided, the young master will be completely devoured by the magic power. At that time, he will become a real monster, which is more terrifying than death. In this way, giving it a try is their last chance. At this moment, he seemed to be a true loyal servant, considering the other party. Okay, the response was very light and almost inaudible. Suddenly, the gray-clothed old man remembered the 7-colored talisman that Mo Lao left for him when he went out. Through it, perhaps the spirit of the 7 island masters sleeping on the top floor of the tower can be awakened. After thinking for a long time, the gray-clothed old man gave up this idea. He planned to take this young master to make a break with the people outside. Because of the young master's practice, the number and quality of human sacrifices required are getting higher and higher. Even if he passes this level, he will definitely provoke more powerful immortal sects to come and deal with him in the future. This level cannot be avoided. Therefore, making an understanding of this may be the only way. Buzz! The law prohibition inside the tower was opened, and a gray shadow flew out from it. Next to the gray shadow, a young man with a haggard face and snake-like black spots was lying on a small boat. His whole body was only skin and bones, and his breath was low, as if he would die at any time. In the arms of the black-spotted young man, he was still holding a Naga stone statue tightly, and he never let go. When this gray shadow flew out of the tower, it took a short time to find that a group of powerful Taoists wearing masks and hiding their own aura rushed out from the sea. Behind these people, there were more than a dozen familiar figures kneeling. They were the people sent out by the gray-clothed old man before, and the leader among them was their boss, Mo Lao. At some point, this old Taoist was also captured by them. Suddenly, behind the gray-clothed old man, 4 more young men with endless rune lights and dazzling bodies appeared in front of him. Let him go. If we delay any longer, this guy will really die. The gentle young man spoke and pointed directly. A golden chain drilled into the void and bound him forward. Seeing this, the gray-clothed old man's aura was fierce and changed several times, but he finally endured it. He let him tie him up. Why bother? Luo Yan and the other 4 came close to the black-spotted young man, looking at the man lying in the flatboat, and the slightly fat Su Ming sighed. In his perception, the black-spotted young man who practiced magic skills had a dense number of residual souls on his body, as if he had arrived in a ghost cave. There were so many thoughts that people could no longer tell who is the main and secondary body. It should be hopeless. After observing for a while, the gentle young man also made such a conclusion. No wonder the other party brought the person back directly, because staying in the high tower would also be a dead end. Chapter 494, Water's Conception 30%, Curse after the incident. In the eyes of the crowd, the only son of the master of Juxin Island has become like this. He is running out of energy and only has the last bit of life left. This is beyond everyone's expectations. Do you want to control it? The gentle young man looked up and looked at the fellow disciple in green standing beside him. Luo Yan knew the meaning of this sentence very well. He was asking him whether he should capture 2 people to help this guy recover his vitality. Otherwise, in this situation, within 2 hours, the other party will die from the backlash of the magic power. By then, the 4 of them may also be in big trouble. After all, the identity of the young man with snake patterns and black spots is the only son of the elder in the refining void stage. This hurdle cannot be avoided. What do you 2 think? Luo Yan frowned and did not respond immediately, but asked Su Ming and the young man surnamed Wu for their ideas. At this moment, they are a group, and only when they reach a consensus with each other can they make a decision. I don't care. Since you have already done something to offend someone, whether to offend him more or let him go is up to you. The young man surnamed Wu, who was wearing endless armor, responded with a domineering tone. Although he didn't like to use his brain, it didn't mean that he didn't have a brain. He knew exactly what these fellow disciples were struggling with. They were just worried that the island owner would come back and settle accounts with them. There is nothing to hesitate about. Since the decision has been made before, let's continue to implement it according to the original plan. The slightly fat Su Ming also spoke. In fact, at this point, they no longer have room for choice. The reason for the routine inquiry is to inform several fellow disciples that once the snake-patterned black-spotted young man dies, they are likely to be targeted by the elder in the refining void stage. At that time, all actions need to be cautious. Okay, I'll trouble you this time. You can retreat first. The gentle young man and Luo Yan looked at each other, then nodded in tacit understanding and said to the group of people outside. After the island master's people were taken back, they would be released soon. Because the young man lying on the ground in front of him was the root of all the crimes. The rest of the people were nothing more than insects, so they were naturally of no use. Then let's deal with him first, and then go back to submit the task. Luo Yan and others looked at each other, and then a ball of spiritual fire rushed out and burned the young man with snake patterns and black spots to ashes. In the end, only the stone statue of the human face Naga remained. Looking at this Naga statue, Luo Yan's heart moved. It was very similar to the dilapidated stone statues he encountered when he was taken to that mysterious space by the ancestor of the Thunder Emperor Temple in the Kangwu realm. There were bursts of milky white halo on it, covering this area, exuding a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. The other fellow disciples of the Five Elements sect did not feel much because they had never come into contact with the power of faith. Only Luo Yan himself, perhaps because of his special experience, had driven the power of faith, so he could naturally feel this very strange power. It was like a ball of white sunlight, dazzling but not intimidating. This statue of the human face Naga was actually a very special magic weapon, a container specially used to collect the power of faith, and it was not the incarnation of any living being. With the help of it, Luo Yan could collect the power of faith. But if he wanted to use the power of faith in the stone statue, he had to find another way. Without it, Luo Yan could not gather these special powers. In other words, this statue of the human face Naga was a very special treasure. For Luo Yan, it was a very meaningful reference. Maybe he would have a chance to use it in the future. Thinking about this, Luo Yan sorted out his thoughts and said, "To be honest, this Naga stone statue is a special belief system artifact. I am quite interested in it and am willing to give up a portion of the Five Elements essence in exchange for the stone statue." After all, the people present were all teammates, so naturally everyone had a share of the spoils. Since Luo Yan wanted to take it back for research, he directly stated his attitude. A special container for collecting the power of faith? The gentle young man thought that it seemed that the use of this kind of artifact was very limited. It was similar to the Bodhisattva statue, the four-eyed Vajra statue, and the Buddha statue in the Buddhist sect. In the Five Elements sect, few people used this kind of artifact, because it was something in another practice system, and they would be useless if they took it. The power of faith in it could not be taken out at all. Therefore, if you want to exchange it for a spiritual object of heaven and earth, you have to find someone from that practice system to exchange it, which is very troublesome. Moreover, in any Buddhist temple, statue hall, etc., this kind of stone statue is the most common. Therefore, the value of this human face Naga statue is not the magic weapon itself, but the power of faith inside. But the problem is that the power of this system is not understood by the few people present, and there is no way to take it out. After thinking about this clearly, the gentle young man shook his head. "It is useless for me to take this thing, and the immortals will not accept this stone statue, so it is useless to take it, and there is no place to find someone to exchange it. If you like it, you can take it yourself, and you don't have to give up the share of the Five Elements. If it weren't for your meticulous mind, I'm afraid I really couldn't complete this mission. From this perspective, we still have to accept a favor from you." The two people next to him also nodded and agreed with this point of view. If this Naga stone statue was an ordinary magic weapon, they could decide whether to participate in the distribution based on its value. But this is obviously another cultivation system, and it is also a thing of a foreign race. After they took it away, it was useless. Since this fellow disciple in green is curious, it is not a big deal to give it to him. Therefore, the young man surnamed Wu and Su Ming did not intend to get involved in the distribution of this human face Naga stone statue. They would not suffer any obvious losses. Why not give this Taoist brother in green a face by using this small alien magic weapon? Seeing that the three fellow disciples beside him did not intend to participate in the distribution, Luo Yan collected it. This stone statue of faith may come in handy one day in the future. After finishing the things here, the four of them walked straight to the teleportation array. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. After many twists and turns, Luo Yan's spirit puppet body also returned to the Five Elements sect. After exchanging their contact information with the three fellow disciples, Luo Yan immediately submitted the 9 Immortal Island mission. In the mustard seed space hut 300 feet above Shuxing Mountain, a Taoist priest in green with a young face opened his eyes and said, "Xianling, I want to submit the 9 Immortals Island mission. This is the photo stone during the mission." A translucent glass stone flew out of Luo Yan's spirit puppet body, which recorded the entire mission. As soon as the photo stone flew out, it was absorbed by the identity token suspended in the air. "Please wait while the mission is being retrieved," Xianling responded. Luo Yan, who was waiting on the side, saw this familiar words and was thinking carefully. If it is not unexpected, the mountain spirit of the five elements mountain may have given birth to its own life consciousness. If a more vivid metaphor is used to explain the behavior of the fairy, it is the intelligent AI life in the previous life, possessing independent self-thinking, and everything is carried out according to the pre-planned program to execute the set commands. In a sense, this is already more smart and more autonomous than the biological auxiliary chip in Luo Yan's mind. At least Zero can't have independent thinking, can control Luo Yan's body autonomously when Luo Yan's consciousness dissipates, leave this mustard seed space hut, and do other things. In comparison, this is the power of spiritual treasures and immortal tools. The spiritual consciousness they gave birth to is an independent individual, not a relationship that must be dependent, and can handle many things independently. The identification of the 9 Immortal Island mission has been completed, the truth of the disappearance of the low-level monks has been found, and the culprit has been killed. The evaluation of this mission, excellent. The number of people who accepted the mission, 5. The number of people who completed the mission, 4. The mission reward is 5,625 drops of the essence of the 5 elements. You can choose a single attribute and receive it at any time. 20 regular mission experiences have been accumulated. Hearing the voice of the immortal, Luo Yan's eyes finally flashed a smile. It only took 3 months to get more than 5,000 drops of the essence of the 5 elements. This must be said to be a happy thing. Moreover, the accumulated number of regular tasks is not evenly divided like the essence of the 5 elements, but everyone increases 20 times. This has a very obvious benefit for Luo Yan to upgrade his identity token. Xianling, help me exchange all the 5 elements essences obtained from this mission into weak water essences. Luo Yan continued to order. He thought about it and did not exchange the 2 types of 5 elements essences, Yimu essence and innate 5 metals. He planned to refine the weak water essence to a certain extent with the spiritual energy particles in his body before starting to collect the second type of 5 elements essence. The advantage of doing this is that it can form combat power in a very short time. Otherwise, only 1 or 2,000 drops of Yimu essence cannot play a big role. Not long after, a group of water-emitting dark spiritual light rolled out of nothingness and appeared in front of Luo Yan out of thin air. He opened his mouth and sucked these weak water essences into his mouth, and then began to refine them with spiritual energy particles. In the space mustard seed hut, transparent water vapor suddenly evaporated, and the spiritual light was thousands of ways, and the vigorous spirit rolled and surged. The spiritual energy particles in Luo Yan's body, while absorbing these weak water essences, also brought a breath of water, causing waves of humming water sounds. At this moment, Luo Yan felt as if he was in a river or lake, being washed by the river water, beaten by the river current, and the fluctuations of the water flow never stopped. In just a moment, he saw the texture of the water, as if it had its own breath, surging and surging. There was a special vitality. Wow! Following these water textures, Luo Yan felt the deeper changes in the laws of water, and the laws of the Great Way drilled into his body. The laws of the true spirit world are complete, and the Great Way is flawless, so it can allow people to practice to the extreme. The realm of the Golden Core stage seems to be only the last step of the lower 3 realms, but it can already accommodate the laws of heaven and earth into the body. After all, the practice of a cultivator is a gradual transformation process. The higher the realm of cultivation, the stronger the true meaning of the Great Way in his body. Black Emperor Water King Power. Luo Yan recited the scripture, his body radiated a glittering precious light, and strands of water essence flowed through his body. Not long after, Luo Yan's entire body turned into a ball of transparent water, and then fell to the ground with a pop, then floated in the air, and turned into raindrops. Water artistic conception 30%. At this time, Luo Yan's mind, his own 3-dimensional magical data, was increased again. The misty spiritual energy gurgled, and the mustard seed space hut was filled with water vapor, like silk and ribbons, presenting a hazy posture. Luo Yan fell into the transformation of the law of water. At the same time, in the vast outer space, there was a broken star, and the avenue of origin was strong. Among them, in that avenue of origin, A burly man surrounded by colorful lights sat cross-legged. Suddenly, his eyes like red lanterns suddenly opened, as if he sensed something. Is Shiner dead? According to the lifespan of mortals, he should have another 47 years to live. How could he die early? The burly man frowned, stood up, and inhaled the original energy into his body. Suddenly, he revealed a strong body that was surrounded by many Taoist rhymes, as if it was cast by 10,000 years of black gold. Although he was just standing there, he gave people a feeling of overlooking the world and being invincible in the world. The burly man flicked his hand and silently chanted a spell. After a while, a picture appeared in front of his eyes. The ending in the picture was the scene where the young man with snake patterns and black spots lay on the ground and was burned to death by the 4 disciples of the 5 Elements sect with spiritual fire. Did Shiner practice magic? The burly man's eyes were very vicious. He saw the evil human face Naga stone statue at a glance, and then murmured softly. Even from a long distance, he could see the weirdness of the black spots, which seemed to be a manifestation of a wish. The upper true spirit Naga. The burly man's eyes opened and closed, and there was endless mysterious light flowing in them, as if evolving all things in the world. Following this wisp of energy, he continued to deduce, and then track down the human face Naga. At this time, the Naga true spirit had sneaked onto Human Island again, preparing to develop believers and continue to collect the power of faith. At this time, the Naga phantom above his HUD showed a nervous look, with a look of shock. The power of faith accumulated for nearly 100 years was also burned rapidly at this moment. Its consumption rate was very fast, and in a blink of an eye, a small part was gone. The human face Naga felt this peeping fluctuation. His face suddenly changed, and then looked into the void, but saw nothing. Finally, he gritted his teeth, burned all the remaining power of faith, concentrated his mind, and finally saw the peeping figure. It was a pair of eyes without any emotion, staring at him without joy or sadness at this moment, as if marking something. Seeing this, the human face Naga knew that this was a big shot using a supreme magical power to lock his specific location. Once he was marked by that person, he would be sensed by the other party even if he returned to the depths of the sea. This method of tracking and positioning was simply terrifying. The human face Naga no longer hesitated and gave up the stone statue, and the incarnation instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. Decisive. Seeing that the search was fruitless, the burly man withdrew his gaze. Then he shifted aside and looked at the 4 younger disciples of the 5 Elements sect. First, the young man surnamed Wu, who was wearing black gold armor, had a shadow of a war god behind him, shielding this calculation and peeping. Then a green lamp swayed, and a palace emerged, which was still indecipherable. So they all have spiritual treasures to protect themselves. No wonder they are so confident. The burly man whispered. Finally, the burly man looked at the gentle-looking young man again. This time, his sight was not hindered at all. Directly across the vast void, he saw through his true body. Although I don't like him, no matter what, Shiner is my only offspring after all. You little guys, don't look at the monk's face but also the Buddha's face. Don't you even have the most basic respect? For the lives of a group of ants, you ran to my island to kill my offspring. It's really bold. Since you dare to do such a thing, don't blame me for disregarding the friendship of fellow disciples and bullying the weak. The burly man's eyes flashed with the stars of the avenue, and the cloud patterns inside were all over, like a real small world. At this moment, his breath was violent, like the ghosts and gods in the 9 netherworlds, watching everything in the dark. Then let's start with you, the guy with the least background. As for the other 3 little guys, when I go back, none of you can escape. Watching the death of his only offspring, the burly man was neither happy nor sad, and did not have too much emotional fluctuations. But the grudges that came to the door should be settled, and they should be settled. Even though they are from the same sect, there is also the protection of the 5 Elements mountain. But the authority of the elders cannot be insulted. A group of juniors dared to openly run outside his cave to kill his only offspring. Even if the heavenly secret palace concealed the secret, he had figured out this blood feud, so he must retaliate. Otherwise, wouldn't his practice of more than 1,000 years be in vain? After a moment, the burly man retracted his eyes, and the picture that appeared in front of him disappeared in an instant. Little guys, although we are from the same sect, it's time to teach you a lesson. Don't provoke the senior elders before you have absolute strength. The burly man's lips moved slightly, and scriptures burst out of his mouth one by one, and then drew a hideous and terrifying blood shadow, disappearing in the star field. Go, take my blood soul curse with you. Chapter 495, The Biggest Crisis in History, The Power of Curse, Awakening, Countermeasures in Shuxing Mountain, in the Space Mustard Seed Hut. The water spirit contained in the weak water essence turned into complete water law and melted into Luo Yan's body. His body became transparent. This is not a nirvana of the essence of life, but one of the many changes brought about by the fusion of the water law. Faintly, the chanting of the secret scriptures became more deafening, like the humming of the avenue, stimulating layers of precious light, very sacred and solemn. After an unknown amount of time, when the spiritual energy particles in Luo Yan's body completely refined the weak water essence, the identity token on his body made a strange sound. Luo Yan frowned, woke up from the state of cultivation, and then sank into it. Suddenly, the colorful J token exuded a hazy Dao light, which transformed his consciousness body. In an illusory space, three familiar figures came into view. Brother Luo. Looking at the gentle young man and others in front of him, Luo Yan was surprised, with doubts in his eyes, and was somewhat puzzled as to why they were looking for him. It has only been a short time since they separated, and now they are together again. Did something big happen? Luo Yan's heart was moved secretly, but he did not show it on his face, waiting quietly. When they met, there was not much greeting, but they went straight to the point. Brothers, it seems that we are really in big trouble. At this time, the gentle young man smiled bitterly and spoke with a tired tone. After not seeing him for a few days, he seemed to be a different person, haggard. It seemed that he had been tortured and looked a little dying. Just a few days ago, I suddenly felt a sense of depression, my soul was trembling, and then terrible things happened. Once I leave the 5 Elements mountain area, or meditate to practice, I will be instantly trapped in a blood prison. In that bloody space, there lie vicious corpses, all of whom have great mana. They devour my body, refine my soul, and torture me all the time. This also causes my current state to be very bad. I often suffer the most cruel punishment, so that I can't calm down to practice. You can't leave the 5-finger mountain, nor can you practice Qi in the sect, otherwise you will be found by those evil ghosts. Hearing this, the 3 people, including Luo Yan, were all shocked. Then they quickly reacted and replied, "Is it the curse of the island owner of Juxin Island?" The gentle young man nodded, his face livid. Because during this period of time, they only offended this elder. Unexpectedly, this kind of revenge came so quickly. Even in the virtual space, the face of the transformed gentle young man was pale, and he was exhausted to the extreme. Obviously, he suffered a lot in these few short days. This time, the reason why he found these 3 Taoist brothers was to discuss countermeasures. At this time, the gentle young man looked dejected, and his mind began to weaken. This is a bad state. If it continues, it will inevitably delay his practice. At that time, it will even make his strength regress. Since being targeted by the blood curse, the gentle young man spent a little bit of the essence of the 5 elements and consulted an elder in the sect to consult him about the state of his body. I hope the other party can give a specific reason for this state. After the gentle young man finished describing, the elder's words made him remember it clearly. He did not dare to delay for a moment, so he directly called Luo Yan and others through the identity token. This is a curse generated by the blood contract. It is very insidious and terrifying. Once you are hit, it means that you are being targeted by a great cultivator. Even if a great cultivator in the refining void stage, who is not good at cursing, encounters it, he can't do anything about it. It is the most difficult among the cultivators below the upper 3 realms. Although he asked through the identity token, such a detailed description still allowed the elder to guess the root cause. This little guy is probably being targeted by someone. The biggest function of this blood contract is to interfere with your mind and prevent you from practicing in peace. At the same time, this is also a special mark. Through this mark, the person who casts the curse can easily sense your current specific location. The power of the curse is actually a very strange, insidious and rare law power. It can curse and kill the enemy out of thin air across infinite space. It is a branch of destiny. It is actually similar to the calculation of heavenly secrets, Yarrow divination, and the art of looking at Qi. These laws of destiny are very mysterious and strange. They can calculate the future and curse others silently. Therefore, destiny is one of the most important laws among the 3,000 great ways. This shows the special nature of this blood curse secret method. Any secret magic power, as long as it involves the law level, will definitely not be simple. The special nature of the curse power means that this power belonging to the rule level must be broken by the rule power. Either they are both curse powers, fighting against each other, or they are the holy light, or the thunder, the most yang and strong power to devour and suppress, and eliminate everything. Although the blood contract power that the gentle young man receives will not curse him directly, it will torture his mind all the time. He cannot practice and cannot go out for a long time. I am afraid it is really dangerous. After all, he encountered such a strange thing just after completing the mission of Juxin Island. It is not difficult to guess who is behind it. But the problem is, how can an ordinary person deal with the curse power cast by a cultivator in the refining period? From the severity of this blood contract, the person you offended did not use the power of the law to curse you directly, but it was more like to torture you, so that your cultivation would not make any progress, and then you would be trapped in pain for the rest of your life. Little guy, you are in big trouble. When he heard this, the gentle young man's face turned pale. He never thought that an elder in the refining void stage would be shameless and openly attack a junior like him. It is very difficult to break the power of this spell. You either have an unparalleled spiritual treasure that can isolate that kind of induction in the dark, or find an elder who is good at the way of fate to dispel this strange power for you. In short, no matter which one, the price paid is very high. After the gentle young man told this story in its entirety, Luo Yan and others all fell into silence. How could they resist the black hand of an elder in the refining void stage? It's so shameless, bullying the weak with the big. And they are still from the same sect. Logically speaking, we are carrying out a mission of the sect. Facing the revenge of that elder, the people of Xianxi Hall should not sit idly by, right? Luo Yan frowned and asked the doubts in his heart. The reason why they chose to carry out the mission of Juxin Island and were targeted by the island owner was because of the mission issued by the General Affairs Hall. If it weren't for that mission, the gentle young man would not be targeted. If such a thing happened, would the sect not care? When I first felt the power of the curse, I thought so too, so I found the mountain spirit as soon as possible and explained the reason. But the fairy spirit's answer was that the elder did not violate the sect rules. When this was said, not only Luo Yan was stunned, but even the slightly fat Su Ming and the young man surnamed Wu were all stunned. They were all cursed, and this was not considered a violation of the sect rules? Almost at the same time, several people began to recall the sect rules of the 5-element sect one by one. You must not harm your fellow disciples without reason. If we look at the two words without reason and directly, the other party has indeed not violated the sect rules. Luo Yan whispered. The three people beside him were stunned, as if they had not reacted, and all looked at him. Seeing this, Luo Yan continued to explain, the four of us submitted the task for Juxin Island. In order to complete the task, we chose to kill the young man with snake patterns and black spots. While completing the task, we also caused trouble. There is a causal relationship with the island owner of Juxin Island. After this causal relationship, it is reasonable for the other party to attack us again. After all, an elder in the refining void stage avenges his own offspring. This reason is tenable anywhere. In addition, the power of this blood curse only interferes with your soul. In essence, it does not cause direct harm to your life and safety. It is naturally reasonable and compliant. After listening to the narration of this fellow disciple in green, Su Ming and others were shocked. It turned out that the sect rules of the 5 elements sect could be explained in this way? Then the previous assumptions, such as the assumption that the people of the heavenly secret hall would not sit back and watch them being bullied and ignore them, suddenly became empty talk. As long as the island owner of Juxin Island did not directly attack them and their lives were not persecuted, it would not be considered a violation? The few people present were not stupid. They figured this out in an instant, and then their faces turned ugly. In this way, who would dare to accept the tasks in the General Affairs Hall wantonly? Isn't this the typical pitfall? Until this moment, everyone reacted. No wonder the reward for this Juxin Island mission is so high, with more than 20,000 drops of the essence of the 5 elements. And it has been there for more than 10 years, and no one has been able to complete it. It's just because there are too many twists and turns involved in it, and the old people who are not from the 5-element sect cannot know it. New disciples like Luo Yan and others are naturally easy to be fooled without the guidance of their teachers. After all, when they choose tasks, all their eyes are on the final reward of the task. In this way, they fall into this deep vortex. For the first time, the people present felt that even if they stayed in the 5 elements sect, There was an invisible sense of oppression. If they were not careful, they might lose their own path and even their lives. It was really frightening. In fact, there were two ways to complete the 9 Immortal Island mission. The first was the one submitted by Luo Yan and others, to pull out the black-spotted young man. The second was to join forces and completely keep the human face Naga with the strength of the 4th level. After all, the reward for the mission was 25,000 drops of the essence of the 5 elements. Such a generous reward would only be rewarded if the 4th level Upper Naga true spirit was killed. Otherwise, the essence of the 5 elements was not an ordinary spirit crystal, so how could the people of the Heavenly Secret Hall give such a high mission reward? High rewards naturally mean high risks. However, ordinary people could not know this risk at all. The way Luo Yan and others performed their missions also destined them to confront the island owner of the 9 Immortal Island. If he had a strong background, such as the disciples or relatives of the old monsters in the upper 3 realms, the owner of Juxin Island would have to bear this loss. After all, background is also a kind of strength and status. But it is obvious that the few people present do not have such a background. Naturally, it is reasonable for the owner of Juxin Island to choose to retaliate. After understanding this, the gentle young man's face became very ugly. Suddenly, he glanced at the 3 people in front of him, and another bad guess came to his mind. Brother Luo, don't you 3 have that blood soul curse? Su Ming and the young man surnamed Wu on the side were stunned, and then they realized that they did not seem to be affected by the power of the curse. The two looked at the Taoist in green clothes opposite and saw Luo Yan also shook his head. Instantly, the gentle young man's face showed disbelief, his mouth opened wide, wanting to say something, but he never said it. He almost broke the defense, and his face was full of grievances. Because the intention of targeting was too obvious. The 2 young men surnamed Wu had a hint of sly joy in their eyes. Because the curse didn't seem to have any effect on them. It was like saying that they were probably safe and sound. How could they not be surprised? The gentle young man felt very wronged by being treated differently. It was a task for 4 people, but he was the only one to bear the consequences. How could he feel comfortable? Unconsciously, a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. This was really infuriating. Just when several people were thinking differently, Luo Yan suddenly said, "It's not that simple. I guess the reason why the owner of Juxin Island hasn't found us yet is probably because of the treasures on us. Such as Brother Wu's armor, Brother Su's green lamp, etc. These precious treasures can isolate our breath to a certain extent and prevent us from being deduced by the Elder in the refining void realm. After all, the power of curse is very similar to divination. It cannot evolve out of thin air and requires a medium. This medium can be ourselves, or something we have touched, or anything that has retained our key." Combined with the gentle young man's previous explanation, Luo Yan directly interrupted Su Ming and the other's smug mentality. Although the treasures on them can isolate most of the key, it is also because this elder in the refining void realm deduced across the vast space. Once the other party returns to the sect, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Judging from the power of the curse that Brother Deo suffered, that elder is definitely a ruthless person who will take revenge for any slight. We are carrying out that mission together. With the other party's magical power, how could he not deduce it? I'm afraid that the reason why he can't use the power of the curse to harm us is because the treasures we have are of too high a grade. But that elder will come back at this point. Su Ming and the others also felt heavy in their hearts. Because what the Taoist brother in green said made sense. If it were them, since they had already attacked the other party, how could they let the other 3 go? It's just that there are some restrictions now. Seeing that the faces of the 3 people opposite were all very ugly, Luo Yan thought for a moment, and then continued, "Don't worry too much. Because of the restrictions of the sect rules, the other party will not be able to attack us directly, which gives us a chance to breathe. So there should still be a solution." The gentle young man looked up, with an expectant look on his face, and then waited for the next words of this fellow disciple. In the current situation, he was the only one who was affected by this curse, so he was naturally the most worried. If there was a suitable solution, he would listen to it as soon as possible. Any magic is not unsolvable. The same goes for the curse. Don't you have an ancestor or teacher in the refining void stage behind you? Luo Yan's words were like a reassurance to the few people, and they calmed down a lot in an instant. If you think about it carefully, it is true. There are great cultivators in their families. As long as they ask for help, they can always find a corresponding solution. At worst, They can ask their own elders for help. From what Brother Deo said before, the strange blood prison space should be directly affecting your soul level. You should find a way to get in touch with a few spiritual storage methods in advance, and then try to practice, which should be able to alleviate this state. Then hurry up to practice, try to hide inside the sect, don't go out first, and then find a solution. The gentle young man's heart moved, and he secretly memorized this coping method. Although the spiritual storage method can only be practiced by cultivators after the nascent soul stage, it cannot be exchanged in the 5 elements sect. But as long as a certain price is paid, it can still be found in those business houses outside. But there is one thing, I think I still need to remind a few Taoist brothers. Perhaps that kind of curse power is not the most terrible, what is terrible is the special mark that is everywhere. Once your body leaves this 5 elements mountain, then, and this time it was the island master of Juxin Island who personally cast the curse power. Although it is restricted by the sect rules, it cannot directly curse us. But if other cultivators in the refining void stage cast this strange power, the 3 people next to him are not stupid, and they instantly understood the implicit meaning of the words of the Taoist brother in green. The curse power that cannot directly harm their lives is second, and external assassination is the most likely thing to encounter. Even if the aura of all of them is captured, and then someone else is used to cast the curse-killing technique. At that time, I am afraid they will really be in danger. This is not difficult to guess. After all, how can an elder who has cultivated to that level not have a few friends from the outside sect? Even the evil monks who specialize in curses, etc., an elder in the refining void realm, as long as he wants to deal with them, there are plenty of ways. The island owner of Juxin Island will be restricted by the rules of the sect when he uses the power of curse, but people outside will not. In short, this crisis is not as simple as imagined. Perhaps if they are not careful, they will face the risk of falling. Whether inside the sect or outside, they may encounter it. Thank you for your reminder, brother. The 3 gentle young men bowed and thanked. In the next time, we must be more careful. This crisis will probably be the biggest crisis we have encountered since we started practicing Taoism, and we must not take it lightly. Luo Yan gave a warning. At the same time, he also felt fortunate. Because he traveled in the form of a spirit puppet, he was also the only one among them who did not expose his own aura. But the island owner of Juxin Island must not be so easy to deal with. It is probably just a matter of time to capture his aura. At that time, this time it's really troublesome. Luo Yan was secretly shocked, with a strong sense of crisis. Chapter 496, Elders Council, asking for advice, both a test and a tempering, south wall. After the figures of the 3 gentle young men disappeared, Luo Yan fell into long contemplation. After they completed the task issued by the General Affairs Hall, they were secretly cursed by the senior elder. Moreover, after knowing all this, the elders in the Heavenly Secret Hall chose to turn a blind eye? Let them solve it on their own. This really puzzled Luo Yan. If they were persecuted for carrying out tasks within their own sect's territory, who would dare to accept these tasks in the long run? Is there something I don't understand here? Luo Yan guessed. His tone seemed a little surprised and uncertain. Following the instructions of the General Affairs Hall and completing the sect's tasks, when they were secretly cursed by the island master of Juxin Island, the sect's top leaders actually turned a blind eye to it? Would this way of letting them handle it on their own seem a little too abnormal? After all, this mission was arranged by the sect, and Luo Yan and others did not deliberately go to provoke the authority of the island master of Juxin Island. This seems unreasonable no matter how you look at it. An elder in the refining void realm was attacking these young people in the golden core realm, but the sect didn't even react? Luo Yan frowned deeply, and his fingers kept flicking. He always felt that there seemed to be a deeper reason hidden in this. Unfortunately, there was too little information now, so he couldn't make the most accurate judgment. Should I go to the General Affairs Hall to issue a consultation task? Since he had doubts in his mind, Luo Yan's first thought was naturally to solve this doubt. Only by figuring out the hidden reasons here can he make the next decision. No, maybe there is a better way. Luo Yan's eyes slightly raised, and his thoughts flew. His heart suddenly moved, and then his mind sank into the colorful jade card again, and he told something to a certain human-shaped phantom. After waiting for more than 2 hours, the phantom finally manifested into a smart figure. A young man with a blue aura all over his body appeared in Luo Yan's jade card space. Hello, Senior Brother Mew. Looking at this handsome young man with a powerful aura and eyes that seemed to reflect the whole world, Luo Yan immediately bowed. "Junior brother Luo, you are too polite. There is no need for such politeness between you and me." The young man opposite smiled, and the light of Taoism flowed, which was very amazing. "I wonder why junior brother called me here today. It can't be to reminisce and greet me, right?" Although Mewtwo's voice was calm, there was a hint of fun in his tone. He and this junior brother had the interests of Baybird Island in front, so the relationship between the two was naturally far beyond that of ordinary fellow disciples. However, his temperament was also cold, and the fun in his words was not too obvious. "Senior brother Mew, you are joking. Junior brother has only joined the sect for a short time and has no acquaintances to communicate with. This time, I really want to consult you about something." Luo Yan waved his hand and dropped 2 cushions, then motioned the peerless young man opposite to sit first. Then, he told the other party about the mission before and after this time, as well as what happened before. He wanted to hear what this senior brother thought. "Junior brother, I want to ask senior brother Mew, is what that elder did not violate the sect rules? If this is true, wouldn't the sect be harming the disciples by issuing such a task?" Luo Yan asked sincerely, looking at the opposite side with a burning gaze. That was the curse power of a cultivator in the void refining stage. Anyone who faced it would feel a great sense of panic and pressure. It was simply soul-destroying, fearing that one day, they would be cursed to death by this strange secret method. If this point is not clarified, Luo Yan would probably not accept the tasks issued by the General Affairs Hall in the future, as long as they have something to do with those island owners or senior elders. Take the Jiuxin Island mission this time. Isn't this a complete pitfall? So that's the question. Mewtwo smacked his lips lightly, and then looked at this junior brother meaningfully. Luo Yan was stared at by this look for a long time, and he was stunned for a while, a little confused. "Is the mission you are carrying out a special mission?" Luo Yan was stunned, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes, and then he nodded slowly. "Junior brother, do you know the difference between special missions and regular missions?" Mewtwo asked back. He had a good impression of this junior brother. Therefore, he was willing to take some time to explain it to this junior brother. Luo Yan shook his head. He only knew that after completing a special mission, he would get more rewards. That's all. Could it be that there is some difference between these 2 missions? The missions in the General Affairs Hall are not randomly arranged. This actually involves a secret. Junior brother, you should have heard of the Heavenly Secret Hall, right? Luo Yan nodded again. He heard that the missions in the General Affairs Hall were selected by the people in the Heavenly Secret Hall and then issued. Although he didn't know much, he had heard of the name of this department. It was very mysterious and the number of people was unknown. But within the 5 Elements sect, it played a vital role. Above the Xianji Palace, there is another group of real people in power, called the Elders Council. Mewtwo's long hair was loose, like a god king descending to the world. Even if it was just an illusory body, it also had a sense of Taoism. Unlike other sects, the disciples of my 5 Elements sect, before the nascent soul stage, generally focus on their own cultivation, and the sect will not interfere too much. Because the realm before the nascent soul stage, with their talents, can be easily reached in just 100 years. After all, the 5 Elements sect is a major sect of human power, and the true spirit realm is still a middle thousand world, with a blazing spiritual energy and perfect world laws. Therefore, the cultivation speed of the cultivators in this world is naturally far beyond the outside world. Only after reaching the nascent soul stage will it become difficult to break through the current realm of cultivation. At this time, as a disciple of our sect, you have 2 choices. Either pass the assessment of the Heavenly Secret Hall and become a member of the Elder Council, or continue to remain as you are, that is, an ordinary disciple or elder. In our sect, there are only these 2 identities, and more than 99% of the disciples are ordinary identities. Once there is an invasion by foreign enemies, the latter still needs to obey the dispatch and arrangements of the former. In the illusory space created by the identity token, Mewtwo sat cross-legged on the ground and told Luo Yan about the status structure system of the 5 Elements sect. Ancient sects like theirs are not like ordinary immortal sects. The disciples in the sect are all geniuses among geniuses. The nature of this kind of people is unruly, ambitious, and does not like to be too constrained. They are very different from those mediocre cultivators. Of course, the management method of these people cannot be compared with those ordinary cultivators. Letting things take their course and being at peace with one's heart is the most appropriate management method. So there was this free-range model of the 5 elements sect, where cultivation depends entirely on oneself. Although the sect's management system is loose, it does not mean that the 5 elements sect will completely let its disciples go. It's just that the disciples of the lower 3 realms are not qualified to be restrained. Because whether it is within the human race or in the endless sea, the 5 elements sect has a bunch of competitors who are always eyeing them. How to mobilize the disciples in the sect to respond has become the top priority. At this time, the importance of the Elder Council is reflected. The Elder Council is composed of a group of fellow monks with talent, shrewdness, and strong strength. They have great power, and can even issue mandatory tasks to ordinary disciples like us through identity tokens. It's like, when our cultivation reaches the God transformation stage, we will be transferred to the edge of the endless sea for a period of time, to the place bordering the alien race, to guard those alien races. How to guard, and where to be responsible, etc., are all things that need to be discussed. In the true spirit realm, wars between races are erupting at any time. In order to occupy their own territories, both sides will arrange a large number of high-level creatures to be stationed on the border of the territory. Then they compete with each other, fight each other, and look at each other. This is something that no race can escape. If you take a step back, others will take a step forward and occupy an inch of territory. In the long run, it will become a situation where you are weak and I am strong. In such a place where high-level creatures gather, personal strength is certainly important, but facing such a large alien race, it is difficult to play a decisive role. Therefore, when facing those alien races, strategy becomes a very important link. And these arrangements related to strategic directions will be arranged by members of the Elders' Council. Do you know how to join the Elders' Council? Mewtwo said calmly. Perform those special tasks. Luo Yan's heart moved secretly, and then he said uncertainly. Since we have talked about this, how can he still not understand the hidden words in it? Mewtwo nodded, and then added, to be precise, if you want to upgrade the level of your token, the task you perform must be a special task. From 5-colored mysterious jade to 7-colored purple jade, you can upgrade by accumulating the number of regular level tasks. But from 7-colored purple jade to gilded immortal jade, and passing the test to become a member of the Elder Council, you need to perform a special level task to upgrade. Special level tasks are different from regular level tasks in that all consequences will be borne by the person who performs the task. So special level tasks are often uncontrollable and contain great risks. Generally speaking, giant and stage disciples without any identity background rarely take on special level tasks, because this will bring them trouble that they can't avoid. The difficulty of these two tasks is very different. The disciples of the 5 elements sect who perform these two tasks will also be affected by the results of the tasks, and thus grow up slowly. For example, the cultivator who has been hunting the sea creatures in the outer sea, when he sees fellow disciples killing innocent people indiscriminately, the first thought in his mind is to suppress them with force. Knock the opponent down directly. The disciples trained from special tasks will subconsciously consider more things, such as the identity and background of this fellow disciple, the reason for the indiscriminate killing, etc. After sorting out all the logical relationships, they will make a decision whether to intervene or not. This is the difference between the two ways of thinking. The disciples of the 5 elements sect need to continuously perform tasks to establish a complete and exclusive worldview for themselves. Only by recognizing the nature of this world can we get along with it better. After all, the disciples who can worship the 5 elements sect have excellent talents and strengths to the extreme. Often many disciples can break through to the golden core stage before they are 30 years old. Such disciples have extraordinary talents, but their hearts are pure. Even pure to the extreme. They can hardly understand the hidden meaning, and can't recognize the dangers hidden below the surface. If such disciples are not tempered, they will have a great chance of falling after going to the outside world. After all, they are not old, so they naturally have no scruples when doing things. Once you leave the sect, it is easy for outsiders to target you. The 5 elements sect does not want the disciples they have worked so hard to train to die out of thin air. Therefore, they need to hone the character of their disciples. The degree of a person's shrewdness depends on how much he has experienced, and then what solutions he can come up with after encountering things. Only in this way can a person's mind be thoroughly trained. The special tasks and the general affairs hall play such a sharpening role. Regular level 1 tasks basically don't have too many changes, and often only need to solve a single problem to complete the task. And special level tasks will examine you from all aspects to see if you are suitable to be one of the rulers of the 5 elements sect. Tell me, a disciple who can stand out from such a lot of tests, how will he perform when facing the oppression of alien races or internal forces of the human race? Mu Chu patiently explained and gave examples to illustrate the differences between the two tasks and the essence behind them. After listening for a while, Luo Yan understood the meaning of the scrutiny. The secret method, the essence of the 5 elements, the difference between the two tasks, and the tempering of the mind, combined with the above, can train the disciples of the 5 elements sect. Another point is that if they do not have a strong identity background to support them, they should not accept this level of task in the golden core stage. Because the pressure from the senior elders can easily crush them to death. Junior brother, there are actually many ways to solve your task this time. For example, find an elder who is also in the refining void stage to come forward, or be cautious about your whereabouts and not be found by that elder, or even directly switch to another refining void stage elder subordinates. If you start from these aspects, you can basically solve your current predicament. It's just that you have to be fast, if you haven't made a final decision before that elder comes back. At that time, it is not impossible to be cursed to death directly. After listening to this explanation, Luo Yan fell into a long silence. Senior brother Mu explained this problem from another angle, and explained every link in it very clearly. Finally, he also gave a solution. From the front, this is a life and death test. If you can get through it safely, you will be mentally prepared for dealing with similar things in the future, or even dealing with the pursuit of high-level creatures from the outside world. It lays the groundwork for future confrontations with aliens. From the side, how can a disciple who has no mind, no brains, no identity background, and acts rashly reach the end of his practice? After all, practice is not about blindly practicing hard to become an immortal. There are many cultivators in the sect, and you need to fight for practice resources. The spiritual objects of foreign races are suitable for practicing the Shenzhen method, and you need to rob them. As long as you are a cultivator, you can't avoid dealing with people and dealing with aliens. This is why, when a cultivator reaches the Shenhe period, there will be a process of refining the heart. This is also the reason why the tasks in the General Affairs Hall are divided into levels. Because any kind of creature will have many complicated thoughts in the long years of life. When these distracting thoughts are magnified, they become the saying of the heart demon in the Daozang method. How about it? Do you understand now? Mu Chu said, looking meaningfully at the blue-clothed junior brother in front of him. After all, that was the pressure from an elder in the refining void stage, and he really wanted to know what the junior brother's final choice would be. Thank you, senior brother Mu, for your advice. Luo Yan bowed respectfully, with a very sincere attitude. This time of answering questions and solving doubts has laid a more solid foundation for him to understand the sect. It turns out that the top leaders of the 5 Elements sect are not leaving their disciples alone, but are using this subtle way to teach the disciples in the sect. After all, there is one eternal truth, that is, only when you hit the south wall, you will understand that the south wall is indestructible. Okay, it seems that you have a clear answer in your heart, then I should leave. While speaking, Mu Chu's figure exploded with a pop sound like a bubble, and then gradually disappeared in front of him. Although he was very curious about how this junior brother Luo would deal with it, given the cautiousness of this junior brother, he relied on the spirit puppet body when traveling, without any leakage of ki. Even if the elder in the void refining stage wanted to curse junior brother Luo, it would not be possible in a short time. So it would be useless for him to stay any longer. Chapter 497, The Innate Bagua. Fate is the past, and fortune is the future. Sitting in the virtual space, Luo Yan's eyes flickered and his mood became very uneasy. Previously, due to the lack of key information, he made a wrong judgment that there would be a sect behind him to escort him when he was carrying out the tasks in the General Affairs Hall. Just like when he was in the Kangwu realm, with the support of the Law Enforcement Hall, Luo Yan basically belonged to the type of person who did whatever he wanted. He only respected the laws of the sect. It was based on this mentality that when he knew that the mastermind behind the 9 Immortal Island mission was likely to be the offspring of the elder in the refining void realm, he was not too worried. After all, there were the laws of the 5 Element sect in front of him. As long as there was the protection of the sect and blocking in front, Luo Yan would naturally not worry too much. Who would have thought that a seemingly simple and ordinary task would actually involve such a big cause and effect? It led to a great cultivator in the refining void realm to attack them, the younger generation, regardless of his face. Luo Yan only realized at this time that there were too many aspects of the game involved in the Five Elements sect. Although the island owner of the 9 Immortal Island has not yet found Luo Yan, he must also take precautions in advance. After all, he is an elder in the refining void realm. It is impossible for him not to worry about the other party's retaliation. If he had known that the sect's top leaders would take a laissez-faire attitude towards such things, how could Luo Yan possibly get involved in that hot potato? It seems that I have to practice the secret method of deducing the heavenly secrets as soon as possible, and avoid danger and seek good fortune. In just a moment, Luo Yan had an idea. For now, relying on any external force to solve this matter will inevitably incur a huge price. If you are not careful, you will completely lose your freedom. Luo Yan will certainly not be willing, and naturally have to find a way to save himself. Fortunately, before he left the Kangwu realm, the headmaster Wu Yunzi had taught Luo Yan a destiny magic, 6 phases of heavenly secrets. The effect of this deduction secret technique is very powerful. In the hands of the old headmaster, he can deduce what will happen in a few years before the Xianjia War begins, and even specify how many people will get the quota for ascension. This is undoubtedly amazing and mysterious. The art of deducing the secrets of heaven is divided into the aspects of all living beings, the aspects of heaven, fate and luck. Instantly, the scripture information about the 6 phases of heavenly secrets appeared in Luo Yan's mind. The aspects of all living beings refer to living beings. The aspects of heaven are general, which are the general trend in the dark inner corner of the future. Fate is everything that has been experienced, which has formed the present self. Luck refers to the future, which cannot be described, cannot be figured out, and cannot be guessed. The above 4 are opposite to each other and entangled with each other. If people who don't understand this way, they will confuse all 4 of them and can't tell them apart. The most common hexagram in the world, the most commonly used spiritual objects, one is the tortoise shell, and the other is the divination fairy grass. These 2 spiritual objects, because they have a certain spirituality in themselves, the person who divines can use the spiritual induction in the dark to manifest some information of the measured target in some way. This is the evolution of the secrets of heaven. It belongs to the way of luck. But it is difficult to get started with a way of destiny. Generally speaking, there are the innate 8 trigrams, Jin, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Zhen, and Kun. Add to that, heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and marsh, and they form the innate 8 trigrams. After that, there are the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth that form a cumulative correspondence with it, thus evolving all things in the heavens and the earth. It can be said that if someone can master the innate 8 trigrams, they can directly evolve all things in the world, such as the orbit of the sun, moon, and stars, the arrival of rain, the outbreak of thunder, the arrival of summer wind, and so on. This is also the heavenly phase, which can be used to peek into a corner of the future. Different from the heavenly phase is the human phase, that is, the phase of all living beings. The phase of all living beings is not a narrow category, but refers to all spirits in the world. The human phase is just one of them. Ordinary practitioners can capture some future fragments related to themselves or others through things that are sensitive to the mysterious principles of fate, such as the 1,000-year-old tortoise shell and the divination grass. It is mysterious and unpredictable. This is the art of deducing the secrets of heaven. At first glance, it is ordinary and you can't feel the blessing of great power. But in fact, the art of hexagrams is a destiny art that requires the ability to break through the secrets of heaven. There are very few monks who can enter this door. Even many practitioners who have practiced this art dare not guarantee that every calculation they make will be accurate. There is still a great probability that they cannot calculate it, which leads to confusion about the future fortune. Because to practice the art of deducing the secrets of heaven, you not only need to have a very high level of understanding and a clear rationality of the evolution of all things in the world, but also understand the laws of the operation of the laws of heaven and earth, so that you can gain something and barely get started. All of the above, combined together, are qualified to peek into the future. It's a very simple truth that ordinary people don't take the falling leaves too seriously when they see them. However, Practitioners who have practiced the art of deducing the secrets of heaven and earth and have a sense of fate can know the changes of the entire autumn through the complex textures on a fallen leaf. This is the magic of hexagrams. Xianling, help me exchange the basic jade slips of the tortoise shell deduction technique, the secret book of divination fairy grass, and the Yixiang magic technique for me. Luo Yan's mind sank into the identity jade card, and then he called softly. There are very few silk books and scriptures that record the hexagram, even in the treasure house of the Five Elements sect, a great human force, there are very few. Because this is a unique method that can only be understood but not explained. Except for some fixed books on hexagram deduction, there is no other secret art inheritance left. This is the most magical and mysterious surveying technique in the world. Whether it is runes or innate cloud patterns, it is impossible to record them in accurate words. It's just because fate is not fixed. Therefore, this kind of inheritance of heavenly secret deduction is generally a rare word of mouth, and it is taught by personal experience. The secret art scriptures that Luo Yan exchanged from the Five Elements sect's treasure house are actually some very common methods of using and analyzing hexagrams. As for other heavenly secret magic, they are not preserved in the Five Treasure House. Fortunately, when he was in the lower world, Wu Yanzi, the headmaster, had taught Luo Yan a little about the art of deducing the secrets of heaven. This magic of 6 phases of heavenly secrets is a seed of destiny. Through this small seed, Luo Yan can understand how to cultivate his own art of deducing hexagrams. Because the secret of heaven is mysterious and unpredictable, and there is no fixed law of operation. Therefore, everyone's way of deducing the secrets of heaven is different. This is a kind of magic of heaven and earth that requires a great price and careful observation. When Luo Yan came to the true spirit realm, he did not go to practice this secret art of 6 phases of heavenly secrets in the first time, just for this reason. It's just because the knowledge involved in it is too complicated and too profound. When ordinary people see it, they don't know where to start at all. Just in the category of human appearance among all living things, there is a saying that one person has 1,000 faces and 1,000 people have all living things. There are so many races of living beings in the world. Who dares to say that he can understand them all? Moreover, this kind of heavenly secret deduction technique is most obviously different from ordinary Taoist techniques in that there is no rule. If you can't find the rule, you can't start. For any Taoist technique, as long as the scripture jade slips are not recorded incorrectly, then according to the jade book, as long as all the conditions are met, future generations can practice it successfully and burst out many great powers. But the art of heavenly secret deduction is too mysterious and is fundamentally different from the Taoist secrets, so just getting started can stump most cultivators. Because the art of heavenly secret deduction has already belonged to the category of destiny. How can non-born sacred people get a glimpse of destiny? The art of heavenly secret deduction is a large aspect that includes 2 major categories, the appearance of all living beings and the appearance of heaven. The many changes involved in the human appearance and the appearance of all living beings are enough to discourage most practitioners. For example, if a burly man is only observed from his face, most people will guess that he is careless and has no ravines in his heart. Equalize this kind of people with the reckless. This is the most intuitive description of a person's appearance and temperament given by most people. The peculiarity of physiognomy is that through it, you can sense that this burly man is not a reckless person, but a cunning, small-minded, and arrogant person. The so-called art of deducing the secrets of heaven is to see what others cannot see. The hexagram is divided into fate and luck. Fate is what happened in the past, referring to the growth trajectory. Luck is what may happen in the future, referring to the vague secrets of heaven. This is indeed very different from the secrets of the scriptures I have come into contact with before. There is no fixed reference answer at all. Luo Yan sat on the futon, his thoughts constantly churning in his mind. This 6 phases of heavenly secrets magic is really too mysterious. Even if he remembered all the scriptures above and Luo Yan knew every word in it, it gave him a feeling of not knowing where to start. Mysterious theory of fate. Luo Yan whispered. Simply put, the physiognomy contained in the appearance of all living things is not difficult to understand. It is just a series of intersections of characters. A mountain dweller living in a small mountain village, his descendants generally become mountain dwellers. Suddenly one day, a tiger appeared in the opposite mountain forest. Then, the mountain dwellers living in the mountain village will face the possibility of being eaten by the tiger. This is a variable in the deduction of physiognomy. because the arrival of this tiger is likely to change the fate of all mountain dwellers. Being able to accurately capture this variable represents the entry of physiognomy. If you can continue to evolve, you can accurately guess the person who fixed this variable, which is qualified to peek into a corner of fate. To explain it from a materialistic point of view, this so-called calculation of the secret of heaven is actually just a possibility, not a certainty. It is a kind of probability, not a certainty. This magic of six-phase secret of heaven kept echoing in Luo Yan's mind, causing him to have a certain understanding of the evolution of the secret of heaven. The so-called secret of heaven is divided into people or things, and the future and the dark. But no matter which one, it needs to be done through a medium to achieve one's needs. For example, when observing a person's appearance, one generally needs to see the person in person to make a corresponding judgment, whether he is talented or narrow-minded, and there is a conclusion. Of course, it is not impossible to judge through portraits, but it is not as accurate as meeting in person. If I want to deal with the crisis that may be encountered next, I can only study the art of heavenly secrets to a very high level, so that I can avoid colliding with a senior elder. Luo Yan thought to himself and thought of a way to solve the crisis. That is to practice the art of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster to the entry level. Once the practice is successful, he can tell a fortune for himself before doing something, so as to determine the good and bad fortune. Wait until the hexagram is stable, and then decide whether to do it. Even if he faces the curse power of the owner of Juxin Island, or finds fault, he can avoid this crisis through this kind of induction. Because the power of the curse and the art of heavenly secrets have a certain commonality, that is, they both need to go through a little medium to track and locate the target. If Luo Yan can master the art of deducing the secrets of heaven, he can hide his own aura. In the case of not being able to find the specific aura, even if the island master of Juxin Island wants to curse Luo Yan, he can't find the target of the spell. It is not impossible to use this method to escape from the shell and avoid this kind of crisis. After all, the five-element sect is very large. It seems that everyone lives on 5 huge mountains, but it is also very closed. Because there is little direct contact between the monks of the sect. As long as he can hide his aura and not be detected by the senior elder, he can't do anything to Luo Yan. This crisis is solved. But before that, Luo Yan must understand the basic principles of physiognomy before he can really get started. Otherwise, all this is empty talk. After all, the crisis that Luo Yan will face next is brought by a senior of the sect. The difference in cultivation realm and status. The gap between them is very large. If a solution cannot be found in time, by then, anything can happen. It is not impossible to worry about one's life. However, the entry threshold of the art of divination is very high. One needs to have some understanding of the appearance of all living beings in order to reach the entry standard. In simple terms, Luo Yan can calculate the fate of any person he meets through physiognomy, birth date, tortoise shell divination, divination and calculation of immortal grass, etc. How the first half of life was like and how the second half of life should be like, in order to reach the entry level of divination of celestial secrets. Only after understanding the appearance of all living beings can one be qualified to observe the appearance of the sky. Understand the crisis of oneself. Under normal circumstances, if there is no long effort of hundreds or thousands of years, it is almost impossible for Luo Yan to reach the realm of Wu Yanzi, the head of the sect, who evolves all things with stars. 0. Can you build a basic data framework model based on the basic principles of physiognomy? Suddenly, Luo Yan thought of the deeds of one person with 1,000 faces. Although the appearance of a person changes a lot, it is not infinite after all. As long as it is not infinite, he can deduce it completely through the data analysis ability of the chip. Once he has mastered the study of the appearance of all living things, Luo Yan will be able to comprehend the heavenly appearance, that is, the art of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. Establish a task, the human aspect of the appearance of all living things. Luo Yan issued a command, allowing the chip to start simulation calculations. The appearance of all living things includes many types, such as the human race, the sea race, the demon race, the shadow race, etc. The prediction results of the appearance of all living things will also have corresponding deviations depending on the type of race. However, for Luo Yan at present, it is enough to master the appearance of the human race. Start to detect the evolution preconditions of the appearance of all living things in the task generation. Soon, there was a result. The conditions generated in the analysis are as follows: the appearance of the cultivator himself is 1, The temperament of both inside and outside is 2. The appearance of the practice method is 3. The manifestation of temperament and strength is 4. And the characteristics of the soul is 5. According to the information in the scriptures of 6 phases of heavenly secrets, the calculation formula of the appearance of all living things has been summarized. Please provide a large number of experimental samples. Sure enough, after hearing the response of the chip, Luo Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This so-called method of deducing the heavenly secrets can be used to make advanced predictions through big data models. If you want to get started with 6 phases of heavenly secrets, you must understand the meaning behind the phases of all living beings. When observing the phases of all living beings, ordinary people who deduce the heavenly secrets often need to spend dozens or hundreds of years to organize and summarize the data. For example, the age, gender, identity, status, place of residence, etc. of a mortal. After a long period of observation, the trajectory of these people's humanity will form an observable concrete fact. For example, the son of a wealthy businessman learns to write and read, and then passes the imperial examination to change the fate of the family. As long as the observation time is long enough, one fact after another can be obtained. When enough sample data is accumulated, the basic information of others can be substituted in. For example, whether the son of a wealthy businessman inherits his father's business or becomes successful, there is clear information to provide evidence. With the help of these materials, Luo Yan can get a specific fact from it. This is the data-based physiognomy. The trajectory of a mortal throughout his life, as long as he encounters it during his lifetime, there will be an interweaving of fate and luck. The art of deduce the heavenly secrets is a way to master luck. Luck itself represents the future and is a concrete factual truth. Only in this way can we master the unique way of the evolution of the heavenly secret step by step. Instantly, Luo Yan had a deeper understanding in his heart. Now, he at least knows how to practice this art of destiny. The life of an ordinary cultivator is at least 200 years. Such a long and tedious data sample sorting is one of the reasons why the art of heavenly secret deduction is so brilliant. All cultivators know the mystery and benefits of the art of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil, but there are very few people who can really master it. The preliminary preparations alone will take hundreds of years. Moreover, if one's own understanding is not enough, even if the sample data is sufficient, one cannot comprehend the true art of heavenly secret deduction. At most, one can only cultivate part of the human appearance and the appearance of all living beings. As for the subsequent 2 supreme laws of fate and luck, there is no chance to glimpse half of the heavenly secrets. After all, fate is just an unknown possibility, not the evolution of real facts. Any small thing that happens may affect the final outcome. This is the mystery of fate. The method of cultivation is not difficult, but it is difficult to get started. After getting started, fate and luck are intertwined, and it is even more difficult to control the facts evolved from the secrets of heaven. Because the art of deducing the secrets of heaven is ultimately only a possibility of predicting the future, not a definite fact. Naturally, there is a possibility of changing fate. Luo Yan thought about it. According to the conventional way, it would take at least hundreds of years to get started in the lives of all living beings. But he can try it, using the appearance of mortals, collecting a lot of sample data, and then through the simulation calculation of the chip, to achieve the purpose of getting started quickly. Only after getting started with physiognomy, he is qualified to use the tortoise-shell hexagram and the divination grass to predict people or things and peek into a corner of fate. At that time, he is qualified to conceal his own aura while not being detected by the senior elder. Otherwise, if you start studying the art of heavenly appearance, you will inevitably be confused and stupid. After all, things like hexagrams are very ordinary in the eyes of people who don't know the secrets of heaven. Observing the falling leaves, we know that autumn has come. Observing the green branches, we know that spring has come. This is the secret of heaven. In the eyes of those who are attentive, everything in the world has its own specific laws of operation. A person from the 5-element sect shines a spiritual light on the 5-finger mountain. In addition to the surrounding objects, the stars in the sky will also know it. People who practice the secrets of heaven can peek into the future through the hexagrams. This is why the way of destiny is ranked at the top of the 3,000 great ways. Those who are proficient in this way can calculate the fate of most people, good or bad fortune. This is also the only way that Luo Yan can think of, without relying on external forces, to avoid this crisis. Of course, during this period, it is also necessary to maintain your own key without leaking. Chapter 498, Flowers blooming day and night, observing the appearance of all living things, hidden spirit grass, sky blue flower. Physiognomy is not a profound or mysterious art. It can be encountered in everyone's daily life. Even among mortals, there are many people who master this kind of method and use it to tell fortunes. When meeting a practitioner for the first time, whether he has a cold temperament or is indifferent and unrestrained, it will give people the most intuitive feeling. So, the first impression is retained. Therefore, physiognomy can be seen everywhere in the lives of practitioners. Everyone knows more or less, but few people can practice to the level of mastery. It is easy to get started, but it is difficult to study it. This is just a physiognomy of mortals. A mortal who is proficient in physiognomy is a real immortal in the eyes of other mortals. It is precisely because of the ignorance of mortals that they are given the word immortal. This is why, in the mortal world, there are many half-immortals who pretend to be blind, immortals who can calculate a person's wealth and future, etc. In contrast, in the world of practitioners, all cultivators are very secretive about the word immortal. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will bear the great cause and effect in the dark. The phase in the 6 phases of heavenly secrets taught by Master Luo Yan does not refer to observing a person's appearance. It is to observe the aura carried by that person. This kind of aura is invisible and intangible, and cannot be seen by the naked eye or detected by the spirit. It can only be observed with a special Dharma eye. It is also easily affected by the outside world, and the color changes constantly, making people puzzled. For example, light red aura represents killing calamity. Light red aura also represents killing calamity, and dark red aura is even more so. So what is the difference between these colors? What if the red aura is mixed with gray, red, and bright white? Different colors of aura often represent different future fortunes. Moreover, some people have very unclear auras on their bodies because of their own skills and even protective treasures, and it is difficult for outsiders to observe them. In this way, it adds infinite difficulty variables to the practitioners of the heavenly secret deduction. The key in physiognomy is generally composed of many factors such as the soul, personal fortune, external environment, and the characteristics of one's own practice. Therefore, the color of a person's key often becomes one of the conditions for those monks who practice the art of heavenly prediction to judge their future fortune. From this, a great magical power called the art of looking at key was derived. But the life of the monk is too long. Even for a cultivator in the key refining period, as long as he does not make enemies with others and is careful in his words and deeds, it is possible to live to nearly 200 years old. Not to mention those cultivators with higher cultivation levels and stronger strength, hundreds of years of life are all standard. But this is very unfriendly to those cultivators who follow the path of heavenly prediction. Because if they want to achieve something, they usually need to spend hundreds of years tracking the life trajectories of these target monks for a long time, and then they can draw a broad conclusion. For example, whether this person's character is cunning or treacherous, his status and position are ordinary, his qualifications are ordinary, what realm of cultivation should he reach, and what should be their endpoint, etc. Only by following these people for a long time, and matching the key of these practitioners, can we understand what these many matching methods really mean. Is it evil or evil? Is it evil or violent? Is it rich or noble? Although these words have similar meanings, the meanings they express in the end are very different. A tall building rises from the ground. If I study the key in physiognomy from the beginning, in this crisis, the island owner of Juxin Island will probably not give me so much time to study. So, I must find a convenient method that can produce results in a short time. After Luo Yan memorized 6 phases of heavenly secrets, he began to plan how to study it so that he could get started as quickly as possible. If he can master the power of destiny, then he can completely hide his key. In addition, his original body has been hiding in the sect and rarely goes out. The curse is not effective and can't find the target. If you want to use crooked means, others don't go out. In this way, you can avoid this disaster. Perhaps there is a way, we can simply give it a try. Luo Yan thought to himself, his eyes flashing. With an idea in mind, he was ready to act instantly. In the cave of Baybird Island, Luo Yan's consciousness descended, and his spirit puppet body slowly woke up. He immediately called the old shopkeeper, and then asked softly, "Old Liu, our island has been built for some years. Are there mortals living on the island? Are there many?" Since he proposed the commercial restaurant and the plan to breed spirit fish, Luo Yan basically no longer cared about the development of Baybird Island. Anyway, He can receive a large amount of spirit crystals as a reward every year, so he naturally won't put the rest of his mind on these trivial matters. Therefore, there was this inquiry. The old shopkeeper opposite was surprised, with a little confusion in his stupid eyes, but he still answered respectfully, reporting to the young master, "There are some mortals on the island, but not many. Because our island is close to the open sea, it is often threatened by the sea tribe, so the mortals who come here are basically some slaves bought to build the island." The old shopkeeper only used 2 simple sentences to introduce the situation of the mortals on the island, and also pointed out the purpose of keeping them on the island. Although the ability of the monks is stronger and everyone has great power. But for some things, it is more convenient for mortals to do it. For example, planting Tibetan spirit grass seedlings. This is a spiritual grass that can regulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, make it more gentle, and can also achieve the effect of gathering spirits. Although their grade is not high, they are very practical. It is one of the most commonly chosen spiritual grass seeds for building islands. For these Tibetan spirit grass seeds with only the first grade lower grade, it is definitely a hard job to plant the entire island. Such things can't be left to monks, right? So there are mortals. How many people are there exactly? Luo Yan asked. Originally there were over 3,000, but many died in the island reclamation in recent years. It is estimated that there are only over 2,000 left now. The old shopkeeper answered truthfully. Although these slaves are also human, they are not from the endless sea. They are transported from the distant continent. There are many mortal dynasties distributed on the continent. These dynasties have been fighting and waging war against each other in order to expand their territory. It is very similar to the situation in the cultivation world. Even though they are all human, the open and secret struggles between the major sects have basically never stopped. Therefore, these mortal slaves are all losers in those kingdom wars. After losing, they were directly sold as goods to remote places like the Endless Sea. In addition, the Baybird Island is adjacent to the open sea, where many sea beasts live. If you are not careful, they will be secretly eaten by the monsters that landed on the island from the sea. This is also one of the reasons why the mortality rate of those mortal slaves is so high. I'm leaving this retreat this time, and there are 3 things I need you to do. Luo Yan tapped his fingers on the table, and then whispered. Please give me your instructions, young master. The old shopkeeper bowed his head and responded respectfully. First, you go to the islands in the inner sea and buy some mortals. Note that it is best to have these mortals as families, and let them settle down on my Baybird Island. The total number should be more than 100,000. Second, find some monks who are good at the law of earth, and build a mortal city on the edge of the island as soon as possible. Make sure that those mortal families have a place to settle down after they migrate here. Third, abandon the land reclamation order of the coercive policy, and hand over the management rights of all mortals to them. You can even give them appropriate autonomy, including entering and leaving the island, the way to become a monk, etc. Each of the 3 things Luo Yan ordered is closely related to the survival of mortals. It seems that he is making a layout plan for the future of Baybird Island. In the eyes of the old shopkeeper, the status of the second island owner is supreme, and he should not be a fairy in the mortal world and worry about these mundane things. Don't you see that his master has never shown up since he took over this island, except for killing those peak sea beasts? This is the daily life of the disciples of the immortal sect. Everything is mainly for cultivation, and they rarely pay attention to the mundane affairs of the outside world. But since the second island owner said this, the old shopkeeper can't say much, and he has to execute it as soon as possible. It's nothing more than relocating some mortal families here. With super large sea beasts such as ridged whales, it is not difficult to transport 100,000 mortals from the inland sea islands at one time. After all, this sea beast can serve as a giant wild species on the sea island. With their speed of escape, it won't take much time to transport people from the inland sea. At most 3 months, the old shopkeeper can arrange all the instructions. Although the amount of spiritual crystals consumed to relocate so many mortals and invite some monks with good attainments in the law of earth is not a small number, for the current Baybird Island, with those chain spiritual restaurants and the supply of sea beasts from the outer sea, it would not be a big deal to take out this amount of spiritual crystals. So, these 3 orders were given again. All the idle monks on the Baybird Island began to get busy under the instructions of the old shopkeeper Liu. Some kept patrolling the island to find followers who would build a city at a suitable address for the next mortals to live. Some went directly to the islands in the inner sea and negotiated with the people of the island owners about the specific price of relocating mortals. In short, everything was done as Luo Yan ordered, and the entire Baybird Island was running in an orderly manner. This is the benefit of having someone to call upon. Luo Yan could mobilize the people on the entire island with just a few words. If he fights alone, it will take him a lot of time just to mobilize all these preparatory work. This is also a logic that Luo Yan has always recognized, that is, although he is a cultivator, he will not be directly disconnected from the lower-level cultivators. Because people are social animals, even after they have reached the realm of cultivation, they are still alone, not alone. Everyone has his own use, it just depends on whether it is suitable. Yes, I will obey the young master's decree. The old shopkeeper bowed. In addition, help me find more seeds of sky blue flowers, and then after the city is built, sprinkle the seeds of those flowers in every corner of the city. Luo Yan asked the other party to buy some seeds of spiritual flowers. This kind of sky blue flower is not an expensive spiritual object, but it is very common. There are many in the mountains and forests outside, and they are not ranked, just like weeds on the roadside. But these flowers, in Luo Yan's eyes, have a great effect. Yes, the old slave will arrange it now. The old shopkeeper respectfully left. 3 months passed in a flash. In the southeast corner of the Baybird Island, a brand new city stands, and the soil and rocks are still mixed with a faint smell of soil. After 3 months of migration, this small town has long been bustling with people. Those mortals who migrated here as a family unit did not feel too uncomfortable about this. Because living in the endless sea, moving from one island to another is a very common thing. In their lives, some elderly people have experienced this for a long time. There are practitioners in the endless sea, and these practitioners are right next to them. This is something everyone knows. It is not a secret. There are practitioners who have mastered the power of immortals in front, even if someone has an opinion about moving the family to such a distant island. But they will not be stupid enough to say it directly, at most they will say a few words in their minds. One day, the old shopkeeper followed Luo Yan and came to the streets of this small town. Looking at the busy figures running around for their own lives, the old shopkeeper did not feel noisy, but felt a sense of tranquility. Regardless of the sea tribes in the outer sea, it was only after these mortals took root and multiplied here that the Baybird Island was truly stable. In the future, the Baybird Island can be regarded as having its own source of monks on the island. In the long run, their descendants will be able to take root and sprout on this island. In the end, there may be descendants with excellent qualifications, like these two island owners, who will worship in the 5 elements immortal sect. This is a wish and an expectation. It is the hope that they are willing to be slaves and give up their freedom. This city is like a real home, and it is placed on the old shopkeeper and other followers, giving them a great sense of security. Old Liu, have all those flower seeds been planted? Luo Yan asked. Reporting to the young master, I personally led people to spread the seeds of the sky blue flower all over every inch of land in the city. Even in the joints of the bluestone slabs we are standing on, there are traces of those seeds. The old shopkeeper pointed to the ground and looked at the walls on both sides of the street. The soil walls were also sprinkled with sky blue flower seeds. He was most respectful to the second island owner. Because of the plan proposed by the second island owner, these old guys not only have a place to live, but also a considerable and continuous income from spiritual crystals. How could this not make the old shopkeeper Liu and others grateful? You have worked hard these days, Luo Yan whispered. I don't deserve it. The old shopkeeper bowed his head. Go down. Remember to tell them not to disturb the lives of these secular people. Luo Yan's eyes did not change, and he whispered. Yes. The old shopkeeper responded. Wow. Suddenly, Luo Yan began to pinch his fingers, and a sense of water appeared on his body. In an instant, runes filled the sky, and soft moisture surged over the entire city. The seawater in the distance was attracted by this vague traction and began to evaporate slowly. Then it gathered over the city. Finally, the drizzling raindrops began to fall continuously. At this moment, Luo Yan, standing on the street, was like an eternal and immovable god, with a solemn appearance. The sudden rain caused pedestrians to speed up their pace, and some even started running to avoid the invasion of the rain. Their figures were a little embarrassed, but when they ran, they subconsciously avoided the position where Luo Yan was standing. Wow, The rain continued to fall, and shallow rain began to accumulate on the streets, on the surrounding walls, on the roofs, and in the small courtyards. Soon, this sudden raindrop poured into every corner of the city. Luo Yan opened his lips slightly, and an unknown scripture sounded. The raindrops floating in the sky also had a new meaning. It seemed as if they had a breath of life, mixed in the rain. The sky blue flower seeds sprinkled in the soil, on the walls, and in the cracks of the stones, blessed by these two laws, all grew crisp buds unconsciously. Overnight, thousands of flowers came to life. In the next few days, Luo Yan would perform the rain-making technique once a day. The sky blue flower seeds scattered in every corner of the city had grown to 4 or 5 inches high at this time, and had become lush and green. The originally bare and tidy city, at this time, became a city full of green, and the fragrance of green grass was fragrant. Luo Yan continued this behavior of performing Taoist magic to cause rain for several days. In the end, all the sky blue flowers in the city bloomed at the same time, and the fragrance of flowers was overflowing. In just a few days, this newly built city was full of flowers. It has become a sea of flowers. Moreover, during this period, Luo Yan also asked the old shopkeeper to issue an order that residents in the city should not harm these flowers too much. Luo Yan floated above the city and took a look at the appearance of the city at this time, realizing that the time was almost right. So he released his majestic spiritual power again, covering the entire city. There was a flash of light, and wisps of runes bloomed. These runes intertwined together to form an airtight net, and the hazy light surged. Wow, Xiaoki, come out and see, not only has the rain stopped outside, but there are also many flowers blooming. Come and smell it, it's really fragrant in the city. A little boy of 7 or 8 years old rushed out of the house, and then pointed at the blue and white flowers in the yard and shouted. It was really amazing, as if so many flowers bloomed in the blink of an eye. Squeak. At this time, a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old walked out of the house. She had a calm demeanor, a little baby fat, and a pair of gemstone-like eyes. Very cute. Behind the two little guys, there was a young couple sitting in the main hall, looking at them with deep love. Luo Yan, who was standing on the horizon, sensed this scene, and a gentle smile appeared on his eyebrows. But this time, he did not use the power of his divine sense, but used the blooming azure flowers to observe this scene. Although the azure flowers were not of any grade, they had a characteristic, that is, they had strong vitality. As long as there was spiritual energy, they could thrive. They would not be affected all year round. Using this characteristic of azure flowers, Luo Yan condensed runes in the void above the city, and then laid 100 flowers to bind the soul formation. Because the target was immortal, there was no spiritual power, and there was no need for a formation plate or the blessing of many formation materials. Only the power of runes could easily set up the formation successfully. Through these runes and the overflow of the artistic conception of wood, even if Luo Yan did not use any spiritual power, he could sense all the scenes in the city with just a thought. 0. Start with this as the foundation to establish a data template file about the physiognomy of mortals. Luo Yan whispered. In the past few days, Luo Yan also asked the old shopkeeper to restrain the monks on the island, and they were not allowed to show their cultivation and magical powers in front of people at will. The monks who entered this city were also not allowed to exert their personal power and cause panic among the residents in the city. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. The purpose of doing this is to make the faces of these mortals more sincere, instead of being shrouded in fear. Only after solving the most basic needs of life will they show the most real scene. Task establishment begins to summarize sample data. Character trajectory map is being generated. Instantly, Luo Yan's mind directly emerged with tens of thousands of tiny pictures. There were figures standing in the picture, and the dense appearance made people dazzled. It was the mortals in the city. With the sky blue flower as a medium and the blessing of the 100 flowers binding spirit array, the biological auxiliary chip can gather all the collected pictures. Then he began to analyze the faces of these mortals. Tens of thousands of grid-shaped images may seem like a lot, but mortals are not like monks, and they do not have spiritual power. Therefore, with the current computing power of the chip, it is still possible to monitor these images at the same time and archive them for analysis. Based on the basic principles of physiognomy, this archive classification will be divided into multiple dimensions such as men, women, old and young, appearance, family status, and character for analysis. The chip sounded indifferently. Luo Yan nodded. The preliminary preparations have been completed, and the rest only requires a long wait. Whether it is a little boy or a little girl, as long as they are mortals in the city, they cannot escape the constant surveillance of those Cheyenne Kinghu. The initial appearance of these people, their age level, character, etc., have been summarized and collected. After all, people of different genders and different ages will have different reactions when they encounter things and setbacks. Through the long-term tracking and recording of these people, Luo Yan can know what the actual situation of their future life is. Whether it is birth, aging, illness, and death, or encountering opportunities and rising to prominence, or becoming a monk and changing their own destiny from then on, all these need to be studied, summarized, and sorted out. Although the face-reading technique seems to be highly homogenized and unfathomable, since it exists, there must be a reason for its existence. Using the body to nourish the ki and using the ki to identify people are all common. From childhood to youth, from youth to middle age, and finally to old age. 100,000 people, 100,000 faces. Just wait for a while, Luo Yan will be able to know what kind of ending these people's faces correspond to. Although it cannot be directly determined, there is still a chance for subsequent error correction, but in this way, the face-reading technique has the possibility of getting started in a short time. Although these massive amounts of data are huge, it is impossible to track them by oneself. But with the ubiquitous Cheyenne Kinghu surveillance and the central scheduling of the chip, it is only a matter of time to fully portray the faces of the 100,000 mortals who have migrated. When all the face information is collected, Luo Yan, who has mastered 100,000 facial makeups, can directly put the large model facial makeup information into it when he meets other people. In this way, the first step of practicing the art of deduction of heaven's secrets can be completed, observing the face. Chapter 499, Bone Physiognomy, Fortune Teller, Data Monitoring, Face Reading, Lack of Data, Continuous Improvement. The appearance is born from the heart. The appearance of a mortal is generally caused by his original heart. The cultivator has spirit, which is the root of essence. Essence can be transformed into ki, and ki can produce luck. In this way, it forms a big cycle. Those who practice Cheyenne are good at observing ki, which is the most common sense. There are too many factors that can affect a person's fortune, such as the people you are about to meet, the things that are about to happen, etc., which are unpredictable and unknown. Therefore, if you want to observe part of the future of the cultivator through certain means, this is itself a means of peeping into the destiny. It belongs to the mysterious destiny. How a person's fortune is, whether the ki is prosperous, does not come out of thin air, but will fluctuate with a change of his own destiny. For example, two people of the same kind, one is healthy and the other is plagued by illness. Before, their physical fitness was similar. But after one of them gets sick, his ki will change accordingly. Therefore, physiognomy is very complicated, and there are many conditions and factors that need to be referred to. Young, strong, short-lived, old and immortal, people of different conditions and different ages will have their own faces. This is why Luo Yan focuses on these mortals. Because by tracking and observing the faces of these mortals, he can get a complete big data framework model. At that time, if the deduction method of 6 phases of heavenly secrets is substituted, a deeper level of reverse deduction can be formed to form a subsystem. With this subsystem, it is possible to associate the aura and fortune of the monks, and what they mean. After all, monks are also human beings, and in many places, they are common to mortals. Breaking the surface with a point is the strength of the chip. There are enough mortal face templates as the basic database, and the deduction method is the calculation formula. The combination of the two can produce an exact sample answer. At that time, borrowing this sample answer and combining it with the aura of the monks will form a perfect closed loop. At that time, it is not impossible to peek into a corner of fate. Then let's start collecting. Luo Yan's spirit puppet body went directly to the highest point of the city, and then sat cross-legged there, emitting a hazy spiritual light. The surging runes flew through the 100 flowers binding spirit formation, and then escaped into the trunks of the ubiquitous sky-blue flowers. Yin. The entire mortal city was covered by these monitoring runes and formations, and endless Daomang flowers bloomed in the sky. But the residents in the city were unaware. Because they had no spirituality, that is, the qualifications for cultivation, they naturally could not observe this scene. On the contrary, the monks who came to the Baybird Island saw the surging wind and clouds in this corner and were curious. They wanted to know why a formation was specially arranged in it to protect it, which was obviously just a mortal city. Doesn't this seem a bit redundant? But with the advance instructions of the old shopkeeper Liu, those monks who were curious about this also knew that the master behind this series of actions was the second island master. So they quietly withdrew their eyes of exploration. After all, he is a disciple of the immortal sect, and his reputation is extremely great, so naturally no one dares to make too many mistakes. The facial profiling of the sample target is beginning to be collected. Luo Yan sat cross-legged above the city, and the chip sounded indifferently. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The petals of flowers are equal, the size is similar, and the color is the same, but there are so many flowers in the world, but there are no two identical flowers. The same is true for people. The number of mortals is incalculable, and some unrelated people can grow similar faces. This is an occasional thing. I have heard of it from time to time. But the difference is that people's appearances may be similar or even identical. But their inner core bone structure cannot be exactly the same. Because the surrounding environment, as well as their respective eating habits, living habits, etc., will affect the growth of human bone structure. Therefore, Luo Yan needs to spend a certain amount of time to copy the fundamental bone structure of those mortals, rather than the surface appearance. It took him nearly half a month to collect the individual sample data of this mortal city before he was able to collect it completely. It was very slow and cumbersome. The main thing is that there are too many individual sample data to track, no less than 100,000 units. During this period, it is necessary to constantly correct it repeatedly to avoid mistakes. It took so long to complete the most basic first step. The identity, status and temperament of the individual sample are being tracked and recorded. The chip sounded. Then, it came to the second stage of sample data collection. People have lives and their own thoughts. A complete specimen material must understand a person's living environment and everything that has happened. Only when all these events are recorded can it be called a sample material. The purpose of doing this is actually very simple, that is, what is the initial face of this person, and why does he become what he is now as time goes by? And why does another person with a similar face not change much in his life trajectory? After having the answer, it becomes much more convenient to find the difference between the two. As long as enough sample data is provided, there will be an accurate judgment of the future corresponding to each face, whether it is a flourishing future, rich and noble, or a mediocre life. This is the horror of big data algorithms. In addition, humans are very complex and contradictory creatures. Humans have 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. This represents the complex and changeable human heart. Sometimes shrewd, sometimes mercenary, cold-blooded, indifferent, cunning, tenacious, honest. These may all be psychological changes of the same person. It is not uncommon for one person to have many sides. It's just that when they appear in front of others, they often only show the most obvious side, or the side that they want people to see the most. Such as honest, loyal and honest, without scheming, obedient and so on. What the heart thinks, the nature is. It is precisely for the above reasons that the chip needs to monitor, observe, and record everything that happens day and night. After all, the sky blue flowers planted in the city are everywhere. In this obscure and hidden way, the most real temperament feedback of each person can be well observed. With the blessing of the 100 flowers binding spirit array, the mortals living in the city will show their ugliness, beauty and goodness. This can bring the most real data feedback to Luo Yan's practice of physiognomy. People will hide their true colors, which is a subconscious habit of most people. Of course, this is not entirely true. Some people are reckless and have no brains, and their true nature is revealed without a doubt. This is also a very common thing. Such people can see through the mind at a glance. They are the most unscheming type of people, which often means that they will suffer a lot. Face deduction is a kind of big data observation method. Since it is big data, the more samples provided and the more sufficient cases, it will naturally help the summary and induction of the chip. A single group of individual cases cannot explain anything. Only when the data of individual samples is sufficient can Luo Yan's goal be achieved. Time continued to pass, and more than a month later, a tree-like pattern was generated in Luo Yan's mind. On this tree diagram, there is a main trunk, followed by dozens of medium and long branches. After this, there are many slender branches. Hundreds of leaves grow on the branches, and this cycle repeats. Each leaf represents a person's face and their basic template information. Luo Yan looked up and down, and then said directly, 0, with the individual sample data collected now, can it be used directly for complete face deduction? Not long after, the cold mechanical voice of the chip responded, data is starting to be read. Substitute into the 6-phase Xianji deduction method, and start the calculation and analysis. Basic face data matching will be missing, and the accuracy is only 74.63%. Please pay attention to the identification. Although the 100,000 pictures displayed on the three-dimensional tree diagram have been tracked and recorded for nearly 2 months, there are still some people whose faces, actual psychological changes, and temperament feedback cannot be consistent. The reason is that many people have become complicated because of their different identities from ordinary people and the things they have experienced. For example, those practitioners in brothels are like this. They are pitiful in front of people, with sweet little mouths, as if they have eaten honey, and are very considerate. They can coax every man who comes to have fun and make them happy like gods. When these women finish their business, they will become indifferent, vicious, petty, vain, and despise the poor and love the rich. There are also those who work in the county government. In one sentence, they can often convey several meanings, which can be described as cunning as snakes and scorpions. They have played the art of language to the peak. In addition, there are merchants who like to take advantage of small bargains, and their shrewd and mercenary appearance makes people feel cold. Street corner jugglers seem friendly, but in fact they are doing business such as beating beggars, etc. Among the 100,000 pictures recorded by the chip, only 64,530 people's faces are consistent with the actual trajectory of the characters, 31,227 people's faces are partially the same, and the remaining more than 4,000 pictures are not even close to the initial calculated faces. Without exception, those who do not match the initial faces are either because of their special industry identities, so that their fortunes have changed, or they are just simple people. These guys' habits of speaking and doing things are often completely different, and they don't say a word of truth. This is undoubtedly a big challenge for the chip. Fortunately, Luo Yan was there to check for omissions and fill in the gaps, so that the personalities of these smart people could be completely fixed. After all, the chip is based on a bunch of data generated at the real level, and it is normal that it does not understand the twists and turns between humans. In the real world, by tracking these people for a long time and recording their basic behavior data, it will play a vital role in the character big data framework model established by the chip. However, this is also one of the many problems encountered in the early stage. As the tracking and recording time increases, the internal database recorded by the chip will also be improved day by day. The face calculation of those target people will also become more and more accurate. Let's check the accuracy of this face reading first. Luo Yan whispered. After doing a lot of preliminary data preparation work, he had an idea to try. I want to use this to prove whether there is a possibility of going wrong by taking such a path. Do it when you think of it. Then, Luo Yan pinched his fingers, and countless glowing runes flew around him, and then gathered into a spiritual body. Luo Yan's mind sank into this spiritual body, and then he left the outer sea through the teleportation array on the island. This time, he did not have any destination, but just randomly found an island in the inner sea, and then began his journey of face deduction. Endless Sea Inner Sea, Xia Apanchan Island, Xianchen. This is a mortal city completely isolated from the monks. The spiritual energy around it is slightly thin, but it is also much richer than the lower world. Luo Yan fell from the clouds and used an illusion on himself. He suddenly turned into an old Taoist priest with a kind face, and then walked into the city leisurely. He held a white rag banner in his hand, on which it was written, "Good and bad fortune are all determined by people. It is difficult to violate the will of heaven, and man can conquer nature." Luo Yan held the white cloth banner and walked slowly towards the city. After patrolling several streets, he stopped under a gray wall. Because there are several stalls for fortune-telling and physiognomy here, it seems to be a place dedicated to fortune-telling. Luo Yan also walked over, intending to join in the fun. The fortune-tellers at the divination stalls all wore black coats and felt hats, and their attire was very uniform, as if they were taught by the same master. But in fact, the reason why they wore such brightly colored clothes was to show their mystery and Kucha temperament. When he got closer, Luo Yan found that the level of excitement in front of their stalls was very different. There was an old man with white hair and beard. The divination stall in front of him was not only a circle larger than others, but also had two boys standing behind him. He looked very cute with red lips and white teeth. There were many figures surrounding the white-haired old man, and it seemed that they had lined up in a long queue. Luo Yan took a glance and then retracted his gaze. He walked straight to the base of the wall, and then sat cross-legged in the corner of the wall. The white cloth banner was pressed against the wall, revealing the words on it. The layman has a mole on his chin, which corresponds to the center of his eyebrows and is open and closed. It seems that he has had a romantic relationship recently. Congratulations, layman. I believe that it won't be long before you can have a good marriage. Luo Yan had just sat cross-legged on the ground when he heard such a voice in his ear. It was the white-haired fortune teller who gave the comment to the person who came to ask for divination. A good marriage naturally attracted loud noises from the onlookers. The man laughed continuously. He gave the divination fee very happily without any hesitation. There were also many people gathered in the open space next to him, as if they were joining in the fun. Originally, this Zuan temple was in ruins, but since this guy was born, the Zuan temple, which should have been in ruins, has shown signs of prosperity. In just one morning, the divination fee has been collected for nearly 20 taels. It's equivalent to our total divination fee for several years. A middle-aged fortune teller said in a weird tone, his eyes full of envy. He only needs to set up a stall 3 times a month, and he can collect dozens of taels of money every time, and then he will have no worries about food and drink. Compared with these fortune tellers who set up stalls every day, rain or shine, he is simply lazy to the extreme. But even so, there is still an endless stream of people looking for him to read words and tell fortunes. He and others are diligent and hard-working, but they are very tight on money. There is really no place to reason about this, and no matter how hard he thinks, he can't find out where the reason is. Hush, you old man, be careful with your words. I heard that the Zuan temple is inherited by cultivators, which is different from ordinary people like us. Naturally, there are more people looking for him to tell fortunes than us. Another elderly fortune teller next to him took over. Because the spiritual energy of the true spirit world is very rich and the laws of heaven and earth are sound, there is a large proportion of cultivators with spiritual roots in this world. Even in the lives of mortals, those cultivators are not unfamiliar. There are even several cultivators living in the city lord's mansion in Xiangcheng. Therefore, although they were in awe of the monks, they were not unfamiliar with them. This old man looks strange. Is he new from another city? The fortune-telling booth in front was crowded, but few people stopped at the fortune-telling booth in the back. When someone saw that Luo Yan was dressed in a dark Taoist robe instead of the conventional black fortune-telling clothes, they asked curiously. Luo Yan smiled and nodded, admitting this. With just a glance, he looked at the group of fortune tellers carefully. There was no spiritual power surging, and they were all mortals. Only the white-haired old man who came out of Zuan temple had some spiritual power surging, but at most he did not even have the total spiritual power of the first level of key refining. His cultivation was very low, as if he had just embarked on the path of cultivation. Moreover, Luo Yan simply listened for a while and found that the fortune teller from Zuan temple had such a good business in divination for a reason. Although the other party did not master the magic of fortune telling, he only knew some very basic common sense of physiognomy. But the fortune teller from Zuan temple can talk. Many times, when facing the inquiries of the fortune teller, he would give some ambiguous comments. If the other party has a sad face and a man with rouge beside him asks about marriage, the old man from Zuan temple will give the following comments: thin kinship, sparse offspring, and obscure fate. If the other party is a little noble, his eyes are lower than his hands, and his face is full of rebelliousness, he will give the following advice: the forehead is black and it is not suitable to travel far away. These all need time to prove, and there is a little uncertainty. The main point is that if you believe it, it will be there, and if you don't believe it, it will be nothing. Therefore, after simply listening to the comments given by the fortune teller from Zuan temple, Luo Yan withdrew his attention. Obviously, this is a talking liar. Although he himself does not know much about fortune telling, he is very familiar with people's hearts. He can give different comments based on a person's dress, identity and status. Obviously, there is a reason why the other party can be so prosperous in the secular world. At least the lavishness of the divination stall is far superior to that of several other fortune-telling colleagues. Time passed bit by bit, and finally, someone noticed Luo Yan's outfit. Inadvertently, he walked over from a distance, and then stood in front of the rag banner and stared for a long time. I always feel that there is a special attraction that firmly attracts his mind. After a moment, he stepped forward and asked, "This old man, other people's divinations have marked the amount of divination fees, what about you? Why don't you write it directly?" A young man from a wealthy family came over, followed by 2 servants. As if knowing that there was no point in asking these questions, the young man continued to speak. "May I ask, old man, if I ask you to tell a divination, how should a divination fee be calculated?" Luo Yan still looked calm when he saw the guest coming, and did not show a kind smile like the fortune tellers next to him. He gently made a 1 with his hand. 1 or 2 taels of silver. The rich young man pondered. "Young master, let's go over there and line up. That master of Zuan King Temple has great magical powers, and he only charges 200 or 300 coins for a fortune telling. This weird old man who came out of nowhere dares to charge such an expensive fortune telling fee, he is really greedy." The servant on the side whispered, and his words seemed very frivolous. He thought that the weird old man in front of him was deliberately charging too high a fortune-telling fee. The Taoist priest, who has the inheritance of a cultivator, only charges a few hundred coins at a time. He, an unknown person who didn't know where he came from, dared to charge so much? Isn't this deliberately cheating people? You should know that the fortune-telling fee is generally charged according to the size of the matter being asked. Some fortune-telling fees are several taels of silver. But generally speaking, those who come to ask about a fortune-telling usually look at things such as birth date, marriage, and wealth and future. These are some very common questions, which belong to the basic common sense of every fortune teller, so the fees are naturally not high. The rich young man frowned and glanced at the servant who was talking beside him. He stopped him with his eyes and signaled him not to talk nonsense. After all, he came to ask someone to tell his fortune. He offended the person before he told his fortune. When the result came out, would he believe it or not? Fortune-telling is all about sincerity. Coupled with a special feeling in his heart, he felt that the white-haired old man in front of him was extraordinary, so he naturally didn't want to offend him. Being able to charge such a high price for fortune-telling means that the other party has real skills. It's nothing more than 1 or 2 taels of silver. He can afford it, so there's no need to care so much. 1 or 2 taels of silver is 1 or 2 taels of silver. Please tell my fortune for me, old man. The young man spoke with a sincere look. After that, he was ready to let the servant behind him take the silver. But at this time, Luo Yan shook his head, with an extraordinary Taoist charm. "Young master, you misunderstood. It's not 1 or 2 taels of silver, but the white jade on your waist." Bold. As soon as Luo Yan finished speaking, the servant behind the rich young master jumped out and shouted loudly, "You old thing, do you know how much my young master's jade pendant is worth? That was given by my master. It may be a bit too much to say that it is priceless. But it's not a big problem to find a pawn shop and sell it for hundreds of taels of silver. Are you tired of living? Dare to set your sights on this precious jade." After saying that, another sturdy servant rushed forward, raised his fist, and wanted to teach the old man in front of him a lesson. I thought this old guy was just driving up the price of the divination gold, but I never thought that he would set his sights on the precious jade of his young master. If this old guy succeeds, after returning to the mansion, it would be strange if the 2 of them were not beaten to death by the master. "Back off." The young man raised his head and his face immediately fell. The 2 servants saw this and instantly bowed and retreated behind him with reluctance. Even so, they used fierce eyes to threaten the white-haired old man in front of them, saying that they should be more sensible. Otherwise, be careful that they will settle accounts with him later. The servants are ignorant and disturbed the old man. The rich young man apologized with a serious and pious attitude. However, while speaking, he coughed twice, as if he was a little weak. "It's nothing more than a piece of jade. Since the old gentleman is interested, it's not difficult to use it as a hexagram gold. It's just that the old gentleman needs to tell me what I am confused about and give me an answer." The young man is naturally not a fool. Although he was throbbing, he still made a small request. Indicate that the other party guessed what he was thinking and what he was obsessed with. Otherwise, this deal would never be concluded. The rich young man looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with a burning gaze. The other party's extraordinary demeanor made him more determined in his thoughts. Ever since he saw the words on the white banner, he had a hunch that this old man was probably extraordinary. He had been looking for immortals for many years, and everyone said that he was weak and not suitable for cultivation. Even the city lord's mansion shook his head after investigating his qualifications and did not give him any cultivation methods. This was his obsession. Now, when he met an extraordinary person, how could he give up this precious opportunity? I can definitely guess it, I can. The young man clenched his fists secretly. His already weak figure trembled a little. In fact, before this, he had already looked for the Taoist priest of Zuanqing Temple several times. But the other party was always unwilling to pass down the cultivation method. He had no choice but to try to move the other party with sincerity by paying a few taels of gold each time. This time, he had a better choice. Luo Yan stared at him, his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate his mind directly. His half-smile made the rich young man nervous. After a long silence, a vicissitudes of life sounded. "Since we meet by chance, please come closer to me, sir." Seeing this, the young man was overjoyed and tilted his ears to listen to his teachings. Luo Yan opened his lips slightly and gave instructions. "Midnight, Bixiang San Street, under the shrine." "Thank you, old sir." The young man's pupils dilated instantly, and then he hurriedly thanked him. "If my dream can come true, I will be rewarded in the future. Even if I die, I will not refuse." He placed the white jade on Luo Yan's fortune-telling stall, and then presented the money bags carried by the two servants behind him, and respectfully performed a crooked bow. Then he turned and left. Such a scene made the fortune-tellers next to him stunned. Because the new colleague seemed to be more ruthless than the Taoist priest from Zuanqing Temple in his ability to judge people. He didn't even look at the face, just a few brief words, and he got a piece of top-quality jade and so much silver for free. This ability of getting something for nothing really shocked them. Some people's eyes moved, and they instantly thought of something, and began to reflect on themselves, whether they should use this to increase the divination fee in the future. After all, if you don't open it, you can make a living for 10 years. Anyone would be tempted. Inexplicably, Luo Yan didn't care about the gazes of others, but gently used a whisk to put the white jade and the money bag aside without touching them. Countless data flew across his eyes. Unknown young man, from a wealthy family, weak, bad luck, black forehead, diseased, life-threatening. After Luo Yan took the white jade away, the other person's face instantly changed to weak, with spirit in the eyes, and the possibility of embarking on the path of cultivation. Just one sentence directly changed the other person's fate completely. This is the magic of the physiognomy. Luo Yan turned his eyes to the fellow disciples next to him, and with the help of the chip, he instantly saw through the faces of these people. Originally from a poor family, with shrewdness, good at learning, love of scheming, greed for small gains, love of money and other personality traits, it is a sign of small wealth. Innate wealth, born with nobility, brow bones are arrogant, and there are twists and turns, the family is in decline, it is a sign of ill-fated. Originally from a scholarly family, with literatice pride, unwilling to follow the crowd, stubborn personality, it is the sign of ordinary literati. This is the art of face reading. By borrowing the many template information collected by the chip, the person Luo Yan sees can be applied according to a standard condition. In this way, the method of face reading has been quietly formed. Just like the rich young man just now, he has a little spirituality, and what he wants is even more obvious, all revealed on his face. The only special thing is that he is filled with a gray death aura, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, as if he is in danger of death at any time. Luo Yan took a quick look and found that the young man's spiritual roots were not obvious, and they were useless, and they were still constantly devouring his vitality. Under normal circumstances, it was obviously not feasible to take the path of key refining, because they didn't have many years to live. So he recommended the location of the shrine to him. In this mortal city, which places have extraordinary energy, Luo Yan knew at a glance. So he recommended it to the young man. That is also a way to have great power, it depends on the other party's perseverance and fortune. In the case of so many difficulties in key refining, practicing the method of feeding the gods with one's body may be a good choice. For those who believe in the sacred, the loss of life energy is not worth mentioning at all. Although the chip provides a lot of sample data, there are still too many imperfections. I have only been here for a few hours, and I have already found several people with strange faces. I can't calculate them at all, and there is no similar information in the database. It still needs to be improved. Luo Yan thought to himself, his eyes kept scanning every passerby. While observing these people, he was also constantly comparing. It didn't take too long for Luo Yan to find the shortcomings of this physiognomy. That is, the individual sample database collected by the chip still has many faces that have not been collected. After all, the mortal city on the bird island in the bay was just built not long ago, and the mortals inside were just migrated, so their own fortunes will inevitably be affected to a certain extent. This may be one of the variable factors. However, as long as it lasts long enough, the sample data obtained by the chip will always be gradually improved. In any case, using the method of big data monitoring, it is completely possible to apply the public template of physiognomy to complete the purpose of physiognomy. This shows that my previous expectation was correct, and this road has not been detours. After just 2 simple tests, Luo Yan understood the pros and cons of chip physiognomy. Judging from the current situation, there are many shortcomings, and the sample data is not complete and not enough. It still needs to be improved and strengthened. Chapter 500, The Tower of True Cultivation, Faith as a Bridge, Monitoring All Living Beings, the Destined One. Luo Yan stood in a corner of this mortal city, watching the pedestrians coming and going, and constantly used the face model data to insert. The more people he saw, the clearer his thoughts became. Slowly, Luo Yan began to find that it might not be the imperfect database of the chip that made it impossible to accurately detect the faces of many people. Rather, the face of a person is actually just an illusory face, with seemingly fixed traces of fate, but in fact there is a face without substance. For example, the face of wealth is actually a thief. The face of poverty is deliberately pretending to conceal. After having money, he does not spend it and is still as stingy as before. Such a person will naturally appear a little embarrassed. But you can't say that he has no silver, he just doesn't want to spend more. He is cruel to himself and even more cruel to others. This is the drawback that Luo Yan discovered after verifying the face. Although the face is in line with the code of conduct of most people, the faces of another small number of people are often different from what is revealed. Those who seem sincere are actually treacherous and cunning. There are many examples of people who seem rough and unkind, but always love to help the weak. Luo Yan stayed in Xiangchang for several days and followed and observed many people. Finally, he discovered the limitations of the simple physiognomy. Physiognomy expresses the future and the present, but it is normal to hide something. On the contrary, if a fortune teller who has practiced the art of physiognomy can determine the future of the other party with one word, and the person being divined can never change his own destiny, such a fortune teller can only be called a fairy. Transcend the mundane world, and the 3 realms cannot tolerate it. Perhaps in the physiognomy, it is unpredictable and unpredictable. It is a kind of secret. Luo Yan's eyes flickered, and those pedestrians on the street were divided into 2 categories by him at this time. One is the majority, and the other is the destiny. According to the basic framework model of big data, the method of physiognomy can reveal the fate trajectory of more than 90% of people with one divination. This is the appearance, that is, the impression of oneself in the eyes of others. Because humans are social animals, everyone will subconsciously label the people they meet. Stingy, mean, greedy, sincere, motivated, rogue. More than 90% of people in the world cannot escape this kind of superficial portrayal. The hexagram of Xiang Yudao corresponds to this kind of people. The remaining adults can break the shackles of their original fate through their own struggle and hard work. For example, a poor scholar suddenly realized that he won the top 3 prizes and finally became a legendary figure. Another example is that a mountain man who chopped wood and sold fish suddenly had an epiphany, realized the magic power by himself, and then became a practitioner. These examples are all about breaking the fate. If they say that they are just because they are hardworking, persistent, and willing to endure hardships, it is definitely a cover-up. Because there are so many scholars and literati who can endure hardships and study hard in the world. So those examples are rare, and there is a reason why they are rare. Because they can't represent the public at all. For ordinary people, face is 1, key is 2, and fortune is 3. So, although we can build a complete character data model based on the face alone, we can't rely on it too much, right? Luo Yan whispered, and a decision was made in his mind. The art of face reading is not omnipotent. Even if we observe the future of those mortals, we can only substitute the data model collected before to substitute the rough fate of most people. Although 99% of people cannot escape the tracking of the big model built by this data framework, there are still a small number of people whose secrets are obscure and cannot be seen through. In other words, even if they are seen through, The face he shows now has nothing to do with the future of this person. For example, among those rich sons and heirs of aristocratic families, there are few obscene and evil people just from the face. But what they do secretly is very evil. For such people, it is extremely inaccurate to observe only from the face. Because the way of fate is known for its mystery and profound mysteries, how can people below the realm of immortals dare to say that they can understand fate? It is nothing more than peeking into a corner of the future and mistaking it for the truth. This is the limitation of the art of physiognomy. It works for most people, but the rest of the people are obscure. Next, it is the aura and fortune of the cultivator. Simple physiognomy will bring a lot of uncertainty, but a person's aura and fortune are fixed. At least in the current opportunity, the moment this time node exists, these two factors are fixed. According to the deduction of the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method, if you want to judge the past and present life of a mortal, you need to combine the 3 factors of physiognomy, aura, and fortune. The weight ratio of these 3 factors is the least: physiognomy, with 2 points, and aura and fortune each account for 4 points. Only by combining these 3 can we achieve a complete hexagram. This is just observing the appearance of mortals. The aura and fortune of mortals, Luo Yan only needs to use the 6 phases of Heavenly Secrets method to see it clearly in an instant. For example, the scholar dressed as a fortune teller not far away has been setting up a stall here for several days, but because of his poor mouth, the business that comes to him is the worst among the few people. But at this time, the fortune teller has a hint of light red on his head. This is a kind of fortune, representing wealth or good things, not disasters. Moreover, this degree of color is very light. Even if it is wealth, it is not regular wealth, but partial wealth. As the saying goes, partial wealth can be wealth that comes without work, or wealth given by outsiders. Sure enough, after Luo Yan made a slight assessment of the fortune teller, within 2 hours, the other party picked up a purse on the way home. There were 2 taels of silver in it. Luo Yan, whose mind had been following the fortune teller, slowly withdrew his mind. This is a kind of fortune. By judging a person's fortune, you can roughly estimate what he may encounter next. This is more intuitive than opening a god's perspective. Another thing is key, which is easy to judge in mortals. As long as the peddlers and hawkers are uniformly light or white, as their status changes, their aura will slowly change and be stained with some other colors. For example, turbid yellow means that they are suffering from diseases. Gray with black means that they will not live long. In Luo Yan's view, the aura of a person represents his personal state at this moment. It cannot fully represent the future. But this is the aura of mortals, not cultivators. Cultivators are going against a trend, and their aura and fortune will be more complicated. Because ordinary mortals may only have 1 or 2 kinds of aura manifested. But cultivators are different. Cultivators are a group of people who change their fate against the will of heaven. The general aura method used on them cannot explain their fortune at all. Therefore, there must be enough sample data for Luo Yan to determine what those different colors of aura, fortune, face, etc. represent. So Luo Yan needs to think of a way to observe the fate of those cultivators for a long time and at a close distance. Cultivators. The first way Luo Yan thought of was to build a super large array model like a mortal city, so as to monitor the every move of the cultivators living in it. But soon, this idea was ruled out by him. Because cultivators are not like mortals, cultivators are most sensitive to rays or things with spiritual energy. Once they find that someone is always watching them, they will definitely restrain their nature and not expose too much. Of course, at the beginning of cultivation, the cultivation level of the group of junior cultivators is still low, so they naturally cannot detect it. But as the cultivation level grows, it is inevitable that they will find this out. The cultivators who are used to killing people and seizing treasures and relying on calculating others to obtain cultivation resources are not lacking in courage. But this often also means their cautious mentality. How could a cultivator who often wanders on the edge of darkness commit murder and expose himself when he knows that someone is watching him? This is absolutely impossible. It seems that the only way to solve this problem is to use the stupid method. After thinking about it, Luo Yan decided to start planning from the most basic aspects. For example, outside the mortal city, a huge tower was built. It was called the Tower of True Cultivation. All mortals in the city, as long as they had spiritual roots, had the opportunity to enter the tower and then learn the cultivation method. After they embarked on the path of cultivation, they would learn to use the 5-element sect to issue tasks to these young practitioners and provide them with the resources needed for cultivation. In this way, the changes in the fate of the native people of Baybird Island could not escape Luo Yan's observation. The basic data model also had a source. After the three underlying data framework models of the cultivator's face, aura, and fortune were built, they could go to the outside world again and find other cultivators to verify repeatedly to find out the gaps. Luo Yan thought about it. In this way, although it would take a long time to build a complete prototype of a force, the data collected from the practitioners would also be the most authentic. Thinking of this, his spirit puppet quietly escaped into the ground, and then his consciousness returned to the Baybird Island. Luo Yan stood above the city, looking around, trying to find a specific address to build the true cultivation tower. Finally, he fell from the top of the city and came to the seaside. This is it. In the future, we can let these young monks go to the sea to hunt sea beasts to obtain some resources. The vacant land on the other three sides can also be used to transform into spiritual land for them to plant spiritual medicines. It didn't take too long to choose the construction site of the true cultivation tower. Afterwards, Luo Yan called the old shopkeeper Liu and asked him to find a few monks who were proficient in the law of earth from the followers of Brother Muchu. With someone to order him around, he could be much more relaxed. Young master. Soon, the old shopkeeper Liu brought a few old men to the seaside and whispered, "I asked you to come here because I want you to do me a favor," Luo Yan said, pointing to the vacant land about a mile away from the coastline. "Young master, please give me your orders." Several people responded in unison, with respectful expressions. At present, Muchu's second spiritual body basically does not appear on the Baybird Island. Everything on the island is managed by his followers. The second island master rarely shows up, and few of the followers on the island have seen Luo Yan's true face. Even so, the few people present did not dare to look down on him. Because the strength of the disciples of the immortal sect is beyond doubt. You use the law of earth to help me build a high tower here. While the few people were puzzled, Luo Yan used the illusion technique to condense the shape of a high tower in front of him. It was 100 feet high, with 4 corners. Everyone understood it instantly. Buzz! The law of earth surged, shaking the entire island, and the rumbling sound continued. Not long after, a high tower made of mud, sand, earth and stones was quietly formed. Use the law of hitting the earth to fix the outer tower body and don't let it collapse. In addition, hollow out the interior of the tower and build many 3-meter-sized secret rooms. Luo Yan turned into a rain of light and escaped into the interior of the tower. Several people quickly followed and continued to act. In fact, Luo Yan could also complete such a simple building by himself. But there were many secret rooms to build, which would consume a lot of energy. Of course, he would not choose to do it himself. When several followers, under Luo Yan's instructions, completely built this true cultivation tower, a whole day had passed. During this day, Luo Yan himself was not idle. He was constantly condensing runes, and then these runes formed a formation with some special rules. After the burst of brilliant light, Luo Yan, who had originally carved countless runes, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted softly, "Get up!" In an instant, a rumbling light bloomed on the true cultivation tower. Originally built of mud and sand, but with the blessing of those rune rays, the tower turned translucent in a blink of an eye. Standing in the tower of true cultivation and looking up, you can also see the constructed star illusion map, as if walking under the night sky. The current tower of true cultivation was designed by Luo Yan to be 12 stories high. He planned to wait for those younger monks to worship in the tower of true cultivation, and then transform the bottom 5 floors into a hydroponic spiritual medicine base. This is also the source of their contribution points. It is not tiring to tidy up low-level spiritual medicines, but it gives them a possibility to practice upwards. Then use the 2 floors of space as the residence of those younger monks. Going up, it is a place to spread the law and exchange the classics of the method. With Luo Yan in the middle to control, even the monks who have been born in the Jinden stage can live in the tower. Even with the increase of Luo Yan's cultivation, this monk tower can be rebuilt higher, larger, and more magnificent. It is not impossible for it to transform into a magic weapon in the end. In this way, a simple place for teaching and imparting the Tao was established. As for the way to monitor those younger monks, Luo Yan thought of identity tokens. He planned to create special tokens like the LinkedIn Fantasy of Kangwu Realm and the Biliu Xianjiao list. With these tokens, you can worship in the Tower of True Cultivation and be granted the inheritance of cultivation. Moreover, You can also monitor the actions of those younger monks through these tokens with special runes drawn on them. This is similar to the ancient mirror of the Five Elements Temple when Luo Yan was in the lower world. Many monks in the Five Elements Temple are well aware of the monitoring purpose of those identity tokens. But this does not prevent the monks of the sect from using it. And this time, Luo Yan is going to do it more secretly. In this way, you can know all the behaviors of those younger monks, so as to achieve the purpose of observing their appearance. Old Liu, go buy some jade slips for cultivation, as well as scriptures, instruments, talismans, array plates, etc., to decorate this tower and enrich the treasure house. Looking at the tower that had been completed and was nearly 100 feet high, Luo Yan spoke softly. Since the source of practitioners has been solved, those supporting things cannot be missing. It can be appropriately lowered, but it must be there. Once the first batch of cultivators in front are on the right track, it will become much more convenient for the practitioners behind. At that time, whether it is elixir, instruments, talismans, etc., they can be made by themselves. Luo Yan has always held a point of view that the birth of a force or doing something must form a simple closed loop. In this way, it will not fail easily. Obviously, the same is true for this attempt at the Tower of True Cultivation. Yes, sir, I will start to do it immediately. The old shopkeeper standing aside, seeing the completion of this tower and the mortals not far away, also had an understanding in his heart, knowing that this was built to cultivate younger practitioners. So he also knew very well what kind of cultivation jade slips, magic tools, elixirs, etc. he should buy next. If this tower develops well, maybe in the future, they can let their descendants join in. After all, the owner of this tower is a disciple of the immortal sect, and he is also the second island master. The eyes of several followers next to him kept flickering, and they obviously noticed this. Unconsciously, their expressions became more and more respectful. Some of the descendants of this generation of mortals actually have spiritual roots, but their spiritual root qualifications are extremely poor, otherwise they would not have been sold here by the previous island owner. They are not worthy of the eyes. But for Luo Yan, it doesn't matter if these people have poor spiritual root qualifications, as long as they can practice. This is an opportunity to show all the mortals in the city that they can practice. After such an example, it doesn't matter what realm that person can practice to. But before that, a simple screening threshold needs to be set. This is very simple, that is, taking advantage of people's bad nature. Only when people pursue things that cannot be easily achieved and are superior to others will they feel the pursuit of their hearts. Otherwise, if there is no restriction, resulting in serious leakage of cultivation methods, the status of the true cultivation tower will not become so lofty. This is inevitable. Luo Yan turned into a thunderbolt, disappeared on the coastline, and then fell into the city. In the center of this flower city, a statue of a faceless Taoist was constructed using rock magic. At first, he was going to use his own face instead. Later, he gave up this idea and simply used a statue of a faceless Taoist. There are gods in the hearts of all people. No matter how they visualize and pray, this statue will become what they imagine. In this way, it is no longer limited to a certain god. The outer periphery of the faceless statue is densely covered with runes, which are illusion arrays and special runes for detecting spiritual root qualifications. Those mortals with spiritual root qualifications will be pulled into the illusion as long as they approach this statue. Only those who pass the test of the illusion can get the token, and then go to the Tower of True Cultivation to learn the cultivation method. This is a series of tests. The test set in the illusion is not difficult. It is just a steep mountain. It takes a lot of effort to climb it. If you are not careful, you will fall asleep from exhaustion. Only those with perseverance and willpower can reach the top. Then pass this test. Luo Yan even thought of the scene when these monks would go to the outside world after their cultivation realm was raised. At that time, it would be difficult for the rune power he set in the identity token to transmit the scene of those monks going out in real time. These people, to a certain extent, are out of his control. In order to solve this problem, Luo Yan prepared in advance and directly brought the human face Naga stone statue from the main body. Then placed it in this faceless statue, borrowing this human face Naga to absorb the faith of this mortal city. Luo Yan himself then pulled out the power of faith and used it on those tokens. In this way, a complex ecological network is constructed. Finally, Luo Yan notified the people in the city lord's mansion and asked them to guide the mortals in the city to pray to this statue. At first, The people in the city lord's mansion did not understand what this meant. But under the great power of the practitioners, they had to force those mortals to keep approaching this faceless statue and worship it. When the first mortal with spiritual roots passed through the illusion and got a special token, indicating that he had the opportunity to practice, everyone in the city went crazy at the first time. Spreading out from this faceless statue, all the streets were full of people kneeling down. They began to pray that they or their families could also have the qualifications to practice. This is a great opportunity to change your life. Anyone would be tempted. Just worship. There is a possibility of turning over. How can it not make people crazy? So, the power of faith came from all over the world. Luo Yan used these powers of faith to pull to the runes of those special jade cards. In this way, the problem of the signal source can be perfectly solved. As for the subsequent ecological network, he thought about it and still didn't build it so early. For the current true cultivation tower, the preliminary preparations are enough. The reason why the power of faith was chosen as the medium of the identity token is because the power of this system is a very special power in Luo Yan's eyes. It can even simulate the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Luo Yan's path to refining key to become an immortal is not the way of incense and gods, so he cannot use the power of faith to improve his cultivation. But this does not mean that he cannot use the power of faith. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.